Good morning, everyone. Jamie, thanks so much for the slide. If we can please take that down. And
Oh, there we go.
All right, and Supervisor Corsi, if you press the button in front of your mic there, you want to give us a test and make sure we can hear you. One moment, everyone.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, Darren. We can hear you. So with that,
Can you hear me, Marcy?
I can hear you.
Okay.
And Vice Chair Corsi, I will turn it over to you to open the meeting.
All right. Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with a roll call vote. Marcy?
Supervisor Gorin,
Just a roll call.
Here, present.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Here.
Vice Chair Corsi,
Here.
Supervisor Gore,
I vote aye.
No.
Chair Hopkins. We didn't hear that, Supervisor Hopkins.
Present. Sorry, I don't have a voice, so apologize.
Thanks.
Ask you to use it too much today.
County Administrator Cheryl Bratton,
Here.
County Counsel Bob Pittman.
Here.
Great, thank you so much.
Thanks, Marcy. For folks in the audience, please note that Spanish translation is available in Zoom. To select translation services, please click the globe icon on the Zoom screen and select Spanish. And if during any public comments, a commenter is speaking in Spanish, our English-speaking participants may go to the globe and select English to listen to the translation of the comment. I'll now ask a member of the translation team to share this message in Spanish.
Muy buenos días y bienvenidos a la reunión. Esta reunión será interpretada al español. Para escuchar en español, por favor haga clic en el icono del globo que dice interpretación que se encuentra al pie de la página y elija el idioma español. También puede hacer clic en Mute Original Audio para silenciar el audio original. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Julie.
My pleasure.
Okay, so welcome everyone to our first regular meeting in these chambers in 15 months. Today you're going to notice a few changes. We're still in the orange tier of the roadmap to recovery, so the chambers are not fully open to the public. We will have staff join us on each item, and there will be public comment as usual on each item. You can do that either on Zoom or you may do it here in person. at the chambers. People in the chambers will be admitted one at a time. You'll need to wear a mask. So this is new to all of us, so don't be surprised if there are some hiccups during this meeting. To top it all off, this is my first time running a Board of Supervisors meeting because Chair Hopkins is homesick. She's with us on Zoom though. I feel a little bit like mom and dad just bought a new car and I just got my learner's permit. So bear with me while I figure out where the brake and the accelerator are. So fasten your seat belts and hang on to your hats, and we will get started with the consent calendar. Sorry. Thank you very much. Whoever's keeping track, that was my first screw up. We'll start with the approval of the agenda. There was an addendum to today's agenda. Item 80A has been added to the closed session calendar, and the recommended action on item 83 has been amended. Marcy, could you call the roll for approval of the agenda?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Chair Hopkins.
Aye.
All right, that passes 5-0. To the consent calendar, which is items 1 through 70 today. Item 45 is an action exclusively for the directors of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. And item 49 is a joint action with the directors of the Sonoma Valley County Sanitation District. We'll take public comment on the consent calendar. Please, is your mic on?
It's not.
you.
Thank you. I do have a question on item number 36, the cannabis program update. I don't know whether, and I'll be fine with taking public comment, but my question is, and I don't know whether Tennis or Mr. Orr are with us that can answer that question. And I apologize to everybody because I didn't send you the question in advance. I'm wondering about the order of the timeline that was listed in the program where we talked about the draft ordinance coming forward, I guess after community outreach, and then the EIR being developed after that. And I'm not sure that, and I guess the question that I have is, how can you develop and present the ordinance and then prepare an EIR? Isn't it like the cart before the horse? How are we preparing an ordinance when we haven't done the community outreach and analyzing the impacts and the scoping for the EIR? So Director Wick, I see you there. Maybe you can shed some light and clarity on this. And I apologize for not asking you in advance.
Good morning, Supervisor, and through the chair. This is the case where the ordinance is the project. So as you mentioned in your introductory remarks, first comes the community engagement, interaction with the board, generation of a project, which is the ordinance. And we have to develop that project because under the Environmental Quality Act, that's what we evaluate in the environmental impact report. So during that environmental review process, we have every expectation that the project may change based on the identification of environmental impacts and the mitigations offered to reduce those impacts to less than significant.
Thank you. So I'm hearing you suggest that the ordinance may change as
Oh, yes.
we move forward as a result of the scoping and the environmental impacts analysis.
That's correct, Supervisor. In my experience, and maybe in yours, no project remains static from beginning of environmental review to end and the merits consideration of it, whether it's an ordinance or a physical project.
Great. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Are there any other questions on any of the consent items? Yes, Mr. Rabbit.
Thank you very much. And I'm glad that Supervisor Gorin, you asked that question. That was on my list. I know that we received some correspondence. And I think in this particular case, while we understand that you identified the project to inform the EIR, I think in this particular case, it's as important to perform the EIR to identify the project. And it needs to be an iterative act. And so while I appreciate being aspirational in the time frame, I do hope that we go back and not have a project that we defend come hell or high water, but that project then is massaged by what we find out in the EIR. And I can imagine odor, for instance, really talking about what a true setback might be, or it might even lead to zoning designations and so on and so forth. So while I understand it's the project, I think in this particular case, it needs to be a little bit of both. And I know that staff knows that. And I just want to make sure that the public knows that as well as we go forward, because I think it's important that the one informs the other. So thank you.
Yes. Through the chair, Supervisor, a good point and good example of a resource factor that might cause the project, in this case, an ordinance, to alter.
Thank you. Any other questions on the consent calendar, 1 through 70? All right, we'll go to public comment. I see we have one live public commenter, at least. Mr. DeWitt, you want to approach the microphone? No, we are going to all wear our masks in this room today. Yes. Mr. DeWitt, I just want to let you know that we've got you on a 2-minute timer, and I'll give you an extra 10 seconds since I'm interrupting.
And through the chair, Darren, you'll have to go switch the on the microphone back there.
Aha. So we'll start it again in a minute here.
And while we're doing that, I'm happy to call to see if there are any folks in our Zoom meeting who would like to make public comment. You can indicate this by raising your hand in Zoom or pressing *9 on your phone keypad, and we will have you in the queue.
We're going to give it just a minute here. We're not quite ready. So far, so good. We've only had one screw up and one hiccup. Nope. Let's see if we can get this straightened out.
And for the team in chambers, it is the wireless mic 2 on the second tab of the microphones.
There we go. All right. Hang on 1 second, Dwayne. This is what happens when you leave the room empty for 15 months. I want to reset that timer. Go ahead, Mr. DeWitt.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland, and I wanted to speak on item 19.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here in person to speak again. On item 19, the term is the disposition efforts for the Chenate campus, which is a good public asset. All of my life, it's been a part of Sonoma County's public assets, the public health system. And you're deciding today to give more money to Kleinfelder to allow them to see if there are earthquake fault lines under the area where the buildings are. I'm concerned that there's this constant idea of we have to get rid of that place so that there's a predetermined idea that they'll find fault lines. In previous research, the fault lines hadn't been shown to actually go under the buildings. And it's really a bit problematic to me that the effort has been constantly to get rid of this public asset rather than to see how to reuse it within the public's domain. So I've come here to talk and ask you to not just look at it like it's a demolition and a disposition project, but something where we might be able to keep our assets. We're in desperate need of what used to be known as sanitariums, places for the handicapped and the disabled to perhaps have rest and respite. It doesn't have to be in the same buildings, but if we kept the land, we could rework things out there. I'd also like to make comments for the closed session because I see on the closed session.
We'll have closed session comments available
I'm
later
letting you know
on,
that
later
now
on
then.
this morning.
Thank you kindly, sir.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Is there anyone else live here? Are there any other live commenters here? Okay. Do we have any comments on Zoom for the consent calendar, Marcy?
Yes, Vice Chair Corsi, we do have one hand raised. So I'll ask if we can please have a Zoom timer up for 2 minutes. And just wondering if maybe there's some issues. Oh, thank you so much. Great.
There we go.
All righty. For this individual, Carl, if you can please unmute and state your, okay. This person seems to have removed their hand. So quickly, just because we've been having a bit of stop and start, if anybody wants to comment on the consent calendar today, any items on this calendar, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And I see we have Carl back with us, so please go ahead, unmute and state your full name before beginning your comment.
Hello, my name is Carl Sherrill. Are you hearing me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Carl Sherrill. I live just outside the Sonoma city limits, and I will make my comments less than 2 minutes. I have sent in written comments before to all of you supervisors and appreciate communicated with Susan Gorin several times. You can think of me as a Paul Revere sending a warning, Picasso is coming, Picasso is coming. I think you're concerned, I think you're informed about this new model for short-term vacation stays. This company claims that fractionalized ownership makes their properties immune from the usual regulations intended to protect neighborhoods. And here's the real problem. Besides Picasso, if this plan, if this business model succeeds, other companies are going to pay attention and go, wow, here's a way for us to get into this vacation home market and make big bucks in the wine country. There's really no limit to it. I'm concerned about a particular Picasso house in my neighborhood, but I'm concerned about the city of Sonoma, the county of Sonoma, and we need to put on your calendar an urgency ordinance that regulates transient occupancy residential properties. It doesn't matter if they're called fractionalized ownership or timeshares or B&Bs or VRBOs or anything else. If there's no limit put on this, our residential streets will be like rows of motel rooms, people coming and going constantly, and it really will destroy the sense of community in our neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Vice Chair Corsi, I see no additional hands.
Very well. Then we will move on to voting on the consent calendars. Just a few notes here. Items 14, 16, 19, 20, 34, 46, 47, and 55 require a 4/5 vote. Item 49 requires a 2/3 vote. We'll start with a roll call for items 1 to 44 and 46 to 70. Marcy?
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins,
Yes.
All right, and now to item 49.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Agramonte, absent. Chair Hopkins,
Yes.
That passes. And then a roll-
And just a note, Marcy, they did have the changing of the gavel last night at the Sonoma City Council meeting, bidding farewell to Mayor Harvey and turning the gavel over to now Mayor Madeline Agramonte. Thank you.
thank you.
all right, and Marcy, a roll call on item number 45.
Oh, thank you. And I think that was our error on the notes there. That vote was already captured in the prior. So the votes have concluded.
Very good. We'll move on to our regular calendar. Item number 71, Department Head Interim Extra Help Personal Services Agreement for the Executive Director of the Community Development Commission.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Christina Kramer, Human Resources Director. I'm here to present to you and the board for consideration an interim extra help personal services agreement for the Executive Director of the Community Development Commission with Mr. David Kiff. The effective date of the agreement would be starting July 1st, 2021. Mr. Kiff comes to the position with 30 years of experience in state and local government. He served in the city manager's office of Newport Beach and was their city manager. And in recent years, he has stepped in to help manage numerous cities, most recently as interim city manager for Sonoma, and prior to that, Healdsburg. Mr. Kiff's professional experience with local, state, and federal housing programs including with the city of Newport Beach, where he was involved in the city's first permanent supportive housing project for chronically homeless veterans. Mr. Kiff would later become president of the Orange County City Managers Association, and for 4 years, he was a member of the Orange County Commission to End Homelessness. He later served as interim city manager of Huntington Beach and for the city of Healdsburg. Sorry, I already said that. He is local to Sonoma County and has a bachelor's degree in business administration and a master's in government administration from the University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Kiff will be earning the I-step of the salary range for the executive director, which is currently $92.56 an hour, and will receive benefits where appropriate in the salary resolution or by legislative requirements. And with that, I believe Mr. Kiff is present for this presentation. If you had any comments or questions, or if he wants to comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. Mr. Kiff, would you like to make any comments to the board?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm very pleased to be taking on this assignment and helping out if that's the path that you choose today. I certainly have spent some time with the county administrative officer, with other city managers, with the KPMG study, and I'm happy to start to move that ball rolling. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Board members, questions, comments? Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you. It's good to see you virtually this time, Dave. I was with you last night and your maiden voyage of the hybrid Zoom meeting with the Sonoma City Council. And it is such a pleasure for me to welcome you to the County of Sonoma. You and I have worked closely together over the last 6 months on COVID testing, vaccines, food security, and homeless issues, many, many other issues that we have in common. I can't think of a better interim director for the CDC than you, Dave, and we're expecting great things from you to continue the good work and to forge the collaborations necessary between the county and the cities. And that is exactly what you are suited to do. So thank you to CEO Broughton for convincing Dave to jump on our ship and for Dave to join our crew. Thank you so much.
Any other questions or comments? Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, just likewise. Thank you, Mr. Kiff. Looking forward to working with you. A lot of transition in this space, and your steady hand, I think, is going to be extremely important in getting in and helping advise us. I want to give a shout out not just to you, but to your staff that has gone through a lot and a lot of question marks, and still has a question mark about where it's going to go into the future with implementation of KPMG, and just respect that there's a lot of work needed and going on, and a lot of people who you're going to have to work with to figure out what the right way is forward. As much as anything, you're kind of helping lead us to lead this organization into the future. So appreciate it. Looking forward to working hand in glove with you. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, Mr. Kiff, welcome. We'll be talking in depth soon. In the meantime, we'll look forward to seeing you wrap things up in the city of Sonoma, and see you in a few weeks here at the County of Sonoma. If there are no other questions or comments from the board, we'll take public comment on this item. And Marcy, do you want to start with Zoom?
Absolutely, thank you. If there are any members of the public in the Zoom portion of today's meeting would like to make a comment on this item, which is number 71 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press star 9 on your phone keypad. And while we're assisting the Zoom commenters, for anyone in our hall or outdoor area listening, this would be the time to line up and get in queue should you want to comment on item number 71. We do have one commenter at present in Zoom, so just one moment, please. Please go ahead, unmute and state your name.
Good morning. This is Jana Blunt. I work for the Sonoma County Recorder's Office, and I'm the chapter president for SEIU 10-to-1's Sonoma County chapter. I just wanted to provide some enthusiastic kudos. We are personally just overjoyed to see the approval of an interim director for the CDC. David Kiff has, as you've said, many years of experience in local government. He's charged with a really big job. He's charged with healing a severely culturally injured department The Community Development Commission has a severe absence of a clear chain of command, many vacancies, and an exhausted, bruised remaining staff. The problem has become evident with several of the CDC's community partners. What's most important long-term is that the CDC receives their own permanent independent department director, one that's not in charge of the entirety of the Department of Health. It's just too big of a job for one person. And our community definitely deserves for the CDC to have their own independent director. And I'm sorry for my cat. She wanted to join in on the public comment. Have a great day.
Yeah, okay. Any other public comments? I don't think we have any live ones here.
But briefly, I'll just give everybody a moment, either in Zoom or the chambers, should you want to comment on item number 71. In Zoom, you'd raise your hand, and in chambers, you would go through the screener to queue up in the back of the chambers. And there are none in Zoom. Vice Chair Corsi.
And none here. So we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote on this item. Marcy.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Move on to item 72, the COVID-19 Emergency Response Strategy Update. Ms. Rivera,
Good morning.
good morning.
Interim Director for Department of Health Services, and joining me today for the COVID-19 Emergency Response Strategy Update is Dr. Sundari Mace. Also, Dr. Kismet Baldwin, our Deputy Public Health Officer, Ken Tassif, who's been serving as our Vaccine Mission Manager. We have Paul Gullickson, our Communications Manager, and Jenny Mercado, our Epidemiologist. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mace to begin our presentation.
Great. Thank you so much, Director, and thanks to the board. Thanks to Supervisor Chairwoman Hopkins and all the other members, as well as everybody else who's participating today. Let me pull up my slides, and we'll again do a tag team presentation. Okay. Can you see my slides this morning?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me take us through the metrics here quickly. So our case rates are up a little bit, and that's potentially to be expected given that more people are out and about, and we do have a good proportion still of unvaccinated individuals. We're doing great in terms of the nation and California in terms of the percentage vaccinated, as Ken Tassif will be presenting shortly, but we still have a good 25 to 28% of our population that is unvaccinated. Our unadjusted case rate is 3.5, but I am really happy to say our adjusted case rate is 2.7, which means we're actually testing a lot more than the state median. I believe the state median now is somewhere around 270 to 290 tests per day per 100,000, and we're still at about 380. Our overall testing positivity is 1.3%, and our testing positivity in the lowest HPI quartile, as you can see, is 1.4%. And over the last couple of weeks, we have had a slight decrease in this case rate. But this keeps us, for what it's worth, with the metric still in the orange tier. However, the metric will not be applied any longer as of June 15th. And so this isn't really that relevant to us at this time any longer. We only have one more week in the orange tier. As I noted, our testing volume is pretty good, 350 tests per 100,000 people per day. And the state median is actually lower than I mentioned, 255, which is why we got a fairly good adjustment rate. The test positivity is trending upwards, but especially for that group of 25 to 34-year-olds, that also the group that we have the least vaccinated, that and the 18 to 25-year-olds as well. But you can see our testing has dropped significantly from the end of the year, and it's kind of plateauing at about this area here of about the 350 tests 100,000 per day. Where are people getting COVID? It's now really almost exclusively unvaccinated individuals that are getting COVID here in Sonoma County. And approximately 3/4 of our cases are under age 45. As you know, with our early push, we really have vaccinated the majority of seniors over age 65. Household transmission is still the #1 reason for people to get COVID, but gatherings are right up there like they've been throughout the pandemic, and even so more pronounced now amongst unvaccinated individuals. Travel either outside the state or within the state also remain primary contributors of transmission. So let me turn this over now to Ken Tassif to talk some about vaccine administration.
Thanks so much, Dr. May. So in the vaccine mission, we continued our steady progress towards getting our residents vaccinated. Currently, 72%, yes, thank you. 72% of Sonoma County residents are partially vaccinated, and 61% of our residents are fully vaccinated. We hope to be at about 74% by the governor's blueprint for reopening target of June 15th. And we're pleased that over 310,000 residents have been partially or fully vaccinated at this time. However, we're seeing a significant slowdown in the rate at which unvaccinated residents are coming forward and getting vaccinated. Despite our really strong outreach by our community-based partners, community-based organizations, the county staff, and strong social media outreach by our PIO staff, as well as the California's Vax for the Win promotion, the vaccines are really being administered at about half the rate that they were administered just 4 weeks ago. As we've transitioned from fixed sites to mobile and events-based vaccine administration, we continue to experience reduced demand despite those strong outreach efforts. Nonetheless, we continue to support all of our provider partners, and all of our provider partners continue to support the ongoing vaccine efforts. Next slide, please. A bright spot has been our collaboration with the Sonoma County Office of Education, the community-based organizations, Safeway. We've worked with them, and they've sponsored community events at high schools in priority communities across the county. Because of those efforts, we're making really good progress towards vaccinating our school-aged population. And you can see most of the individuals that really have not been vaccinated yet lie in the younger age tiers. Despite our progress with getting those in the younger age groups, the very youngest age groups that came on later, we continue to have challenges reaching young adults in those in the 18 to 34 age group. And we're holding events that continue to target locations that this group tends to frequent. Next slide, please. With regards to race and ethnicity, we've made good progress in many areas, and we continue to work with our community-based organizations, especially to reach the Latinx community, which still lags in the county in proportion vaccinated. The Latinx community remains the primary focus of our mobile and event-based strategies, and we will continue to make that our focus. Next slide, please. We do continue to have good results with ensuring that we're vaccinating residents in our lowest healthy place index census tracts. This is due in large part to the continued success of the clinic at Roseland Library, the clinics at LaLuz Center in Boys Hot Springs, and the continued emphasis of our community clinics on serving those in disadvantaged neighborhoods. It's also a really strong reflection of all the great outreach work that our community-based organizations or community-based partners have engaged in. So as we move forward, I see the next frontier for the vaccine mission. We've moved from fixed-based sites. We're down to 4 primary fixed-based sites now. And we're going to be moving, and we've now gone to event-based and mobile-based. The next frontier will be trying to get vaccine to primary care providers, starting with pediatricians. These primary care providers are truly the trusted providers in our community, and many are being trained right now by the state on vaccine handling. So we're working with TPA to ensure that they receive the vaccine. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions before turning it back over to Interim Director Rivera.
I think we have a few more slides. We'd like to share some information with you with respect to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Just some summary updates to date through June 3rd. Tenant applications processed have been approximately 1,000, and the number of landlord applications that we've processed have been about 477. So for a total of applications processed, about 1,477. Assistance provided in excess of $2.6 million since the inception or since the program went live on April the 19th. Next slide. And this provides a snapshot of the demographic information. This is the breakdown by jurisdiction with respect to the areas around our county, with West County, with respect to the applications that have been that have been sent out and processed. 12% of those have been in West County. Just pointing out some of the jurisdictional areas. Santa Rosa, almost half of those in Santa Rosa with 45.6%, Roanoke Park 12.2%, Sonoma Valley 7.6%, Petaluma you see at 10.5%. Next slide. And then the ethnic and race breakdown here with Hispanic and Latino at 38.7%, and non-Hispanic and Latino at 48.5%. And then of course you're going to get that group who refused to answer the particular question at 12.8%, and then our racial breakdown with respect to the particular categories of Asian, Black, white, multiracial, etc. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Supervisor Corsi, for any questions, comments, feedback, reactions. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gordon.
I would just want to thank you all for the amazing effort that you've put out over the last year. I think the astounding success that we now record on vaccinations is really a credit to all of you and this board and the county for working together with the community to explore all possibilities for vaccinations. So I'm very excited about that. But we know right now, looking at the demographics that you showed and the age breakdowns, that our work is cut out for us because we really need additional effort to make it as easy as possible for those folks who have not yet wanted to or found time to avail themselves of vaccines. So I'm wondering if the next effort might be a series of roving pop-up vaccination clinics, small ones, ready to go to any of the events that are now starting to surface in Sonoma County. NASCAR would have been great, but maybe the demographics and the political sensitivities were not appropriate. But similar, let's work on the Sonoma County Fair. We're having a Sonoma County Fair. Let's have a pop-up there. There are beginning to be more activity level at some of the tourism hotspots like the Sonoma Square. Can we have a pop-up around there, making it easy as possible for folks to access vaccines there? So it's just one idea that I have, and I'd love to explore that. But I'm increasingly nervous that in those spots where we don't have adequate vaccinations, especially in the heavily Latinx populations of the Springs and elsewhere, that we may start seeing upticks in COVID virus cases. And we've emphasized vaccines, great, but we are back to where we were in June of last year regarding the availability of testing. And I know the schools are really want to get testing available to them to work with students and thus the families. But I want to get your thoughts on where are we testing, and can we once again provide more services for testing in those areas that we did so well a year ago, but now we've pulled them back.
Director Rivera, do you want to answer that or have a member of your team respond?
Yes, I'll have Dr. Mace respond with respect to the testing.
Yeah, I think it's a great point that we need to continue offering testing, which we are. I think really what we're seeing, Supervisor Gorn, is a decreased uptake of testing. In other words, schools, fine. Yeah, that's, the sports teams, youth sports, they've been definitely receiving testing, and we have been doing, offering the services for testing in that arena. But I don't really think there's a lot of demand. If you look at OptumServe, and I haven't looked at their utility recently. I don't know if Ken has, but the testing itself, I think only less than 20% of appointments are now taken in OptumServe. And all the federally qualified health clinics and hospitals are seeing the same. Now, there isn't really a recommendation of testing of vaccinated individuals unless symptomatic or unless there's a significant exposure. So right there, 72% of our population being partially vaccinated right now are not really at, I suppose there isn't a great need for testing in that group, but certainly in the unvaccinated population, there would still be a need for testing. And we will definitely continue to provide the services that we have. The good news is now we're having to self-swab, so it doesn't really even need a medical professional to do a swab. People can self-swab and get their own specimens and hand them in. So definitely we'll take that back to the testing team. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And should I be working directly with you to identify appropriate times and locations for testing in the Springs and Sonoma Valley?
Sure, that would be fine. We do have our testing team that right now is led by our nursing supervisor, Darcy, and soon will be by one of the other nurses that are taking that position. So we'll definitely work with you on that. Thanks.
Great. And I hope to have some discussion regarding our next phase of the strategy for vaccinations, trying to outreach and provide vaccinations to those locations and those people that need them and have not yet received them. Thank you.
Ken, would you like to speak some to that?
Yeah, sure. In fact, we are doing that. There's a robust effort to get data out to both we're using data ourselves from our EPI team and also providing it out to our community partners and to our community-based organizations to help them identify where there's the opportunities, let's just say, for finding individuals that haven't been vaccinated yet. In addition, just a comment about your question about the fairgrounds and events. Last week we had a pretty extensive discussion with Becky Bartling at the fairgrounds and are already planning to support events, including the summer fair that is at the fairgrounds. So yes, we're working diligently on those efforts. Thank you.
And thank you so much. That's great news. I know that many of the communities are canceling their fireworks displays because it's still a little tenuous about events and people coming together, but also we're in this enormous drought situation. But if we do have fireworks activities or 4th of July activities, can we investigate maybe working with those communities on pop-up either testing or vaccinations? Let's take advantage of the gatherings.
Thanks. Great. Dania, I see that you popped up on the screen. Did you have something to add to any of this?
Thank you. It's just strategizing right now and how is it that we use data to be really intentional and strategic as to where we are redirecting our outreach efforts. You guys are familiar with the CURA program, and we really have been able to not only incorporate CURA, but other another entity that's been working with other community-based organizations, Latino service providers that have been taking a lead role in coordinating other efforts for community-based organizations in terms of really using data and community knowledge to really leverage and fuel what is it that we need to be doing outreach for. Like, and we just recently, our EPI team developed a list of census tracts where, and then really intentional. So the next step is really to develop a radius as to where we need to be in different neighborhoods, whether it may be canvassing, community presence, charlas. So it's really going to be uptaking of that. I do want to acknowledge that we are no longer in a stage where we can find folks just easily that haven't been vaccinated. That might be the case, but we're encountering a spectrum of folks, right? So there might be a need to meet with that person 1 or 2 times, and the third time might be a time where, like, I feel comfortable with taking that vaccine now, and it might be. So it is definitely a different pace that we're encountering when we're doing outreach in community, and also acknowledging that community might be in different places with where they are with that vaccine. So just wanted to add to that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Great, thank you. Chair Hopkins, you have a question.
Thank you very much. And my question was actually also for Dania, and that was regarding, how we are really faring on our equity metrics. I had also heard that it was possible that we don't actually have a contract extension with CURA. And so I was just wondering about the ongoing needs and sort of gap analysis when it comes to really trying to work on those, more difficult to access populations who might have traditional reservations about the traditional medical system. How can we meet folks where they are and support them and provide them with opportunities for vaccines as well as testing?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Hopkins. In regards to CURA, everything is in place to move as needed for their contract extension. So everything is on track with that, and we're actually looking forward to continue working with them and really reflecting as to what the needs are going to be for the next phase of the program. We know that immediate COVID response might not seem like it is, but it is. We have to assess the needs of the community and what they're needing right now, and that's the plan that we have in place. In terms of testing and other services, I hope that I'm able to address your question. If not, please let me know. We continue, I think, to just being able to capture all the different needs that are happening around community. I wanted to emphasize that we have a Spanish hotline. That was an intentional strategy to make sure that we were serving. And I just received I will share that was great feedback in regards to the hotline, but we need to get the information out there that it exists, right? So really amplifying the the different access points for testing, for vaccines. So amplifying that, it's going to be really important as we're moving into the next phases. I hope that I was able to address. Please let me know if I missed something. Thank you.
So you said that everything is ready to have this sort of contract extension executed with CURA. Do we have funding allocated for that yet, or is that something that the board needs to consider?
We do have funding identified for the contract extension. It's with the ELC grant. Yes.
That's great news. And then my next question was regarding the emergency rental assistance. I have heard some feedback about, quite frankly, concerns around the limitations of the money. One is that landlords can only get money if the tenant agrees. And then 2 was actually regarding the time frame, which I understand maybe the sort of expiration date is coming up soon in terms of what months are eligible. And then the third concern that I have heard is regarding debt accumulation. So people for who instance, charge things to their credit card and kept paying their rent, but now have huge credit card bills and aren't eligible for these funds. So I'm just wondering if you know anything about gap analysis, and also if those guardrails are us, or my understanding is that it's not us that is putting these sort of requirements on it, right? It's the state. But if you could just provide a little clarity around those 3 items, which were sort of the landlord and tenant both agreeing, the time frame, and then also that last one around the debt and that challenge that we're facing. Because I'm just really interested in unmet needs and sort of the gap analysis, especially as we start to talk about ARPA funds later this year.
Yes, there must be a landlord and tenant link with respect to the application. So that is true. The barriers are the state; they're not the county, and the barriers are in statute with SB 91. So it is our understanding that that statute has gone back to the floor for discussion because the priority for the expenditure of the dollars is the arrears period. So we just did receive word that we could pull the trigger on the period beyond the arrears, which is beyond the March period, which is now April, May, and June. So we have done that. We have opened that up beyond that period. But those individuals who have accumulated debt with respect to placing, loans or et cetera with family or with loan companies or placed debt on their credit cards and accumulated these dollars. Unfortunately, these dollars are not eligible for these monies. So this has been feedback that we are constantly hearing from applicants. So of course, we are advocating for that, that perhaps whether it's not these dollars, but perhaps it's dollars that we know that is coming from the state or the federal government, that perhaps those dollars will not have these particular restrictions for individuals who have accumulated, thousands of dollars in debt to keep their rent paid. So, but unfortunately, this is the feedback that we are hearing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also just want to say thank you to Supervisor Gorin for bringing up the issue of testing and the importance of ongoing testing. I can say, I don't have COVID because I went with my entire family. And where did I find the information? I found it on, socoemergency.org, went to molecular matrix. It was a drive-through test. It was super easy, got the whole family tested. We're all negative, but there are things besides COVID circulating in the community. Now that we're starting to see one another more often, those things can happen. So this is a reminder to everyone that if you get sick, it's great to, to get tested. It's really nice to have that peace of mind to know that it's not, in fact, COVID-19, especially for folks with young kids who haven't been vaccinated yet. So thanks to all the staff for keeping that information up to date. The process was super smooth and seamless and really worked well for my family over the weekend, even on a Saturday.
Thanks. Supervisor Rabbit, and I see your hand up, Supervisor Gore. We'll get to you.
Thank you very much and appreciate all the work. Thank you very much. I have three things really. I got to Supervisor Gorin's point regarding NASCAR. Our office did try to get the mobile unit out at NASCAR last weekend and we were told no, because it was not necessarily just Sonoma County residents, which leads me to the point of, and I know it's a state issue. I assume it's a state issue. And because ironically, Marin County was saying that they would come up into Sonoma at one time last week. So I'm wondering if anyone's had any correspondence with the state as we go forward with these larger events to coordinate some sort of state-sponsored program that we can break out of those silos and take advantage of large crowds that may lead to getting people, more shots in arms. The second part of that is there any further, to Dr. Mace, the herd immunity numbers and the 72% that we're at now, is there any further new research or is it still the kind of that same thinking going forward of what our goal should be to really achieve something substantial? And then lastly, we did get some correspondence regarding worry about a spike in Roanoke Park, and just curious if there's any data that points out to anything extraordinary in Roanoke Park or in its surrounds in terms of number of cases there. So appreciate that going forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Supervisor Rabbit. So let me start with the herd immunity question, and that is, it's still a moving target. It's defined differently by different people, but I would be really happy if we could get to somewhere around 80 to 85% of the population. And to reach 80%, it's another 8% or so. And I think that may be doable. Of course, I'll defer to the vaccine team that's been out there, sort of trying to drum up all of the people to get them vaccinated. But I think 80% would be great. Now, keep in mind, however, as we just alluded to, if there's pockets of the county that are less vaccinated, then they're at risk regardless of herd immunity overall. And that applies to the state as well. If there are counties that are less vaccinated, then again, even though the total statistics look good, those areas are still at risk, and so on and so forth for the nation and of course the world. So I would like to get to that 80% at least. Now, as far as the Roanoke Park bike question, we do have Jenny Mercado with us today from the EPI team, and I know that they've done a lot of analysis looking at where our cases are coming from, especially with the slight increase. And again, there are three takeaways that I have. One is unvaccinated individuals predominantly. Two, 18 to 34-year-old age group, which is the age group that's been less vaccinated. And three, associated with gatherings, whether they're large or small, defined as less than 12. And a lot of them are family gatherings. Those are three takeaways I have. Jen, do you have anything to add in terms of geography?
Hello. So it looks like it's increasing slightly, but again, the rest of the county is also increasing slightly. So, and their positivity rate is actually down probably in the last week. So we continue to watch these metrics. Roanoke Park has probably kind of a middle of the road positivity rate. You know, it's at 1.72 as of last Friday. So as we continue to watch, we will pay specific attention to each of these geographies. So far, it does not look like there is a particular issue in Roanoke Park.
All right, and let me just take thank you, Jenny. And let me just take the opportunity just to say that, you know, the vaccine is incredibly safe and effective. And if I could just get the message out that there's so many different ways now that you can get the vaccine. You can get them the same day. It's very simple. You can get the one-shot vaccine if you want. If you prefer not to come back for the second. So please, everybody, let's get to that 80 to 85%. So Ken, let me turn this over to you for the first question that Supervisor Rabbit had about NASCAR and other events.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. The short answer on have we notified or talked to the state about larger events? The answer is no, we haven't. We can probably handle most of even the larger events. We could have handled the NASCAR event, and we tried to, in fact, do that. We worked closely with Curative. We tried to get a van out there. We tried to get other providers, but everyone was tied up on second dose, so it simply just was not possible. There wasn't a provider available that could do it or would do it, and that was the major issue. But we did work closely with the raceway and with providers to try and make that happen. Just want to assure everyone.
Thank you. Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you very much. A couple things. First of all, somebody asked me recently, they said, how you doing? And I said, I'm great. I'm busy with things that are not COVID related. It's amazing. And so I want to thank you all on your team for being a part of that. I know you're still neck deep in it. And a lot of us are dealing with homelessness and dealing with water quality and drought and all these other things and fire preparedness. But your work has allowed us to get on to the other work that's been screaming for attention for a while. So I want you to understand that that's deeply appreciated. I'm also very proud of being in a community where we can talk about 72% being at least partially vaccinated without, let's call it direct, serious interventions from government and other things. These are purely voluntary and outreach to people. I am proud to be in a community that's gotten to 72%. And it seems like what we're talking about is that we will get to the numbers that you're talking about if we work the strategies right. So that's all positive. Obviously, there's things that we all know that require deeper work, not just the fact that, as we've oftentimes discussed, is to really do equity work. It's more time. It takes more time and it costs more money because of trust issues, because of a lack of institutional connections to those communities in need, for a variety of reasons. And I think that that's really where we need to look towards. Kind of a gut check right now of where we're at and where we need to be, especially as we look to spend ARPA funds and other things to make permanent impacts, in my mind, onto equity. So with that being said, I want to go through a couple different questions. First is that, you know, Dr. Mace, from the side of where we're at with 72%, I'm hoping you can give, I'm not asking for a spreadsheet, but a little bit of gut check on where we're at and where you see other good spots and difficult spots in California and or other states. I mean, where do we stand, I guess, is what I would say. You're on still calls with other, health directors and medical officers from around the 58 states. So what are you seeing out there in the rest of California?
You mean in terms of vaccination or case rates? Or okay. Actually, Ken, do you have the comparison slide that we love to show?
I got, the answer is yes. I'm just trying to format it very briefly.
So while Ken brings that up, let me just say we're doing really, really well. We and the Bay Area on the whole are doing very, very well compared to many of the counties in California. And, we, as you pointed out, we don't really have our own clinic system, so we don't put shot into arm ourselves. In other words, generally speaking. So we're working through partners, which makes it a little more difficult, which is why, say, for example, for the NASCAR event, we couldn't just, produce our own clinic to cover that. But I think on the whole, we're doing really well. Ken, you want to show the comparison data?
Sure. As you can see, here's our percentage right here compared to the state, and that number 12, that line 12 is actually number 11. So we're basically out of 58 counties, we're number 11 in the state in terms of having people at least partially vaccinated. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Supervisor Gore. It's something that we continue to work towards staying at the top of the comparison.
Yeah, and I actually think this is fantastic, especially given that I think the other counties that are up here with us do have their own extensive clinic system, like Contra Costa, Alameda, even, of course, Marin.
Yeah.
Now, Ken, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Did you want to say, no, I was just wondering, I'm sorry, I just wanted to drop the share, but did you still need that share screen?
Oh, do you want the shared screen?
No, that's okay.
Okay, I just also wanted to say, we just added the 12 to 15-year-olds, and that added about something like 36,000 more people to our denominator, which is why initially the 70% dropped into the sort of upper 60s or something, or mid 60s, but we've caught up. I think we've gotten about 1/3 of the kids 12 to 15 done at this point as well, and are continuing outreach to try to get the rest of them. By September or so, we're foreseeing that we'll be able to give vaccine to the 2 to 12-year-olds as well. And that'll add another 50,000 for our county. Just to give you some idea of where we're going. And I believe we, county-led, will still be quite involved until we get the 2 to 12-year-olds as well. And after that, our plan is definitely to let our healthcare partners sort of take over. If there's, say, for example, another vaccine that comes about, and we have no way to predict when that would be, if that would be, but if it comes about in the next year, our healthcare partners, similar to our influenza campaigns, will likely take up a lot of that. Okay.
Well, I think I just want to remind myself and all of us of a couple things that you pointed out. Number one is that I've seen articles here about vaccinated individuals sometimes getting hospitalized, but we are not having individuals who are vaccinated die from serious illness directly from COVID. There are comorbidities, other things. An individual died who was over 90 years old. God rest his soul. But that is the main indicator that also the state used in trying to say we're reaching towards June 15th, which is a week from today. And the only thing that would derail that in their mind was if vaccinated individuals were getting hospitalized with severe illness from COVID directly. So I want to make sure we're confirmed on that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And the CDC just put out a publication looking specifically at the impact of vaccine on hospitalization and death, and we are completely aligned with CDC. We have not seen, besides the one unfortunate situation that you mentioned, we have not seen any deaths in vaccinated people.
Okay. So just real quickly, the next thing is I think we need to continue to update on what we're doing now, but I think for the forums and other things is we need to give people an idea of what's the next 6 months to a year, right? So right now we're open up for 12 to 15-year-olds. Do you anticipate that after that, a couple months from now, we're going to move into 8-year-old, 9-year-old plus, and then it's going to keep tracking back down from there?
Actually, the next group will probably be 2 to 12-year-olds. Because I believe that's who right now is in the trial being study, like looked at to see how the vaccine efficacy is in that group. So that will be the next group. Probably in fall, we'll have a go ahead for that group.
And then from that time, we've always talked about this, is that this isn't a one shot and you're done for life, right?
In all likelihood. So the specifics, you know, when would be the next dose, how often after that, and would it be because we're seeing variants or because we don't think immunity is lasting in people? Those are two reasons to give a second shot. One is, okay, the virus changed, you know, yay so much, so now we need a new vaccine. That's what we do with influenza every year. The other is, oh, people are not, the immunity isn't as long lasting as we thought it would be, so we need another booster shot. So these are, and we won't know that yet, but hopefully in the next 6 to 9 months, we'll have a pretty good idea of when and if we need the next shot.
Okay. And then finally, I think what I am particularly interested in is what is our, even though we're not done, and we can't even think of that, this is going to be a multi-year process of evaluating variants, other things, is I personally, I don't know about the rest of the supervisors, but I personally believe it's time for us to do what we call after fires or floods as an after action report or a mid action report. I would love to see where the gaps are in the community, not only from us internally, but also from the community partners. As the appointee for Health Action, Chair Hopkins, other people, you know, I've broached the subject of having also Health Action do some reviews. They already have a lot of those folks at the table. But on the equity side and others, I think it's time for us to formally review that. I would love to see where things have worked and where they haven't, you know, and personally, not just programmatically, but also certain institutions. For example, before we got into this pandemic, there was a lot of talk about us outsourcing our public health lab, right? We were receiving all these notes about it. Hey, you can't do this. I mean, for us, it was kind of a surprise. We didn't initiate it, but ultimately that became a huge asset to us when we were testing, that it wasn't completely dependent upon the state and others reporting. One of the things that I wonder is, do we need to, even if we don't want to have a ton of patients, do we need to get a federally qualified health clinic to be part of the county and the county system so that we can be able to administer shots directly in future pandemics? We have to assume, by the way I look at it, is that, like we've done with our fires and other things, is that the way things are going is that we're going to be in this. This is going to happen again in a couple of years, or a variant will spike, or other things. So I don't want to put a doomsday scenario. I feel like it's time for us to look at resilience, not just recovery. After our 2017 fire, we created the Office of Recovery and Resilience, right? It wasn't just continuing on recovery, but our operations going into that mechanism. So I really, my consideration, I don't know about the rest of the board, but as we go into budget and as we look towards America Rescue Plan Act funding, is to dive into that. And I hope you all join us in finding ways to deliver true analyses, not anecdotal, about what are the needs for, like, for instance, is Cura the example of what we need to invest in on the equity side to be able to mobilize during these systems? Are there institutions within health that had a gap that we couldn't control, that we were just a pass through? And on the other side is you know, with our community partners and what we're doing. But I just want to give you an idea of what I'm going to be looking towards so that we can look to our community and say we are better prepared for the next pandemic, just like fires and floods and droughts and everything else we deal with. So thank you very much for your time, and a lot more to come.
Great. Thank you so much for that. I agree 100%. It is time for us to look at the after or almost after action report. And it is something that has come up. It's really shown one of the weaknesses, I think, in a system that doesn't have it, a public health department that doesn't have its own clinic or ability to sort of be frontline and do whatever it is, whether it's giving a shot or whether it's a screening test or whether it's whatever that might come up in the future. Certainly it's an advantage, as we've seen with other counties in the Bay Area, to have that service.
Great, good discussion. I want to just echo Supervisor Gore's kudos to all of you and the big team that is behind all of you for great things that have been done. You know, we clearly had some speed bumps and potholes and hiccups through this whole thing, but to me, the goal is always to do better every day. You know, acknowledge what the problems are, but just try to do better every day, and that's what I've seen from all of you to get to where we are here. I appreciate that. I want to make sure that we've got, you know, robust outreach and that the public, the, you know, 28% of the public that is not vaccinated yet have an awareness of how that can happen. Whether it's vaccine or testing, let's just take this moment take advantage of this moment to let people know where they can find the information about where's the next pop-up clinic, where's the testing. So if you could let the public know now what the website is to go to, and also Denia mentioned the Spanish language hotline, and we should shout that out at this point as well.
Supervisor Corsi, I have Paul Bellickson, Communications Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to just promote the information that is available out there. We do want to remind people that the best access for information about clinics as well as testing opportunities is to go to socoemergency.org/vaccine. There's abundance of information, and we continue to post all of those opportunities where the mobile sites are, the event-based sites, pop-ups, all that information is posted there. We also encourage the public to follow us on Facebook, the County of Sonoma Facebook page, where every day we post where these mobile clinics will be located, to give people regular information and how they can, what times they'll be set up, and just remind people that you don't need appointments anymore. You still can get appointments, but all these sites do accept walk-ups, and we encourage people to engage in that way. We also have multiple flyers that are available. If there are organizations out there, churches, businesses that want to be able to post where these clinics are located, we'll be happy to send that information. That's also available on our website or by emailing us at publicaffairs@sonoma-county.org. We'll be happy to supply that.
Thanks, Paul. And Dania, was I correct that, did you mention a hotline for Spanish-speaking individuals?
That is correct. For folks who are not able to access internet or maybe we would go on our website, we have a Spanish only hotline, and that is 565-4701. And we also have a hotline, just regular, for anybody that wants to call in and wants to just get overall information, whether it might be for testing or anything else. And that is 565, Paul, 565-4667.
Yes.
There you go.
Great, thank you. I also had a question about the tenant and landlord assistance, rental assistance. It's great that we've got, you know, more than 1,000, well, almost 1,500 people who've taken advantage of this. $2.6 million been distributed to the community, but it's really a small fraction of what we have. And I'm wondering, do you think that this is an issue of outreach and information, or is the need not as much as we thought? Is it too difficult to get landlords and tenants together? What is the thinking about this at this point?
Well, if you want my personal opinion, I think that the need is not as great as we thought. You know, I think that individuals are suffering from housing instability going forward. I think the need is around, can I pay my rent next month? It's about housing security. It's about resiliency and recovery. It may not necessarily be about the arrears, because this particular bill, SB 91, was all about arrears. We had sent, your board sent $2.5 million out the door with CARES Act. And then we had CDBG dollars that had already gone out as a bridge. When those dollars ran out, there was an additional $2 million that went out the door. So we had, almost $5 million that had went into the community to assist individuals with rental assistance. And so here again, we've almost sent out $2.7 million now with addressing arrears, but we're looking at housing security, housing insecurity, resiliency, recovery. How can we sustain individuals in their home now and address those loans, the debt, the mounting debt that individuals are looking at, which create that insecurity going forward. So that's the challenge. So, my plea is that we get some advocacy around this, and that while this bill is on the floor, that we really wrap some advocacy around this, that if there's a way to redirect these dollars to some resiliency and recovery and to some housing security within our county, then I believe that we can really provide the assistance that's truly needed to keep folks housed.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ms. Rivera. Obviously, well, I don't know if it's obvious or not, but it seems likely that there's going to be a balance of that 30-some million dollars going forward here. And if we can put that to some other use, and we can't at this point because of the restrictions that are on it, but I hear what you're saying about advocacy, and I hope we can organize that through the board, through our staff, and toward the legislature, and toward our federal representatives also, because it's about half and half on that 32 million from state and federal, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you so much for the report on the rental assistance. And it may be that the need is not as great as what we were thinking, but what we're finding is that many of our community members really compiled credit card debt to pay down the rent so that they had a place to stay. And now they're faced with the interest rates accumulating and the debt on the credit card. And when we've inquired of you, Tina, about whether or not they could use some of this funding to pay down the debt, we were not given assurance that that was possible. So is there a way for us to use some of those funds to help with the folks accumulating debt to pay off the rental burden?
Unfortunately, accumulated interest and loans is not an eligible use for these dollars. So unfortunately, we cannot use these particular dollars for that particular debt. So, that's why my plea is that these the restrictions around these dollars be loosened or lifted so that we can use, these dollars to provide security for individuals who are facing the mounting debt that creates the housing insecurity for them, because it does create housing instability, housing insecurity. So an individual is likely to face homelessness because they have mounting debt. They may have been able to pay their rent, but because of the mounting debt, there's insecurity around their home. So, but unfortunately, these dollars, those debts are ineligible uses for these dollars.
Thanks, Tina. I really appreciate response. I know it is late in the legislative session, but I'm wondering if we can compile a short report to our state legislators talking about the success or lack thereof in disseminating or distributing these dollars, and then pinpointing the need for increased flexibility to really compensate folks for some of the debt that they've accumulated. And again, I know it's late in the session, but I think this might be a way for us to work through Marissa and our legislative advocate, as well as notifying our legislators about what we are seeing out in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gorin.
And County Administrator Bratton, can we make sure that that is coordinated? From the board?
Absolutely.
Great. All right, thank you. If there are no other questions or comments from the board, we'll move on to public comment here. And Marcy, do you want to start with Zoom?
Absolutely, thank you. If there are any members of the public in the Zoom portion of the meeting who would like to comment on this item, this is item number 72 on today's agenda. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a phone-in attendee. And for any of our members of the public who are on site, if you're wishing to make a comment on this item, number 72, please begin to line up in the queue to enter the chambers to make comment. And I don't see any hands raised in Zoom, but I'll pause just a minute to see if my team can indicate if we have anybody lining up in person.
Not seeing any indication of that from this angle.
Thank you very much. So then that will conclude public comment.
All right. This item is informational only. We'll move on to item 73, Access Sonoma Broadband Action Plan.
Good morning. Through the chair, thank you so much for having me. Sheba Person-Whitley, Executive Director of Economic Development Board. I am being joined by Calvin Sandine, who is our Broadband Program Analyst for our department. And so thank you for having us. We are going to be providing an update on the Broadband Action Plan, as well as our ask for recommendations to move forward. And so I've shared my screen here. And so we know that broadband is critically important. What we've all seen happen throughout the experience around COVID-19 is that disparity that was already there has been greatly exacerbated. We wanted to move forward with the plan that was really going to allow us to think more strategically about broadband. We're happy to be able to present this to you today. We do think that time is of the essence, and we want to be able to leverage this moment in time where we are seeing broadband be brought to the forefront, not only here locally, but also at the state and federal level, with funding that it looks like is going to be made, continue to be made available. And so we do think that there is an opportunity to have a public entity that could possibly deploy and own and manage broadband infrastructure within the county that would reduce barriers to entry and also make it much more palatable for our private sector providers and close the digital divide. I spoke as I opened about some of the ongoing challenges we've seen through COVID-19, the inequity around access. Not only does it have to do with infrastructure, but it also has to do with adoption. There can be, very practical barriers to adoption, including the cost and expense of doing so. And of course, the infrastructure as well. There are places throughout the county that really just don't have any adequate coverage. And so as we went into shelter in place, people were teleworking. We were looking at opportunities for distance education and learning through our K-12 as well as our institutions of higher learning. The disparity and the gaps that were already there have definitely been highlighted and exacerbated. We do also think that, and we know that from our research and all the great work that Cal has been doing over the last several years, is that we are lacking in infrastructure and adoption and our ability to serve and leverage funding availability. I do think that we are in a very unique time because I believe that everyone understands and agrees that broadband is critical infrastructure. However, the funding can be a challenge. It is very capital intensive. We've seen that some communities really just have not had equal access. We know that it can be a challenge to even identify who should be responsible for putting the infrastructure in place, who should take on ownership of managing adoption challenges and issues and mitigating for those and thinking about affordability. So all of these things are coming together. But we are really in a position, again, through Mr. Sandin's work and all the collaboration he's done, to leverage this moment in time and take advantage of a lot of the funding opportunities that are going to be coming out of the federal and state levels. On this next slide, it is a little bit difficult to see, but it really shows the broadband accessibility and where we have access and where we have gaps. Hopefully this will work if I expand it a little bit on my screen, where we can actually really drill down to see those green areas. This is by broadband speed, really is showing where there's no service at all. And you can also see what has been underserved, designated as underserved in the yellow. And as we look at the different types of broadband access, you can see that we've got a long way to go. Those green and yellow areas are really where those gaps are. And we are looking at ways to leverage the existing infrastructure and access assets that we have to really address some of those gaps in a meaningful way. And we do think that the action plan that we have, that we are presenting to you today, is really going to help move some of those things forward in a very strategic, thoughtful way, leveraging the information and assets that we have available to us. So in terms of broadband and economic development, we've had a great deal of support. Mr. Sandin has done a great job collaborating with cities within the county, as well as other departments, working closely with providers and private business, working with the healthcare industry, the ag industry, tourism. We know that broadband is critical to public safety. We've seen that be a challenge when we've had emergency situations and how people are able to receive information about alerts. That's going to be critically important, and we've seen some of the challenges around that. And also, I mentioned education. That continues to be an ongoing challenge. We are trying to leverage some of the, I would say, the interim type of gap stop initiatives, like the hotspots that you can check out of the library, other things such as that. But those are just temporary solutions. They're not long-term, and they don't get at really closing the gaps around disparity, particularly in those hard-to-reach communities, as well as the rural parts of the county. And so we've seen the impacts around recovery and resiliency, job creation and retention, economic investment, and livability. Quite frankly, broadband is critical infrastructure, and when people don't have it, it really limits their ability to participate in things like distance learning, participate in the job market. We saw so many people get laid off as a result of COVID-19, and because of shelter in place, almost everything was online. So if you don't have access, you really can't participate in any of those things. And so again, we're advocating because we believe that it is critically important and is a one of the pillars of economic development within our department and for the county. We were careful and very thoughtful about ensuring that everything that we are bringing forward to you today is in alignment with what your board has deemed to be one of the pillars of infrastructure. And so aligning with goal 4 of the resilient infrastructure pillar of your 5-year strategic plan, really looking at leveraging funding and seeking grants to expand communications and infrastructure within the community to improve equitable access to broadband, wireless, and cell phone services, Also, leveraging existing fiber optic infrastructure and grant opportunities to expand wireless and broadband access all across the county. And so we were really excited to see this be included in the 5-year strategic plan. I do think, again, we're ripe for development and investment and opportunity, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything that we possibly can to take advantage and seize this moment that we have right now. Where we see continued opportunities is really because of the moment, because of COVID-19, because the digital divide and the access issues have really been pushed to the forefront, not only here in Sonoma County, but across the state and across the entire country. CPUC, the Economic Development Administration, USDA, and others have really started to put together robust plans and funding opportunities to really start to move these initiatives forward. And so as we leverage and continue to watch what's happening, we have been working very closely with CPUC, as well as Ms. Montenegro, tracking legislation, making sure that we are abreast of funding opportunities. I do know that the American Rescue Plan has designated funding for infrastructure, including broadband infrastructure. We are continuing to watch the possibility of earmarks. We have been working closely with Ms. Montenegro when there was an opportunity to present shovel-ready infrastructure projects. We actually did present that so that if funding should be made available, that people are clear that we've done this research and here are the opportunities and we're ready to go. And here in a list of the partners who can help us move that forward. Through Mr. Sandin's work, we've also identified some of the county-owned assets, including fiber optic and conduit, and really looking at, in the recommendations of the plan itself, how do we move forward in leveraging that infrastructure that is currently in place, but is also underutilized. We understand that broadband is very capital intensive and can be very expensive, quite frankly. And so if we can leverage what's already there that is currently underutilized, that certainly makes it a much more cost-effective way to move forward. And we are continuing to explore public and private partnerships that we can enter into with entities, looking at models where we might be able to lease infrastructure, and looking at what has been done successfully in other areas as well. We certainly don't want this to seem like we are operating in a vacuum. We're really looking at opportunities for long-term solutions. Again, I talked about things like the library program, which is phenomenal, but that's really short-term. Looking at barriers to entry, promoting affordability. If we can leverage this open access infrastructure in the long term, I do think it's going to be really important to address broadband connectivity and availability in the long term. And also looking at opportunities for community-based programs. This really gets at affordability and adoption, as well as technology training and making sure that ensuring that people, if there are barriers, whether it be understanding how to use a computer, even have access to a computer, that we can work with community organizations to eliminate some of those barriers. So the action plan that is in your board packet for consideration today really looked at identifying specifically, what sort of structure might make the most sense if we want to leverage existing infrastructure, really looking for a recommendation that EDB would create a technical advisory committee. We would actually recommend that we would utilize an outside entity to help us, a facilitator or contractor, if you will, to help us manage that process, looking at different structures for this opportunity to leverage existing infrastructure and come back with a set of recommendations at a later date, really formalize the recommendations and governance structures and develop a business plan, because we know that it has to pencil out in the end and it really has to make sense financially, whether it be the county or some other entity who's going to be moving it forward. It really has to make business sense. We have to be able to make the business case forward. Really continuing to develop projects around the existing infrastructure and really get at adoption. Again, both of these are critically important. There are places where the infrastructure is there, but because of barriers, people can't access it. And so it's really moving forward on both those initiatives, not only looking at the infrastructure that we need to build, but how do we get to adoption? And we will continue to follow and leverage funding that is available at the state and federal levels. Mr. Sandin has done a great job in pulling down federal funding and leveraging other grant funding in order to keep us on track and to continue moving forward with the very limited resources that we have had available. So we're so appreciative and thankful to his thoughtful and collaborative approach as we move forward. And for this next slide, I'm going to let Mr. Sandin speak to this, because it really, speaks to the level of collaboration that he's done with so many entities to really look at this from a Sonoma County perspective, but also a regional perspective as well.
Thank you, Sheba. And hey, everyone, thank you for taking the time to listen to about broadband. This is a very high level vision for what a county governed network could look like. And this work came from, was supported by the North Bay, North Coast Broadband Consortium and was developed several years ago. But this ideally is just focused on deploying along public roads, connecting the unserved areas of Sonoma County. But the idea is to start the network along the 101 corridor where we have existing assets in order to springboard to the east and west sides of Sonoma County with additional laterals to reach those unserved communities. And so starting off along the 101 corridor, we have existing assets, Wiltel conduit and fiber, and then moving east and west, we even have additional assets, including county communication towers and other assets that we can identify as we move along. There are maybe opportunities to lease existing assets from providers wherever the business case makes sense, and then other opportunities for greenfield construction. As we move along, there are, these are going along the primary routes, but and as we start deploying or as we start designing the network, there are the last mile communities where these middle mile sections go past driveways and private roads, where we would identify the areas to support last mile deployment through demand aggregation, trying to understand exactly who needs, where the needs are. But the network design and deployment projects, they really align with the funding opportunities, the criteria that is set forward in the grant program. So this is primarily fiber optics based, which is where the grant funds are headed towards, as well as open access infrastructure. At the same time, aligning with the local strategic priorities, such as hardened infrastructure and making sure we have a resilient and redundant network in case there are any outages that may occur, or just to support emergencies. And then as we move out, there are opportunities to connect anchor institutions, including county towers, government facilities, businesses, and then residential homes. So this could also include government facilities to help increase resilience in our communication networks and potentially reduce long-term spending on current circuits. And then again, as we are deploying this network, as unserved communities are identified, we have opportunities to expand as necessary. But and including, as you can see, the network goes to the north and the south and to the east, where there are additional opportunities to partner with our neighboring counties on connecting networks to reach and to expand into their counties. There's definitely interest from Napa, Mendocino, and Marin, who are members of our regional broadband consortium. So that's also a long-term vision that we could get to eventually. But that's a high-level view of the long-term network and how this can develop in phases. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cal. And so in terms of the timeline, what we are really looking at is over the next 6 months, we will again have this group that comes together that EDB helps to craft that really is going to be analyzing governance structures. And so whether that be some sort of public-private partnership or JPA or some other entity or structure, we aren't there yet, but this task force, if you will, this group, this advisory body would spend the next 6 months approximately really diving in and coming up with recommendations on what that structure might look like, as well as evaluating potential funding sources, whether that be grants or others, and would return to your board at a later date with recommendations on different structures for your board's approval. And with respect to the longer term, it would really be, looking to formalize, excuse me, I'm having a problem with my screen froze for a second. Formalize the organization with the required agencies, as well as secure seed funding for development. So we're excited to be able to bring it forward to you because I know that this has been on the county priority list for, I was told, around 10 years or so in order to get to this point. But we are excited because I do believe this is a very unique time that we are in right now where broadband is in the spotlight. And for the first time that I'm aware of, there's unprecedented amount of funding being made available at the state and federal levels that will really get us to implementation, not just plans, but how do you actually build out the infrastructure, get to adoption and close gaps so that everyone has access to high quality broadband. And so what we are asking, of course, is that you receive the action plan that was presented included in your board packet today, that our staff will bring together individuals that will serve on a advisory body to look at governance models, and that will be something that will come back to your board for your consideration and approval at a later date. And there is a resolution attached to your board packet that will ask for funding out of the current budget, that contingency, for us to actually contract with someone that's really going to cover consulting, grant procurement, as well as legal services and outreach. I do understand that, Mr. Sandine has done a phenomenal job, but he's only one person. And in order to really move this forward, we're going to need a very robust community engagement strategy, and we're going to need professional facilitation to help with that. This is a heavy lift, and it really needs to be a communicative, collaborative process, not only here within the county, but throughout the entire region of the county itself, not just within the county structure. And so I will stop sharing my screen. And of course, myself and Mr. Sandine are happy to answer any questions that you might have about the action plan. He is certainly the expert. He has worked very collaboratively with our consultant to work on various iterations of this to get it to where it is. And so again, thank you so much for your time. And please let us know if you have any questions at all.
Okay, thank you both for the presentation. I'll look to board members for questions. Ms. Gorin.
Thank you both for the presentation and the action plan in our packet, as well as the briefing beforehand. And so I'll iterate the concern that I have, and of course we'll wait for the consultant to weigh in on this, but the concern that I have is starting with a core area along Highway 101 means that those residents desperately in need of broadband in the economically challenged areas of the river area and the springs may never see broadband and may never take advantage of the state and federal funding that might be offered over the next year or two. So is there a way to look at reprioritizing or looking at those areas that really are in need of broadband first?
So I will tackle that first, Supervisor Gorin, and then I'll let Calvin Sandine chime in as well and provide feedback that he's heard from the community as well as some of the providers. And so I will say what our research has shown time and time again is that if you build out that core infrastructure, you backbone that core infrastructure first, that actually helps you get to those other hard to reach areas a little bit easier. And that if you don't, absent of that backbone, it would be almost impossible to reach some of those areas. Now, I do know that there are some exceptions. I know that Mr. Sandine worked on the Joy Road project, which was, you know, a very specific project, and some of that has happened incrementally. But if we want to think about really closing the gaps, broadly speaking, what we've seen and what we've heard and what we've been told repeatedly is that you really have to backbone that core infrastructure first, and then think of all the other areas as almost like tentacles coming off of that core spine. And so with that, I will, you know, let Mr. Sandine speak as well, but we certainly like to hear the feedback because we're hearing the same thing, and there could be opportunities to continue to leverage some of those interim short-term things like the hotspots or different things like that to address those disparities and connectivity issues in the interim.
Thank you so much. Full speed ahead. This is desperately needed, and I just wish we had the plan in place so we could take advantage of the funding before us at the state and federal level, but we'll work on it.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the work. Appreciate it, and thank you for the briefing that we did have. And I was here 10 years ago when we first talked about this. I think it's Supervisor Carrillo and all the different committees that were formed throughout the North Bay, including up into Mendocino, trying to address the issue. It is critical infrastructure. It's a necessity, not a luxury. We all know that. This year did bring that to highlighted that. At the same time, I keep and you mentioned it is very capital intensive and expensive. And I keep looking to which ones comes first in terms of what are we talking about in scale and scope of a project? What can we hope to get from the federal government or state government, really the federal government, I would imagine on this one, because it's going to be that much, money that's going to be required. And do you think that we need to choose the publicly governed entity earlier and not later? Because until there's a business plan in place, how that is formed and comes together is, in my mind, going to look different. Obviously, if there was quite frankly, if there's money to be made, the private entities would be out there serving these communities, but we all know that's not the case, and it's because something needs to be then subsidized. And I'm trying to come to grips with what is it that we're going to be looking for? What's the possibility of that happening, especially as Biden's infrastructure program seems to go from $3 trillion to $1 trillion, and wondering, what's going to be cut out of it and what's going to be available going forward. So I'm all for a technical advisory committee. I'm all for continuing to, make inroads in terms of having getting more information so that we can get those questions answered. But I'm just kind of curious on, the chicken and the egg piece about which comes first, especially on the governance model. And if you tell me that, don't worry about that, we'll figure that out later, I'm good with that as well. So I appreciate that. Thank you again for the work.
Supervisor Hopkins, are you leaning in here?
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. I just wanted to say thank you so much for staff for the amazing work that has gone into this. And one question that I have is regarding equity. Are we sort of, when we're looking at this plan, which does have this concept of this disadvantaged communities? Because that's one thing that I've noticed in my district is that those communities who have means tend to have the infrastructure, right? They've come together, they've made that investment as a community, and often, unfortunately, disadvantaged communities lag behind in accessing these services. So is that a lens that we're applying when we move forward, so that we're not just sort of taking care of perhaps wealthier communities that have a little bit more of a capacity to advocate or to lobby, and to organize compared to disadvantaged communities?
Yes, Chair Hopkins, I will take that on. We are doing that. We've been meeting with Alegria de la Cruz, who's been very, very helpful in helping us review our work, and working directly with Mr. Sandin to review the work, identify if there were gaps or holes in the plan itself, so that we could address that moving forward right on the front end. And I will also say that we have been working, and specifically Mr. Sandin has been working very closely with a lot of those community-based organizations that serve the communities that you're talking about, because they can be that voice and that advocate for what are the unique needs that their community is facing. And where we've also seen a potential is to leverage them again in that interim. It's not a long-term solution, but if they have, infrastructure needs, might we be able to help them, so that at least there's a hub where people can go until we get to that, until we get to the golden place we all want to be, which is where everyone has access to affordable quality broadband. And unfortunately, the affordability is a big part of this piece as well. We didn't really talk about that much, but there are places where they actually technically have it, but it will cost hundreds of dollars per month for a household to access. And so then it just becomes a situation for a lot of people where it is unfortunately a luxury that they just can't afford. And so for me, it's about equity and access. It's also about affordability. I know that's something that Mr. Sandin is passionate about as well. And I will let him speak briefly to who he's been working with specifically in some of those underserved communities and populations.
Yeah, thank you, Sheba. As far as the community-based organizations, anyone who is interested in broadband and that has direct ties to the communities, this is included the municipal advisory councils, local nonprofits, education facilities, such as Sonoma County Office of Education, and school districts, even the transportation authorities, and so other local nonprofits throughout the county. So we have just been really just trying to dive into through grassroots efforts, trying to understand who has the most ties to the community members, and really how to disseminate information to everyone, because it takes one champion from a community to come out and say, hey, our community is unserved. How can we organize something? And usually there's an organization within that community that has some roots in that community to assist with our outreach. So and this has involved all types of communities, some higher income, and many more that are disadvantaged. So yeah.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Supervisor Gore, you look like you have a broadband user in the house that might want to comment here.
Thank you, Supervisor Corsi. Appreciate it. First of all, this is fantastic and perfect timing, because we do not know what's going to get passed at the state. The governor's proposal is being, pilloried by some serious providers who are saying that it would be actually overserved, overbuilt out if we did all this middle mile work and other things. But the reality is that as you've talked about, Cal, in this report and other things, is having true capacity. And if you look at those maps, I think it really shows the story of the reality of not just having access, but access to quality, high quality, fast. Not just moving people into telework and then leaving them in an analog world. I almost think some of these areas that still talk about broadband being accessible are still the version of that old klaxon, crazy noise of a dial-up modem. Because what's needed now is high speeds, not just 3 megabytes per second, as we see in those maps as they change. So I really appreciate that. And having this plan is, I think, going to line us up, as you say, for state and federal opportunities. So I think it's just to say that this is the time, and I appreciate your guys' inclusion with the CSAC broadband working group and kind of following this. And we have a big coalition letter going forward and a bunch of push to make sure that this investment in that comes out of the state is going to hit the ground this year. I really like the idea of some kind of a JPA or using an existing JPA, if needed, instead of creating a whole new one. We have as you've talked about, our work with Mendocino County and regional entities like that, but then we also have Sonoma County Transportation Authority and some of these other areas that link it up with those. So finding the right construct instead of creating a new bureaucracy is would be well served as well. And as we've talked about, is I think I've continued to ask questions about where we go with multi-jurisdiction efforts, how we really roll with multi-jurisdiction, and not knowing where that leads us, but the opportunity to get there is an exciting one. So thanks for the report. This is just great education for me on all the work you've been doing over the last couple of years, and I think it prepares us well for what's coming down the pipeline.
Thanks, Supervisor. I just want to express my appreciation for Sheba and Calvin, and it's been great working with Calvin the last several months on the broadband consortium with Marin and Napa and Mendocino, and more recently with the California State Association of Counties broadband working group. And Calvin is, the expert. Sheba wasn't just messing around there. He's well respected statewide in this field. And I appreciate Supervisor Gorin, your questions about the remote areas, and that's obviously a huge need in this county. We saw the maps. You got to have the arteries before you get to the capillaries. So so the blood flows everywhere.
My fear is we will never get to the capillaries.
Well, I think that we're probably more likely to get there with something like this than we are with private industry providers, because as Supervisor Rabbit points out, if they were making money doing that, then they would have done it. And the equity thing is huge as well, and it's equity on many levels. By location, by income, by neighborhood. If you want high-speed internet service in Sonoma County, you're more likely than not to only have one choice of a provider. Even if you get it, you only have one choice in the majority of households. And in my household, that's right in the middle of Santa Rosa, I have one choice, and that provider has doubled the price in the past 2 years. So, when we hear things like the state wants to overbuild the network, that's music to my ears, because the more providers that we have, the more access that we provide to the infrastructure, the arteries that get to the capillaries, the better the service, the better the choice will be, and the more people will have access to it. So, Kelvin, I do have a question about how what we're talking about here aligns with the governor's plans. He's proposing $7 billion into broadband in this budget. And most of that is going to this middle mile network. And when you showed your map of our proposed middle mile network, it includes a lot of the state highways that I am guessing are on the governor's map as well. So when we're talking about grants, is the governor's $7 billion, is that grant based? Or I had understood that Caltrans was going to be building it out or contracting to build it out. How does what we're talking about fit with what the governor's talking about right now?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Corsi. And this would actually be a a good time for Marissa Montenegro to chime in if she is available. She has been tracking it very heavily. But as far as how it ties into this action plan, we are for that proposed network, we're really trying to accomplish a shotgun approach on utilizing as many funding opportunities that we can, and trying to fit it within our network vision. And so, for example, if there are funds that are supporting middle mile infrastructure and we have a middle mile component of the network, then we can apply for that. If there are opportunities to partner with tribal governments where there's funds directly for tribes, then we can work on tapping into those funds as well. As far as how the state is leading, I believe those plans are still developing, and we are tracking it. But the current funds are broken up into $4 billion for middle mile and $3 billion for last mile, and being administered by the California Advanced Services Fund. So, and Caltrans is intended to be involved. So some of our deployment vision may overlap with where the state can get involved and support. And then there will be components of the network where we will have to achieve it on our own. But yes, that is a goal to leverage those funds as well, which are directed heavily towards government networks, nonprofits, and and Marissa, if you have anything else to chime in, please feel free.
Yeah, thanks, Calvin. Through the chair, I just wanted to add that in response to Supervisor Corsi's question about the $7 billion, that's something that we're actively tracking and related to, what this would look like in regard to our projects. What we're trying to do is keep our legislators updated on what Sonoma County's plans are. And as Supervisor Corsi also mentioned, Calvin has been very active, statewide, and I think very well respected. So that is something that, we're just trying to communicate to our legislators that, these projects are what we're looking for, and making sure that they're aware of that as the funding is adopted.
Thanks. And I know that the governor's plan is not fully baked yet, and it has some stiff headwinds from industry groups as well. But I just want to make sure that our plan is able to pivot to fit whatever we do see from Sacramento and from Washington. And I think that's what I'm hearing now, that you feel that it is. I see nodding heads in case
That's
anybody.
right. Thank you, Supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you. If there aren't any other questions or comments from the board right now, we'll go to public comment. And Marcy, want to start that in Zoom?
Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. For the members of the public, if you would like to comment on this item, it is number 73, I believe, on today's agenda. Just confirm that. Unless someone wants to. Yes, 73 on today's agenda. Please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad to raise your hand. And while we are working with our Zoom commenters, if there are any commenters on site at the county campus, if you'd like to make a comment, please begin to line up in the queue to go through the chambers and make comment. So seeing a couple hands right now, Vice Chair Corsi, shall we continue with the 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Our first commenter is Joy, followed by Scott, and then David. Please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Good morning. My name is Joy Sterling. I am the CEO of my family's winery, Iron Horse Vineyards in West County. And I also am chair of the California Democratic Party Rural Caucus. I want to voice my very strong personal support as a Sonoman, as well as on behalf of the Rural Caucus for this wonderful proposal put forward. We support it wholeheartedly. It is absolutely imperative that we have a high-speed network and that Sonoma County takes care of our own network so that we have that flexibility as well as oversight and control of our future, control of our destiny. One of the fascinating things is while deployment may not be as profitable as wished for the telecommunications firms, for communities, it is highly lucrative. There's a study from Purdue University that says $4, every dollar invested in broadband, rural broadband, comes back as $4 to the community in economic growth. And I think that we owe it to all of the kids who have to do their homework outside of a closed library to have Wi-Fi, to provide the kind of network that we need to secure our future and our public safety. And I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Sterling.
Okay, our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Good morning. My name is Scott Farmer. I am chair of the Sonoma County Coast Municipal Advisory Council. We are told too far, too few. The current business model for rural broadband simply does not measure up to the task. Available internet is extremely poor in rural Sonoma County, as evidenced by the year-long struggle to teach our young students remotely. More worrisome is what is happening to our communities long-term. 20 years ago, our local school, Fort Ross Elementary School, had over 100 students. Now there are 11 in 9 grades. Real broadband has become an essential utility for participation in society and the economy. Families know this. Communities that have invested in robust, real broadband have seen increases in primary residents. Those that cannot are withering. We are withering. We are losing our families, and new families aren't replacing them. The broadband business model fails to provide quality broadband for everyone. It just isn't what it intends. If we are to survive as families in rural Sonoma County, as communities, not just as destinations, broadband infrastructure must be managed by those with egalitarian motives. Please support this effort to bring all of us up and forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farmer.
And our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Yeah, my name is David Gleba. I live up on Cavedale Road, so I can offer a capillary report here. As you all know from the roads discussion, we're never really at the top of the list for infrastructure, but I actually have some good news to report, which is that our area was basically picked up for broadband service via the FCC's Rural Digital Opportunity Fund auction back in December. And according to the PUC records, there are like 81 locations up here on the Hill that the federal government will pay $300,000 over 10 years for a commercial provider, a firm that's actually based in Silicon Valley, Etheric Communications, to provide us gigabit level service for apparently what's said to be a very reasonable price. So there's one of the things that's interesting about that, those 81 locations, when you look on the map, some of our neighbors are not included in that. And that's because their provider said that they could provide some level of minimum service to those locations, even though I don't think they can. And apparently that information, that sort of location information, comes from a Form 477 filing that the providers do every twice a year to the FCC. And so one possibility for some of our rural areas may be for folks to check and see with their provider whether they're being reported as already being covered by some sort of broadband service, even though they may not be. It may be sort of relatively low dollars to spread that word through CAL's advocacy work with community organizations, because one way we could get some support is obviously to have more locations eligible for the next round of this auction. They only ended up awarding 10 out of $20 billion that was up for grabs. And according to the public records, there were some 5,300 locations in Sonoma Valley that will get broadband through this program. So just something to think about and potentially follow up on as a way to help our rural areas. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
My name is Mike Nichols, and good morning, supervisors. I'm here today to support our Economic Development Board's Broadband Action Plan and support its next steps. As most of you know, I've been deeply involved in broadband programs and deployment efforts in Sonoma County as a volunteer since 2011. Back then, Supervisor Carrillo asked me to represent the county as a member of the Upper California Connect Consortium, consisting of Sonoma, Lake, Glenn, and Colusa counties. In addition to the consortium work, Steve Sharp and I formed Access Sonoma Broadband and affiliated closely with the Broadband Alliance of Mendocino County, with both groups attending each other's meetings. Both counties have similar broadband challenges. Once off the 101 corridor, broadband deployment by incumbent companies fails to serve many of our rural areas. 2 years later, the counties of Marin, Mendocino, Napa, and Sonoma agreed we were more closely aligned politically and economically, and the North Bay North Coast Broadband Consortium was formed. In 2016, we were able to assist with the help of neighborhood advocates in securing a $9 million grant to connect approximately 500 households west of Occidental to affordable high-speed broadband. To that end, I continue to work to support ubiquitous coverage of all residents and support EDB's efforts in evaluating organizational and governance models for execution of the action plan before you. I ask that you support the budget resolution to adjust the fiscal year 2021 Economic Development Department budget, establishing appropriations for consultants, grants, procurements, and legal services financed from the available 2021 general fund contingencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols.
Before we close public comment in Zoom, I'll briefly look to see if we have any additional hands. And I'm told that we don't have any folks lining up in the chambers, but again, I'll reiterate, this is item number 73.
No evidence of public comment here, Marcy.
Thank you. That'll close public comment.
Thank you. Any final comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, we have a three-part recommendation here. Do we take this as one vote or three?
Through the chair, you can take it as one vote.
All right. And item C is a budget resolution to establish appropriations for consultant grants, procurements, and legal services, financed from available general fund contingencies. There was a number attached to this in the budget or in the report on this item that was somewhere around 300,000, I think. Can we say that out loud now, just for the public?
Yes, the number is $315,000.
Thank you very much. Marcy, would you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Gorin?
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit?
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi?
Yes.
Supervisor Gore? May have stepped away. Supervisor Hopkins?
Yes.
All right. Sounds like we have 4-0 and Supervisor Gore stepped away. At this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be back at 5 after 11 for item number 74.
Right, thank you for everyone's patience. I will ask us to have our slide taken down. Before we can resume, I'll need, thank you so much for unmuting the chamber view. And I'll confirm with my colleague that I can be heard in the chambers.
Yes.
Thank you so much. And we can hear you. And Vice Chair Corsi, we're ready to go.
Thanks, Marcy. We'll go to item 74, Annual Tourism BIA Assessment Report and continuation of tourism assessment without change in fiscal year 2021 and 22.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Corsi, Chair Hopkins, Board of Supervisors. Happy to be presenting this morning. Sheba Person-Whitley, Executive Director of the Economic Development Board. Presenting on behalf of the Sonoma County Tourism Bureau will be Claudia Vecchio, and I believe Mr. Steve Young will be presenting as well. He's the current chair of their board. And so, as Vice Chair Corsi just stated, what is before you today is a continuation of the current BIA without changes for the new fiscal year. This will be a one-year term period in the proposed agreement, running from July 1 of 2021 through June 30, 2022. As the established funding mechanism and agreement, this will be approximately $1.6 million based on Sonoma County Tourism Bureau share of 1.25% of the first 9% of the transient occupancy tax collected. And so again, we are proposing a one-year agreement to move forward with the BIA with no changes. As a part of the BIA, a public protest procedure was held by the county, in which the protest period was publicized in the local paper. No protests were received to date. And so without any further delay, I am going to turn it over to Ms. Vecchio and Mr. Young, because they will be providing an update on the annual tourism report from the Sonoma County Tourism Bureau. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Sheba. Madam Chair, Vice Chair Corsi, supervisors, staff, thank you for the opportunity to present. Along with me, as Sheba mentioned, our CEO, Claudia Vecchio, will be joining me. Today, we'll be reviewing how the pandemic impacted our tourism industry, as well as how financially it impacted the county. We'll also present our plan for recovery and the current trends in budget for next year. We do have a lot of slides, so we will try to be as expedient as possible. We know it's a long day for you, so we appreciate your time. Yes, 2020, it's been a crazy year, to say the least. Pandemic, fires, PSPS, and all that has resulted in the worst year for the tourism industry, not only in Sonoma County, but nationwide. And so we'll be reviewing that as well as some of the recovery plans. You probably have seen this slide before, and this was really starting in 2019. Really, we were off to a great start with the Wine Enthusiast Wine Region of the Year, the top 20 travel destinations by Forbes, Reader's Choice favorite destination by voters, along with a lot of other great accolades. And this is important because this is all, pretty much free publicity for Sonoma County. And so just really, it was off to a great year. Unfortunately, the pandemic hit in March, and that's where we start.
Good morning, all. Thrilled to be here today to provide this annual report to you. As Steve mentioned, and you all acutely aware, in March of 2020, COVID-19, for all intents and purposes, shut down the tourism industry globally. And we in Sonoma County really took this very much to heart and made some important internal and external modifications to our operation and the way we run tourism marketing. I mean, it really changed everything and made us really compress the way we talk about Sonoma County and rely very much on our partnerships with, certainly with the Economic Development Board, but also with partnerships with our local partners, as well as the Sonoma County Vintners and Sonoma County Wine Growers. So it was important for us to gain insights and initiate this eternal response. So this, obviously none of us had ever seen anything like this before. So it's incredibly important for us to understand how the industry is reacting, understand how industry providers like airlines and rental cars and trains and everything that moves the tourism industry around, how those industry sectors were responding to this. And then certainly to be monitoring health protocols and other kinds of inputs that really did impact how travelers travel. So our ability to gain those insights and then to share those insights, which I'll show in a second, was incredibly important for our partners and certainly for us to be able to continue to monitor how we operated as an organization. Secondly, we engaged in assist. So this was really part of our initiative to make sure that we were engaging with our partners and assisting them as we could. And I'll show you a couple of examples of that here in a second. Throughout this pandemic, we monitored the health issues and protocols. This, from a tourism standpoint, this became a very challenging piece simply because of the starts and the stops. And when we were allowed to reopen for a very short period of time back in late spring last year, and it sort of re-energized our travel marketing, but then had to shut it down again. And then certainly as we prepare for recovery. So I just want to kind of go through how we were working that, engaging and assisting our entities. It was really important throughout this entire pandemic time period, and I think we continue to see this be incredibly important, is that we engaged with our consumers, our customers, those who purchase normally a product or a service from a Sonoma County entity, that we continue to engage with those folks, that we continue to keep Sonoma County very much top of mind. And our wineries did this, I think, better than any industry I've seen work their way through this. These at-home wine tastings, the chance to have delivery at home, the curbside pickup at restaurants and such. It was a way to keep people thinking and acting on behalf of Sonoma County. That was the way to get through this. From our standpoint, it was super important, and we'll talk about this, that we continue to engage people via social media. That constant conversation about Sonoma County, about this place that people love, about kind of enhancing loyalty, sort of that the absence makes the heart grow fonder kind of idea. You know, people just wanted to talk about this place that they just love and were unable to visit. So as we supported these various initiatives, we kind of had to get fairly practical and logistical, and some of those things that we did was, as it kind of outlines here, maintaining a list of those wineries, breweries, cideries, distilleries, restaurants offering curbside pickup and delivery service. So we had those on our website. Sonoma County Vintners Sent From Home program, we certainly had that on our website. We uploaded shipping deals into our extranet, and that's the way that our partners are able to communicate with their customers. And then coordinating a listing of businesses and their opening hours, and we put that on our website as a specific section. We had a coronavirus banner across the top of the website, and within that sort of micro site, if you will, we had all of these different opportunities available. Super important that we were engaging with local residents. We know generally that there is there's tension between travelers, visitors, and local residents, and we are very mindful of that. But this time it was exacerbated through the fear and fear that people were coming in and potentially spreading this disease while they were in market. So when we were able to travel, we wanted to be sure that travelers were doing so in a safe, responsible, and thoughtful way. So we created this Safe Travels Promise, and really did communicate this through a variety of channels. We had a video, we had the little piece down there was a bookmark. We had posters up at the airport. We had posters up at businesses. It really was an important thing for us to try as much as we possibly could when people were able to travel. And that was kind of at times throughout the past year that they were doing so in a very responsible way. We have the program at that point, the Certified Tourism Ambassador Program. They continued to be champions for us via social media and certainly in their interaction. Critically important part of what we were trying to do in terms of relating with residents. Communication, of course, something that we do always, but critically important during this time. We would send out partner alerts. It started out really as a just as we do during a crisis situation, with whether it be a fire or some other real crisis where we need to alert our partners about various things that are incredibly important and incredibly timely. So we sent out partner alerts. Those kind of morphed into less frequent but more information-rich communications that we sent out. But that partner alert, our partners knew when they saw that from us, there was information they needed to know. The next step, when the vaccine started to come out, and I applaud the incredible work of the Sonoma County Vintners and the Sonoma County wine growers in getting that vaccine and the testing information out to their partners when it came time for tourism and the workers that work in our industry to be able to participate in each of these types of programs. We got out there, and Kelly Bass Seibel on our team, who's our Director of Community Engagement, was really instrumental in working with our partners, working with the chambers and the visitor centers to get this information out to our industry. We started with this Performance and Insights newsletter during this time. One of my favorites because it's really data driven, and it provides, again, as we were tracking through visitor and resident and overall industry sentiment, this was a great tracker for that. And then we celebrated sort of National Travel and Tourism Week, and so there was a newsletter out about that. Steve's going to go through the economic impact. As you know, we work with Visit California has a contract with Dean Runyon Associates, and we, from a county standpoint, are able to tie into that. So each year we get the economic impact numbers back from Dean Runyon, and Steve will show how, and I'm sure this will be no surprise to anybody, how incredibly impacted Sonoma County was during this year.
Yes, as you all know, the tourism industry has a tremendous economic impact to Sonoma County, and our industry was devastated, as I mentioned earlier, in 2020, with losing almost half of the travel-related spending in 2020, and losing 45% in local and state dollars, and that was a huge impact. Fortunately, the employment was a little better situation because of the CARES Act, and so we lost about 27%. I heard a little bit higher number as far as the peak of the impact. We'll talk about the recovery in a little bit, but yes, it's definitely an impact to the county. This slide represents kind of the trend that we were seeing, from 2016 to 2019. We were on a tremendous trajectory as far as the revenues generated, both from an employment standpoint, tax standpoint, local and state, and revenue. And as you can see, from a high watermark of 2.2 million, that dropped in half to 1.1 million, down 49%. And then this breaks down as far as the different municipalities as well as the unincorporated area. Everybody shared in the loss, unfortunately. There wasn't any region that really fared better. We do see a significant decline in Healdsburg because they are heavily, that's one of the highest tourist destinations in Sonoma County. But nobody was spared from this because this is certainly, like I mentioned earlier, not countywide, not statewide, not even nationally. This is a worldwide trend that we saw in 2020. And this is the STAR report, and this is a little bit, I don't want to say deceiving, but as you look at the report and the graph, this represents, you can see in March, the year-over-year changes in occupancy, ADR, and RevPAR. RevPAR is revenue per available room. And if you can see at the end of it, the large spike up, we are recovering. There's no question we started to see the recovery, but this is a little bit misleading because it's year over year. So last March, obviously, in April, everything dropped significantly, but we are seeing significant growth in occupancy throughout the county. And we're also leading versus our competitive set too. I think we recovered a little faster than the counties that in California that we compete against. But we'll show that a little bit later as well.
So what did this mean to us, all of that impact in terms of our revenue analysis? So obviously we went into this year with high hopes for the 2020. But as we came into the second half and looked at our fiscal year and really where we started out in that year, these past 12 months have been, as you can imagine, just incredibly tumultuous in terms of the budget and how our revenue is coming in. So thankfully, we have a VP of Finance who very much understands how to forecast, how to reforecast, how to monitor our budget as we go through the year. And that really was one of our key initiatives for this entire year, was to continue to monitor funds as they came in, because as we compressed our programming and compressed our staff, quite frankly, it was imperative for us to be watching how the revenue came in. So you can kind of see this per quarter, starting in July and going through September, that we had forecast both from the BIA and the TOT standpoint. We had budgeted, and then we came back with the actuals and the forecast. And then you can see the variance as we went through the year. It was up and it was down. And what we saw was a very much a surprising strength as it relates to the TOT. Steve just showed you the STAR report. And, you know, quite frankly, historically, that's where Sonoma County tourism has kind of tracked the performance of the industry. We're going to show you in a second that we now have a much broader, much more robust way that we are tracking the performance of the industry, and it helps us to find some of those gaps that we didn't have at the beginning of the year, especially as it relates to vacation rentals. And so we can start to see some of the impact of vacation rental industry in this, and but again, just the ups and downs and some of the things that we were tracking throughout the entire year. Certainly happy to talk more about revenue, but this gives you kind of that roadmap of what we had to deal with during the past fiscal year. We always go into our years with the strategic plan, and the strategic plan has historically had metrics-based KPIs to ensure that we were tracking toward a real goal. But as you can imagine, this past year was next to impossible to track real goals because of the variances we saw throughout the year. So we revised the strategic plan a little bit toward the end of the year, and that is our time frame that we're in right now, quite frankly, or we were in through the end of June, is to reach pre-COVID-19 industry performance. Actually, in some ways that it has been realized, but that is certainly not in its totality. So we did not reach that ideal pre-COVID-19 industry performance, but we looked more at a realistic way that we could continue to respond, to monitor, and make sure that we stay ahead and on top of this situation, ever-evolving situation, as much as we possibly could. So we looked at the revision of a strategic plan, KPIs. It was about monitoring the environment, making sure we continued to have the most updated information about how both leisure and business travelers were traveling. We are, as you probably have seen, in terms of visitation across the county, seeing strength in recovery as it relates to the leisure side, and that includes leisure groups and certainly weddings, part of that I know are coming back pretty strongly. but we're still seeing a very much impacted business sector. And that is a key component for us that drives that midweek business and in many cases a higher level of spend in terms of those who come into the market. But that's still a very much an impacted piece of this. But we wanted to make sure that we could continue to convey out to our partners what that piece of business looked like and what they could expect in terms of recovery. Then to continue to monitor partners and the businesses and the programming and other kinds of resources that they were getting to be able to reopen or continue to move along, staying open during this incredibly hard time. So we did that. And then certainly with the local residents that continued to listen to what they had to say. So there was a very much a changed type of KPIs. Certainly somebody who's very much a goal-driven organization. It was tough for us to sort of take those metrics out, but it was really important that we get realistic and be very purposeful about how we would operate the organization. So that was sort of the year in review in a way. And as we provided the annual report and marketing plan to the county back in March. This was an incredibly difficult time to put together a marketing plan or any kind of road to recovery because we were still knee deep in this crisis. And so we're going to start to see some recovery and start to see some strategic thinking around how we're going to get ourselves through this. But this is going to be another year where we will be starting and stopping and really looking at things and continuing to make sure we're super smart about monitoring the situation. But Steve's going to take us through a little bit what we're talking about in terms of our recovery efforts.
Thanks, Claudia. Yeah, and we are, I'm very fortunate to say and confident to say that we are on the road to recovery. Sonoma County, once again, was recognized by the different publications. And this doesn't happen by accident. This is really a lot of work is being done by staff, working with the different publications, make sure they're getting here, understanding what Sonoma County is all about. And this is going to play a significant role in our recovery is getting past the drive market and then going out to a broader market, which we historically have done very well with. So this is all great news. All these different accolades that we've received will help continue to build that recovery. We've been monitoring the travel sentiment really throughout the entire pandemic. And we'll go a little bit more detail on future slides, but we're really seeing a change in people's confidence and comfort level in traveling again. And that helps us understand who to market towards and when to do it. We don't want to throw money at, early on when nobody wanted to travel anyway. And so this is a really important piece of data that we collect in order to do effective marketing. So this is really, it's a strategic initiative, and it's really been effective. And as we can see in the next slide, that consumer confidence is changing. There are people who are already traveling. I've been traveling for the last 6 weeks or so, and I can tell you, especially listening to some of the earlier items on the agenda, that Sonoma County is doing it very differently than other destinations. And I'm proud to say that I think we're doing it very safely. And I think that message is being conveyed by Sonoma County Tourism. But you can see that the trend is getting better, and this is very, very good news for our recovery. I think overall 76% are more comfortable than they were. And this drills down a little bit deeper as to what type of activities people are comfortable with. The top line is traveling on a cruise line, and you can see that has the least amount of comfort. As you go towards the bottom, that is where people are very comfortable. And if you take a look as far as what Sonoma County has to offer, we have a lot of offerings in that bottom third where people are very comfortable. Again, really good news for Sonoma County for the leisure traveler.
So we are now working on what our recovery strategy is going to be as it relates to a consumer-driven integrated marketing campaign. And oftentimes when we do these things, we sort of start out with this holistic kind of look at what the destination has to offer and what's resonating with people. What are people saying about Sonoma County? What are they thinking? And really, as you look at this sort of word cloud, that exists around Sonoma County, very definitely the brand life opens up. I mean, quite honestly, we could not have been luckier than to have kind of put this brand into action back in 2018, but now more than ever, it is meaningful. It connects with people in a really rich, and as you can see, some of these words, soulful, relaxing, restorative way. And this is, and I love down here, if you look at the lower left side, you see biodiversity and ethical, breathe, recharge, sustainability. These are words that appear there not as broadly as sensory and restore, but still part of the mindset of travelers as they're looking to Sonoma County. So and this was something that we put into our annual report back to the county. This is the topics that are included in that report. And I would hope maybe this year we can take a look at that format again, because we're missing some of the key elements around community engagement and resident outreach in this format of the report, but I do include those in our report here back to you. But these are the sections within that report that we are going to talk about today. So in terms of research, everything Sonoma County does, we start with research. We are a data-led organization. So we do have subscriptions with, as we talked about a little bit before, Dean Runyon, and the whole economic impact piece of what tourism brings, both from a visitor spending standpoint as well as the employment and an earnings standpoint. So this is an important monitor for us as it relates to economic impact of tourism. We also work with a group called Longwoods International. We've introduced this group to you before. That is our visitation study, and that includes where people are coming from, what they're doing while they're here, how much they spend as a travel party. So an important annual study that we have. We also have a number of things that we do sort of on a research subscription standpoint. We talked about the STAR report. We're also starting to get the AirDNA report, which is short-term rental data. But in a second, you'll see how all of these things are working together in terms of a broad dashboard that we will be making public. Well, it's public right now, but we're just getting that all put together. So we also do a number of ad hoc research initiatives that we initiate as needed. Again, these are some of the things that we've done in the past. Also, in terms of data and analytics, most especially as it relates to our campaigns, Google Analytics, Google Data Studio. We also work with our ad agency and paid media vendors to track performance reports. The performance of Sonoma County tourism and its return on investment and the way our programming benefits the county of Sonoma is critically important. So we want to be sure we're tracking that and reporting it as we can. And certainly with our collaboration with the Economic Development Board, the annual tourism report that does provide an overview of the county as well.
Okay, and this is, as I mentioned earlier, the U.S. impact was and worldwide impact was significant, and that's an understatement. There's a lot of data on this slide, but this really kind of shows you both from the nationwide as well as California, some of the losses that we saw in spending, in taxes, in employment. So it was significant in California and as well as the nation. And again, there's a lot of information on this slide. I work for a worldwide company, and again, all the data that we see has shown the same thing. The next slide really talks about in Sonoma County the impact of it, and you can see there's recently. This is as of April. We're starting to see growth again, and that's a really terrific thing. But you can see the short-term rental performance, as Claudia alluded to, that's actually performed pretty well. over the last few months, and even into the Q4 of last year, or fiscal Q4 of last year, a lot of people who weren't staying in hotels were staying in short-term rentals. And I think the coast probably saw a lot of that, which caused some challenges, but we're seeing some recovery right now, both in airlift, occupancy, average rate is increasing every single month. And the jobs is recovering to a certain extent. And we'll talk about jobs a little bit later, but the bottom, or the worst part of the pandemic, we were at 27 to 30% loss in jobs, and it is improving, but the concern there is trying to get more people to come back to work. We have lost people due to moving out of the area. Some people have left the industry. And so across the board, everybody I talked to, and this is not Sonoma County alone, this is not just our issue, this is an issue that we're facing nationwide as far as getting people to come back to work. And what the danger in that is, that's going to be, can we actually get back to 2019 levels without labor? And as you all know, you can't grow the economy without people. And so that's going to be a significant hurdle that we have to overcome.
Yeah, and I'm just going to sit on this slide for a second, because as a data geek, this slide is the most exciting slide of this entire presentation to me, because now we can start to see really the coalescence of all of the industry performance together in one place. As I said, historically, Sonoma County Tourism has been kind of reading the STAR report, which is the traditional lodging sector, sort of calling that the performance of the industry. But here we have the totality, the tourism ecosystem, if you will, in terms of certainly the hotel performance, short-term rental performance, the airport and how the passenger count is happening at the airport, the job sector. And these are all, once you get into this, if you go onto the website and you get into these dashboards, they're all very much interactive. And so you can look at particular parts of the industry and by particular month, and really start to get a very good picture for how Sonoma County, and of course the slide before, how the industry as a whole is faring. So I think this is an incredibly exciting new initiative for Sonoma County, and a really great way for our partners and all of you to track performance of the industry. So as we look at this campaign and look at our marketing initiatives moving forward, it really is this time for a reconnection. This pent-up desire for travel, people here say all the time, it's real. People want to travel, people want to be connected with one another again. And I'm just going to read this because it's a beautiful kind of reflection of what travel means. And it is, travel isn't an extravagance. It's a fundamental need. It's how we recharge the body, refresh the mind, and restore the soul. After a year of living in captivity and isolation, that need is greater than ever. So much tension seeking release, so much anxiety seeking a renewed sense of calm and connection. Here in Sonoma County, life opens up with experiences that connect you to nature as well as to each other. Down-to-earth people who can guide you on the path to well-being. And it all comes wrapped in that signature Sonoma County vibe of laid-back luxury and a deep commitment to sustainability. For the times we're living in, and for all we've just lived through, there couldn't be a more perfect destination. And as we're looking at how we're going to convey this message and looking at how people are traveling, and this is where referring back to the data becomes so important. We are segmenting out our target audiences, not only by who they are, what they think, and where they live. So our personas and interests, you can see here, sophisticates, sippers, spontaneous explorers, those people who we have identified are those that are most likely to choose Sonoma County as their destination. Interests around wellness and sustainability, and you'll see that continue to show itself throughout the campaign. the moments and the mindset. So who are these people? They are active travel intenders. They are those who have that pent up desire to travel. They are going to travel now. And then we also go through a remarketing part. So if you've shown that you're interested in Sonoma County, we'll continue to connect with you via digital channels to convey the messages about Sonoma County. And I'm going to skip the geography because I'll show you that on the next slide. So this is really the timing of where we're going to put our campaign dollars. And this is going to change a little bit. So as you probably are very much aware, travel is coming back. Recovery, especially on the leisure side, which certainly is Sonoma County's bread and butter, is coming back more quickly than we thought it was going to. But at this point, we're looking at the drive market. We started the campaign, and you'll see that in just a second, with the PR piece in March and then the paid side in April. And it really is that drive market. It's the Bay Area. It's out to Sacramento, out to Reno, those places where people can come in and stay overnight, but from a drive standpoint. Next up is going to be our in-state flight, and that's certainly the direct flights from LA, Orange County, San Diego, and those are really important flight markets for us. We're starting to see that market come back. And then as time goes on and it's appropriate, we'll really start to target those regional flight markets, most especially those that have direct flights into SDS. And we are really excited about the new flights, the new flight on Novello Airlines into Burbank, the addition of Alaska Airlines adding some LA Basin flights. So it's, things are moving, things are getting back, and it's really nice to see those flight markets coming back. And as you see from a previous slide, people are feeling more comfortable about flying. So it's important for us to start talking to those folks. So in terms of the campaign, when we look at that idea of wellness, we look at the idea of sustainability, we look at that restorative, life opening up, and really that the cycle of that life opens up brand. We are looking at, this is obviously a print and a potentially still digital piece, but it really is that restorative message. So the campaign message is weekdays become weekends, shoes become optional, lost becomes found, and life opens up. Plan your visit at sonomacounty.com. And then the creative, you can see is sort of that point of view of somebody traveling in Sonoma County along with friends or family. Another couple of campaigns, and I'll just read these to you because I think the copywriter did such a beautiful job. Local favorites grace the table. The senses reawaken, stories flow like wine, and life opens up. And then the next one with the zip line, adventure beckons, courage is summoned, 3, 2, 1, and life opens up. I'm not going to go through the recovery media plan, but you can see that there is a plan, and this was put together by our integrated marketing agency as well as our great marketing team.
Okay, as I mentioned earlier, public relations is extremely important to the success of Sonoma County. And here are a few initiatives and objectives that we have. Claudia mentioned the restorative elements. And then one of the things that continues to be important to us at Sonoma County Tourism and the whole destination is responsible travel, stewardship, and sustainability. And so we're really trying to drive that message across. We want, when people travel here, we want to make sure that they are respectful of the resources, the natural resources we have here, and we continue to include that in our messaging. And then continue to engage with our community partners, drive conversation and eventually bookings. And then one of the things that we'll talk about a little bit later is mitigate the media coverage and misinformation of wildfire season. We've dealt with fires the last few years, and that really has impacted our ability to sell the fall, which historically has been our peak period. And so we have shifted some of that to spring, but we have to continue to mitigate the information as it goes out to the national media, because that does impact our destination quite a bit. And again, some of the key storylines and focus areas, we talked about the restorative experiences, artistry, small businesses, diverse and equitable and inclusive community, the outdoor, and we talk about restorative again, the yoga in the vineyards and the coastal excursions, and just emphasizing just the great outdoor activities that we have. Sustainability, as I mentioned, as well as the sensory immersion. And some of the tools that we've come up with is our Sonoma County Tasting Pass, our Life Opens Up campaign, which is terrific, and then the map which has been we've had that for years, but that is a hugely successful and popular piece of marketing that we have, and we're going to continue to use that. But the inspirational guide was really something new this year, and the team did a great job with showing Sonoma County in a digital format, and just if you haven't seen it, I hope you have a chance to look at it, because they did a tremendous job with that. Claudia mentioned the leisure business as far as the demand, and this is more on the group side. This is through CVET, which is a company that we use for our group business. Even though we are primarily driven by leisure, the group market continues to be important, especially for the full service hotels. That's what drives the food and beverage revenue in those hotels, is the group customers. And this is really a slide that represents the demand that's coming into the market. When is it for? And so the green line is current year, and the purple is previous years. And so we're starting to see that demand coming back. This isn't room nights booked. This is really just, or this is by leads received by month. And so you can see starting in August, September, and October, we're receiving a lot more leads. And then more importantly, because the lead time is a little bit further out, is first quarter and second quarter of next year. We're seeing significant growth, and the trends are improving. And a lot of that is now that the guidelines are out and we're seeing things loosen up. So that gives us the ability and the consumers confidence that they can actually hold a meeting in Sonoma County. Yeah, and this is again similar as far as when people are sourcing. As far as this is 19 versus the last 5 weeks. So we continue to see trends moving up, actually above 19 levels, starting in September of 21 through the end of the year. So that's really good news. And we're seeing the same thing at the hotel level. These are countywide, but at the local level for the group hotels, we're seeing the same trends. So that's very encouraging for that group recovery. I won't go through all of these, but these are just some of the activities that our group business development committee and group business development team have done and continue to do through this year, the first phase, and then all the way through phase 3, which is April of 22 through December of 22. So a lot of initiatives and a lot of initiatives focusing on bringing back that group business. Now, this is, I think, one of the best pieces I've seen, and this just came out from the group business development team, and that's the wedding guide. This is one of the areas where group business has recovered faster than most other segments of group business. So many people had weddings planned through the pandemic, but postponed them because they couldn't have people come here and celebrate with them. And so the team put together this guide, and we've seen this just came out, but we are really excited about the guide because it really accentuates the pluses and the experience that you can have in Sonoma County. You can see by the picture what a great image of a wedding in Sonoma County. And I was fortunate prior pandemic, my son got married, and we did it in Sonoma County, and he's not from Sonoma County, so we're excited to see that business come back, and it has come back quite a bit. That's probably the biggest lead generation segment that we're seeing is in the weddings, but the wedding guide will certainly help in that area. And the website, again, talking about weddings, just on their website, they've redone that, again, showing the different experiences that you can have in Sonoma County, going along with everything else that we've done. And the key takeaways, again, the rates significantly improving, meeting planner sentiment improving, the shift to second half of the year in 2022, and larger meetings is coming too. And we had a lot of small meeting leads, but now we're getting the larger ones too. And that's really what's going to help the final recovery, is getting that business back.
And one of the areas that we don't talk about in that annual report that I would love to have included next time is the community engagement piece. And we've talked a lot about these things throughout this presentation, but manage the responsible travel initiative, to engage key stakeholders in tourism, to talk with our industry through the Hospitality Association, to manage partner communications, the Tourism Cares program that we continue to work on. We just did one in collaboration with regional parks out at the Russian River. And then a brand new program that we'll be doing that is a replacement to the Certified Tourism Ambassador program that we call the Accredited Hospitality Professional Program. But it is a much more robust and Sonoma County focused program that helps elevate the training and the engagement of our industry. Operationally, we talked about that a little bit. We reduced staff. We pulled back on programming. The intent now is to build staff back to match the need. We do need to get people back working on initiatives to drive the recovery. You can see some of these other things just from an operational standpoint, and these were included in the annual report. Certainly importantly, to continue to retain a 3-month reserve level. We went from a 6-month reserve level down to a 3-month reserve level, and we continue to maintain that at this point. Very much a commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion that started during this fiscal year. Will continue on into the next. We've added inclusion to part of our company values. So we want to be sure that we are really focused on this. I think tourism is an extraordinary place to have this be a focus. There's nothing like travel and exploration to better understand people and the whole idea of diversity and to understand that better. So you can see some of the other things that we're doing in terms of an operational standpoint. So then we get down to the revenue piece of this. Again, super difficult back in March to determine what the next year was going to look like. So you'll see the budget that we provided to the county in March, and then the revised budget that we're looking at as we move into the next year. I'm happy to talk about how we kind of incorporate these two things, because you can see there's a fairly large difference, and primarily as it came in through the BIA and certainly some from the TOT as well. But the original total budget, 5.866266, and then the revised budget at $6,771,405 is certainly, as you can see, the variance is $915,000. Again, it was set having to come in March with a budget forecast, but then as the year unfolded, to come back with a revised budget forecast, and that especially this year was something that we very definitely it was next to impossible to do in March. You'll see some of the expenses and the difference between the original budget that we had back in March and the revised budget, really pumping money into advertising and making sure that we continue responsibly to bring people back into the destination. And this just continues down our expenses line as we report out to the county. Breakdown by department, you can see it's very important for us to keep administrative costs low. And we are a marketing organization, a sales organization, so to make sure we have the appropriate amount going to both of those initiatives. Organizational KPIs, I know we're running very short on time. I won't go through all of those. But this really looking into next year, it continues to be a year of uncertainty, of monitoring, of determining how we react, as well as provide initiatives to move forward. But it's going to be another year that's going to challenge us in terms of travel and the pace and how everything is returning. We think in 2022, 23, barring anything that comes in our way, we'll be able to get back to a more metrics-based KPI scenario. And so we're starting to look at, how we increase by percentages, by dollars, and really how we continue to drive revenue forward. I talked a little bit about responsible travel, but I have to tell you, this is the future of tourism, not only here in Sonoma County, but throughout the industry. We as an organization did revise our mission and our vision to include responsibility, and I'll just read the vision to you. Sonoma County will be the premier destination in North America for responsible travelers who enjoy, protect, and preserve the area's bountiful natural and cultural resources. This means that we're going to look at tourism in a very different way. It's going to be quality, sorry, I knew I'd do that, quality over quantity. It's the type of traveler that we are going to bring here rather than the numbers. We've talked about that for a couple of years, but I'm hoping we have momentum now and the programming in place really to make that happen. We see other destinations, state of Colorado, for example, very much set the benchmark in this way. And data, they now have data that shows the value and shows the success that this can have. Revenue is up, impact is down. And Visit California as well, putting together a whole responsible travel initiative. So we as kind of included in this overall tourism push forward, very much going to be part of this responsible travel initiative. We do have a partnership with Sonoma County Regional Parks and national organization Leave No Trace. They work with a lot of destinations to help manage this message. But I also, if I can, want to play a radio spot that we just have starting.
Hi, Claudia, we're not hearing it, but when you do your share screen, there's an option to share sound as well.
Darn it, I should never add technology in these things. I've never works out. But this is on our website too. This is very much the same kind of messaging that the regional parks uses. Ours is a little different, but we're going to be running this in Sacramento and the Bay Area leading up to holiday weekends to tell people, if you're coming to Sonoma County, travel responsibly, watch for signage, and make sure you pack out what you pack in. So lots of those Leave No Trace type of messages.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, there are significant red flags to watch. We talked about the workforce, which could reduce operations and offerings and the ability to grow our economy. The confusion around mask wearing requirements, the high gas prices, obviously being a drive market, that will potentially impact us. The pent-up demand with novice travelers, that's a different one that we haven't seen before, but that certainly could be a red flag. Obviously, the drought, we have concerns, and as we always have, potential fire season. So those are the things we're watching, and everyone should be watching as far as our ability to continue to grow and recover from the pandemic.
So that is the overview, where we've been during this past year, some of our thoughts about recovery, how we really are moving forward with a very strong commitment to responsible travel and trying to make Sonoma County tourism a great benefit to this entire region. So I appreciate your time today and appreciate all of your partnership throughout this year. And as we continue to move forward, we're all in this together, as we say. And, we just want to make Sonoma County tourism a shining star amongst our recovery efforts. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for the presentation. This is a public hearing. Before we get to the public hearing, are there board questions? Chair Hopkins, I barely see that hand over there, but it's there.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Corsi. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you to Sonoma County Tourism for such an excellent, informative presentation. I really appreciated, I have appreciated your work in terms of messaging stewardship and responsibility and really sort of that just conserving and protecting our destination. And I appreciate the incorporation of destination stewardship. I was very interested in that last slide where you highlighted kind of fire preparation, because that's something that I think a lot about is, what if we were to have a fast moving wildfire during tourism season, where we're trying to rapidly, educate a lot of visitors who are not familiar with our protocols, right? We're now starting to do, we're doing a drill later this month in the Bohemian Corridor. We're trying to educate locals, but I do worry about ensuring, how do you balance that messaging, right? How do you balance, don't be afraid when you're here, but be aware, right? And here are the things that you would need to do if something were to arise. So would you be able to provide a little more information about that effort in particular? Because I think that's a keen interest to everyone as we approach wildfire season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hugely important. And you're exactly right. It is that balance, because we don't want to scare people from coming in the fall because it's such an incredible time to be here, but there are potential risks. And so we need to let people know about that, and then make sure that our communications channels out to certainly the hotels is a little easier than the vacation rentals. Obviously, there's a myriad privately owned vacation rentals that we need to be sure we have the channels out to get to those folks. So we have a communications strategy just in terms of messaging, and when a fire hits, we have pretty good experience with that, and getting messaging out to our visitors as it relates to those that are staying in lodging properties. We are now working with chambers and with visitor centers around the county to help align our messaging, because it's really important that it's all together, the same message. But I think it sort of comes down to being very much to work in the same way that the folks in Florida and Louisiana that have hurricane season. And there is a time period where that is the case, and people know that. And so we are for sure on our website, we will have a banner up if there's a wildfire in the area, certainly, and to help people become better prepared for a wildfire. It's a reality, and we need to hit it point blank, but make sure that our messaging is constantly there. We constantly have a wildfire page on our website, and that our messaging is aligned with everybody throughout the county. So it's I guess that's how we're approaching it. We certainly we work very closely with Nancy Brown and others in the county to keep our industry informed and prepared.
Yeah, I can add a little bit more from the hotel standpoint. I know the Hospitality Association they've conducted trainings on wildfire preparedness, and at least with our brand, we have an extensive training program for hotels and how to address this. Do it everything from mitigation and to evacuation for not only our guests but our team members as well. So a lot of work and effort has been put into this.
Thank you so much. Just one follow-up. I wonder if maybe we could convene a meeting with Sonoma County Tourism, Permit Sonoma, and Director of Emergency Management, Chris Godley, just to talk about this. Because if you have messaging that you're sharing with the hotels, perhaps we could co-opt some of that, and Permit Sonoma and the ACTTC have the addresses of the vacation rental owners. So it might be an ability where we sort of share information to try to get the hoteliers on the same page as the vacation rental owners and really kind of work on addressing this together. Is that something that you would be open to?
Fantastic idea. I'd love to do that, and I'll reach out to those folks and get that going.
Great, thank you. And then my follow-up question is just along the same lines. I really do worry that we're starting to become destination disaster. In Sonoma County, it feels like the annual expectation of catastrophic wildfire has become just that, an annual expectation. And when it's not that, it's floods, it's it's a drought, and of course everyone was dealing with the pandemic. I'm just wondering, what are you hearing from business owners? Is there a fear that the repeat traumas is really kind of challenging either our brand identity or their individual businesses separately? And just do you have any thoughts on how to counteract that? To the point before about trying to balance that message between, yes, we want you to come here, and then also acknowledging those very real challenges.
there's no question that there are businesses that are very concerned about this. I have not seen, and Sheba may have better connectivity on this, that any are making business plans based on these potential disasters. Potentially lots of things could happen. But from our standpoint, it is continuing to message that when you come to Sonoma County, it's a spectacular place to be, but be aware of these things. And, the pandemic, none of us could have planned for, and we're all working through that, destinations around the country. But for the other types of crisis that happen, again, we're not the only destination dealing with a number of crises. If you're in a hurricane-prone zone, there's numbers of those that happen throughout the year. So, it's sort of taking that approach to being very practical, but yet continuing to talk about the extraordinary place that Sonoma County is to visit. So it is a balance. It's always going to be a balance, but we have some times of the year, really that November through April time period, barring a flood, that is an extraordinary time to be here. But the other thing that we always want to be sure of is that we convey the reality of that disaster. So if it's a flood that is flooding a specific part of Sonoma County, that people know that there is a large swath of Sonoma County that's still available to visit. And that's always part of our messaging, to correct misinformation, because the media will say that the entire county is underwater, but when in fact it's one part of the county. So and with the wildfire too, if a wildfire is happening, there's still parts of the county that people can visit, unscathed. So it is that balance that we have to work with that all the time.
I just want to say thank you so much for your real-time responsiveness during whether it was the pandemic with changing orders or the fires or the floods, and sort of partnering with us on messaging appropriately. And thank you also for the collaboration with regional parks. I'll hand it back to you, Vice Chair Corsi.
Supervisor Gore. Thank you. I think I'll keep it short and sweet and just say I appreciate it. I think it's the industry that oftentimes we take for granted until it really gets hit. Not just in terms of government and TOT, but in terms of the vibrancy of our community and what we share here. Long story short, my only question is really, you mentioned it briefly, but the impact on business travel, right? So I had a good conversation. I went over and visited Percy over at Vintner's Inn. And one of the things that he was talking about, I said, hey, give me the gut check, right? How are things going? And he said, having trouble getting people to come back to work, losing some people to other areas. Doing pretty good on the weekends, getting folks coming in, but don't see business travel coming back the way it did anytime soon. Is that all the charts and other things, is that what you're seeing and hearing? Is that consistent?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Supervisor Gore. It's IBT or business travel. It's starting to come back, but it's nowhere near the levels of 19. So I think as things loosen up and people get more confident, that will come back, but it's not coming back where we would like to see it right now.
Well, and it's a question of how much we have to adapt. And with you all running point on this, is how much of that's going to move over to Zoom, and how much of that is going to, are we then going to be not dependent upon just kind of the old world of just continuing to travel for all of our meetings, but how we get other people to come up midweek and other things and enjoy this place when it's a little quieter, even that stuff out. So looking forward to that. So go ahead, Claudia.
I was just going to say it's a key point, and it's interesting though, if you look at other states that have opened up more than we have, there's business travel into Las Vegas, there's business travel into Orlando. Some of those places are starting to see, because business travel planners want to get back, and you can see the leads in here. But if you're in a place where it's fully opened, they're meeting. Okay. So I think there are some of those issues that we also have to deal with, is our own, kind of holding ourselves back.
That's great to hear. Well, I think we're going to need you in these trying times to pivot, because as we all know, we could just wait for what comes and gets us. But part of destination marketing, I think, it's not just the old more is better, but like filling those gaps and figuring out how to curate that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And just one other thing about that, that's why we're moving our group business development team into a business development team so we can start to find new niche markets and new ways that we can promote Sonoma County to meetings that haven't even thought about us before. So a critically important part to find the new.
Great. Other questions? Supervisor Rabbit.
Just want to say thank you. Thank you for the thorough presentation. Thank you for all the work this past year. I know that being on those calls earlier in the year, in the last 15 months or so, there has been no other entity within the county that has been so devastated as a business. Looking forward to brighter days ahead, and it seems like we're turning the corner now. I also know that Sonoma County has always taken advantage of post event of that local travel market that kind of is the backbone, and very much appreciate that and appreciate the work that you're doing. The reputation that Sonoma County has is excellent, and a lot of it is, just as much a result of the excellent marketing tools that you use to put the best of Sonoma County out there. So thank you for all that work. I very much appreciate it. I always say I'd rather live in a place where people want to come to visit than not. And people do want to come to visit here, and we're all lucky to be able to live here full time. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the comprehensive report and appreciate the data, the dashboard. It's very useful. This is a public hearing. I'll open the public hearing and ask Marcy to see if there's anyone on Zoom who wants to join us.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, number 74 on today's agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you are a attendee by phone. And for any members of the public, if you are on site, this would be when you could queue up to go through security to make comment in chambers. And there are a couple of hands, so I'll ask to have the slide up. Thank you very much. And our first individual is Gretchen, followed by Vera. Please unmute and state your name.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Gretchen Giles. I am a former editor of the North Bay Bohemian and the founding editor of the Made Local magazine. And unfortunately, again, I am here just to comment on cannabis because I think we are missing the boat with tourism so enormously, and that is going to be an amazing way to draw new visitors here, regardless of the tragedies that we suffer on an annual basis. It is new enough and novel enough that it will bring the younger visitors across the bay who want to see cannabis growing in a natural environment, along with the extraordinary food and wine and craft beer and craft cider and the extraordinary accommodations we offer here, particularly as they begin to take advantage of the tourism that is going underway now in Mendocino County and further north. We are the gateway to that area. We should be capturing that audience, hosting that audience, and showing them exactly all of the different ways that Sonoma County can enrich a visitor's life. And this is such an important economic stream for us and job creator for us. In many ways, it does help to trump the wildfire concerns we all have, that we all have the sense of dread in the fall. This adds a sense of celebration and harvest. It's another reason for people to celebrate harvest. And I really would love to see the Board of Tourism take it as seriously as it should be, because once it is here and our appellation system is completely set up, we're going to find this to be an invaluable asset in just 5 years. Thank you so much.
Our next commenter, please unmute and state your name.
Hello, this is Vera Faust. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I sent in a letter to the Board of Supervisors for this meeting today, and I have to go to work shortly, and you just caught me in the middle of my workout, and I'm listening to you. Thank you so much, Steve, Claudia, Linda, and Sheba. I'm really glad you're here working on this. I work with Homeless Action Group, Plus, I'm the owner and the operator of Never End Salon on 3rd Street in Guerneville. I have an upstairs hair salon looking over the current homeless people who gather on 3rd Street. I am the project manager for Friends of Fife Creek Bridge to Bridge project, 4th Street to River Road, Guerneville. I often work alongside of Carrie and Sally Sorensen, Everclean North Marine Debris Team, and the Clean Team, Russian River Keepers, cleaning up trash and human waste produced by homeless encampments and our tourists. I know homeless people, number one hand, doing my work and seeing what the big problem is. Lack of clean bathrooms, inadequate cleaning services. Bathrooms closed at night need to be open 24/7 for our homeless to use and tourists. Number 3, the need for additional bathrooms need handicap ADA portable bathroom and wash station on 3rd Street under medical office solar roofed carport, which would be directly across from where the homeless people choose to be and are being allowed to be. Number 4, a more complete solution would happen at Park and Ride, Guerneville. Turn Park and Ride into a rest stop with bathrooms. This will help our merchants get tourists and alleviate the pressure that having only one filthy bathroom causes, and help stop people during parades, events, and from peeing and pooping in Fife Creek and the Russian River. Number 5, I request that the Board of Supervisors, as well as I have with our MAC representatives, grant funding and offer to help get the above done. Number 6, I request funding recently approved for Guerneville beautification gets awarded to.
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. And I'll look briefly to see if there are any additional commenters on Zoom or if we have any commenters in person. I've been notified that we don't have any in the chambers, but I'll just confirm for a moment.
No movement here, Marcy.
Thank you so much. That will conclude public comment.
Thanks, and I will close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Any final questions or comments?
Just a thank you to everyone for your perseverance and resilience. This beautiful county has been beset by fires, power shutdowns, smoke, and of course, our COVID pandemic. And yet we are still here. We're still celebrating life, and we're still apparently opening up. We're ready.
Glad you worked that in, Supervisor. Would someone like to make a motion on this item?
I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Marcy, can you call the roll, please?
Supervisor Goring,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. Thank you all for the good report and for spending some time with us today.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 75, appointment of members to the 2021 Advisory Redistricting Commission. It's a continued item.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Corsi and members of the board. Yvonne Shu, County Administrator's Office. Today's redistricting item, a continuation of the April 20th item, will focus on selecting the 5 at-large members of the Advisory Redistricting Commission. Before I get started, would the Vice Chair prefer to receive opening comments and then deliberate on the at-large members, or receive opening comments and the consultant presentation, which is about 10 minutes long max, before deliberating?
Why don't you go ahead and get through both presentations and then we'll take care of the business.
All right, sounds good. Great. So on February 23rd, your board authorized the creation of an Advisory Redistricting Commission, or ARC, to advise and assist the board with redrawing supervisorial district boundaries, comprised of 2 appointees per district and 5 at-large appointees for a total of 15 commissioners. At your April 20th meeting, your board held an initial discussion about the Advisory Redistricting Commission and adopted a resolution to establish a stipend for the ARC members. Each supervisor has selected 2 appointees per district. Today, your board will discuss and appoint the 5 at-large members. So the recommended actions are therefore to appoint officially all the district appointees as well as the at-large members, authorize the use of $20,000 from contingency funds for ARC stipend expenditures for up to 12 half-day meetings, and then receive an overview of the redistricting process from National Demographics Corporation. So NDC was selected to be the county's redistricting consultant as a result of a competitive bidding process. Since 2001, NDC has conducted over 360 local government districting and redistricting projects, primarily in California and Arizona. Today, I'm happy to introduce Shalise Tilton, Senior Consultant of NDC, who will provide a brief overview of the redistricting process.
Thank you, Yvonne. Along with providing census, population, and socioeconomic breakdowns and analyses, NDC is going to be guiding the county and the county's commission through the process, the state requirements for outreach and transparency, the state requirements and mandated criteria for map drawing, and we'll also be presenting tools for the public and the commission and ultimately the board to use in selecting and drawing a map. So let's move on to the timeline. The timeline, the law requires that the county hold officially 4 public hearings. One of those public hearings can be held pre-maps, and that will be conducted by the advisory commission. So we will begin on June 28th with the initial meeting of the commission. At that time, we'll also do an overview of the redistricting process. And then the following 2 meetings, we'll be getting into more of the wanting to really draw out from the community some good feedback on what comprises neighborhoods and communities. After beginning in July, the end of June, July, we'll have mapping tools available so the public can start drawing maps. We won't have the census data available, but we will have some estimated population figures and all of the American Community Survey socioeconomic data that's needed to start drawing maps. And then we'll get the final release from the federal census on August 16th. And the state needs to reassign state prisoners to their home locations. And we'll have that officially released from the state about 6 weeks after we get the federal census on August 16th. Next page. As soon as we get that census data from the state, we will take that data and analyze it against the existing districts to see how population balanced or unbalanced the districts are, where the growth has occurred. And then we will be taking all the maps that have been submitted by the public. NDC will professionally produce them with the appropriate demographic data and present those to the commission. In October, the commission will have a couple of workshops to get feedback from the from the community on those maps, and then we'll come back to the board in November to narrow down those maps, make some final modifications, make a final map selection on December 7th, and if needed, second reading of an ordinance on December 14th. There is legislation that would allow the board to adopt by resolution. If that passes, then you would not need to have the second meeting in December because the adoption deadline is December 15th. So with the delay of the census, you can see there's very little wiggle room in this timeline, but it is doable and we will make it happen. Next slide, please. I mentioned that there are rules and goals for drawing maps, and these rules are new. They're new since 2020. So the last time the county went through redistricting, it wasn't required that we follow these mandated rules from the state of California. We always had the federal laws that are in place as far as equal population, the Federal Voting Rights Act, no racial gerrymandering. But the middle column there, now we have a list of priorities. We must follow them in the order of priorities. It's all common sense things, geographically contiguous, undivided neighborhoods, making sure we respect communities of interest, following where we can the borders of cities and census designated places, have easily identified boundaries, following streets and man-made man-made canals, railroads, things that someone can easily identify as being the boundary for their district, and compactness. And of course, we cannot favor or discriminate against a political party. Once we've met those legal criteria, we can look at traditional principles, minimizing the voters that are shifted to a different election year. After the maps are drawn, we'll be doing sequencing and assigning election years. And we want to make sure that we try not to disrupt the election cycle for as many voters as possible when that is possible. If it's possible to meet the other criteria and respect voters' choices for and avoid pairing incumbents in the same district, we always like to say we like the voters to decide whether or not an incumbent has earned re-election, as opposed to a demographer placing all the incumbents in one district and removing those choices away from the voters. And then if there's been population growth, no population growth since April, then we can underpopulate a district if we need to do that just slightly. Equal population allows us a 10% deviation between the smallest district and the largest district. And then preserving the core of the existing districts where possible. Next slide, please. When we have these public hearings, we're going to be asking the public to define their neighborhood, let us know the geographic boundaries of the neighborhoods. Some of those boundaries, as I said, are natural dividing lines or man-made dividing lines, such as highways or toll roads. Areas around parks or schools are often common dividing areas, and then also neighborhood landmarks. We can also look if there are some communities that have defined neighborhoods in their planning records or any other documents that provide definition. Next slide, please. So beyond the geographical area of the neighborhood, we also want to know if there are communities that have shared characteristics, such as particular areas of the county that share defined characteristics and bind them together. You mentioned the Bohemian Corridor, that type of thing. What we're looking for, these communities align with one another, have similar concerns, and are impacted by similar county policies. We're really asking the community to tell their story so that we can draw maps that don't divide those groups that align together. So oftentimes there'll be some communities that rather than be all combined into a single district, they would like to have multiple districts. So for example, I live in a retirement community, and it makes sense to divide our large community to have the north end represented by one representative and the south end by another representative. So when we have our community meetings, we have two elected officials who are answerable to our particular community. So those are the things we'll be asking for during these public meetings. And then next slide, please. We'll be having mapping tools available, and the county has chosen to select the most robust suite of mapping tools available. So we meet all different levels of people's comfort levels. Some people have more technical skill and are comfortable with computers, and some are not. So for that reason, we will have all different levels, from paper maps to actually a very data-rich online mapping drawing tool. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of our simple map drawing tool, and you just simply take a marker or a pen and do a heavy line around where you want the districts to be. We provide a population. We will provide, this is a sample of Lake Forest. This is not the counties. We'll have something similar for the counties. And it has population numbers, so you can do the math and add up. We will provide the population goal that we're looking for, so that we have what the ideal population would be for each district to be equal. And then a person can either submit this in person to the county offices or take a snapshot with their cell phone and turn it in, and then it will be professionally produced by NDC. Next slide. For folks who are comfortable with Excel, they can take their paper map and actually plug in the assigned population unit numbers to the Excel spreadsheet. And this will give data on the total population as well as the citizen voting age population totals, citizen voting age population totals are important, the breakdowns by ethnicity and race, so we can see where our, if the map has done a good job at respecting some of those communities that are aligned and share the same rate or ethnicity. Next slide. And then I mentioned the Power-Rich online tool. Techies are familiar with CalPERS and Maptitude online redistricting. It's in the past been found to be a little bit sophisticated, a little bit complicated, but the good news is now they've refined it and it's fairly easy to use, and I think people will have a greater comfort level than they ever have in the past. And this allows folks to start drawing maps now. And what's great about this tool is even before a member of the public wants to submit it, they can share it so they can put their map up on the list of possible templates, and someone could take another person's template and adjust it to however they see fit and then submit it. And the next slide. Part of the requirements of AB 849 or the Fair Maps Act is an extensive outreach program. So there needs to be a concerted effort to provide information to media sources that are active in the county, particularly those that include underrepresented communities and those minority language communities, those non-English speaking communities, as well as engaging in with civic organizations and good government organizations. So the county is working with Tripepi Smith, a public engagement firm, to help reach those communities to make sure that they are involved. And the website, and I don't want to steal Yvonne's thunder, I know she's working hard on this, but the website, we're hoping to have it launched. We're just working on some final translations by, I believe, Thursday morning is what we can look for. And then we'll have a robust social media concerted effort, as well as our regular county newsletters and regular county updates. And that concludes my presentation.
Great, thanks very much, Ms. Tilton. Before I go to board questions, well, let me see if there are board questions, first of all. Any questions from Supervisors Gore or Hopkins? Chair Hopkins, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was interested to sort of read through, the kind of principles for redistricting. And I guess one broad picture question is, is this really sort of about making small adjustments based on population, or is this really looking at what is sort of an equitable and kind of sensible approach to districting? I guess, is there sort of an institutional momentum of homeostasis, or is there an opportunity to really look at how do we keep communities together that may have been separated by districts in the past, or how do we actually look at things like racial empowerment, where we are sort of trying to keep communities of color together? So I guess that's a question that I have for our consultant team.
Thank you. And yes, you're absolutely right. This will be different than just looking to see if the districts are population balanced. Now there's a mandated process where we actually go through those 5 steps to make sure we meet those criteria. And we'll be relying very much on public testimony of what those communities are. We'll also have socioeconomic data and maps that show where your concentrated areas are of the various categories. And we have dozens of categories that we can actually show in map form. Areas we can show a map showing non-English speaking communities, or where we have our Latinx community, or where we have our Asian American communities. We can show housing by homeowners versus renters. We have all types of data that we can show in different map formats that are helpful when someone's drawing a map. They can actually look at those color-coded maps and draw their maps to make sure they don't split through one of those neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you very much. I think the one question I have as much about this process is kind of getting back to what can we expect. Well, we had talked about creating an independent district redistricting commission now, or an advisory. We have an advisory, so I'm just kind of like trying to wrap my head around when it comes back. and we have maps and other things, how do we anticipate that's going to go as the Board of Supervisors? And I don't know, Yvonne, if you or anybody have kind of gone through that. I mean, would we be, as the Board of Supervisors, then taking kind of workshopping a bunch of recommendations that come from an advisory council and ultimately leveraging those into the new year? Just give me an idea of what your thoughts are about that.
And Yvonne, do you want me to start to answer that, and then you can answer that? So typically the process when you'd have an advisory committee is they will take in all of the draft maps. Just so everyone knows, this is a completely transparent process. Every map that is submitted is produced, and every map will remain on the website and available for everyone to look at. Some of those maps won't be legally compliant. We'll still produce those, and we'll say, you know, this one does not have districts that are balanced, and so it can't be adopted as is. But each map that's submitted tells a story and helps us to get to the final map. So typically with an advisory commission, what will happen is they'll receive all those maps, and then they will narrow it down to a handful of focus maps that they say these are the ones that best reflect what we heard from the community as far as communities of interest, and the ones that we believe are best depictions. So the board will then receive those focus maps, and there's typically about 3 to 5 of those focus maps. And from there, the board can say, we like these maps with these certain revisions. We've often heard someone say, I like the way District 5 is in Map A, but I like the way that District 1 is in Map B, and we can combine those. So we'll get direction from the board. We'll come back for another round, and then similar process, and then ultimately the board would select a map.
And I'll just add, we have a series of board meetings lined up in the fall for that process, starting in October.
You're on mute, James.
Apologize. What's our final date that we want to have stuff deliberated from a staff perspective as the board? And I guess ultimately then do you submit to, I mean, do we just approve our own, or is there anybody who reviews ours? Like once we get done and we finalize, I assume people can do legal challenges or anything else after the fact. Or I guess I'm not going to use my assumption. I'm going to say, how does it go from there? Both in terms of what you guys think is the projected timeline in the fall and us deciding, and is there a public review afterwards, like we do with environmental impact reports, like a certain time that it's out on the street, and then when do we actually effectuate changes?
So I can help answer that, Yvonne, and then if you want to jump in. But the board will be the final decision-making body. And right now we're looking for that final decision to be in December. So prior to that, you will have meetings on November 2nd, all through November 2nd and November 16th to decide on your final map. The map, the effectiveness of the map for purposes of meeting the deadline is that December 14th, the day you would adopt the ordinance.
Okay.
Or December 7th, the day you would adopt the resolution, if the law allows you to adopt by resolution, which we think the law is going to be a change to allow that. Then yes, there is a 30-day referendum period, just like there would be with an ordinance, but the effective date is you've met the deadline for December, and then the registrar would begin to implement those district lines. And I can tell you, no map ever drawn by NDC has ever been successfully challenged in court. We'll make sure that the maps that you're drawing, we'll call it to your attention if we think there is an issue or there's something that we would not. It's our goal not to have you adopt a map that could be overthrown in court.
Good.
All maps, anything could be challenged.
Well, it's fascinating. I mean, I've followed across the state, like others that actually had legal challenges, not always during a redistricting process, but after the fact. Kern County, where a judge ruled that basically their districts did not conform to the California Voting Rights Act, and all of a sudden they had to go back and have all these folks running for election in strange ways without primaries and other things like that to fill seats. But I think that's an interesting one, because for somebody like myself, in a district that has a reelection coming up is that I could be running for reelection. I do plan to run for reelection. If they'll have me, I'll say, with some changes to my district, but that's life, right? So, okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Just a couple from me. I want to make sure I understand the rules that you showed in the different columns with the federal law and California law. Those priorities sometimes conflict or maybe overlap, and I'm wondering, are they ranked? Like, for instance, if a community of interest crosses a road or a river, does the community of interest trump the major border or divide that's created by say a highway or a river?
Yes, they are ranked. So as the law says, in the order of priority. So there is priority, but there's also wording in each one of the criterion that say to the extent practicable. So they understand that you will not be able to meet all of the criteria, and but to the extent practicable, and yes, it's ranked in order of priority.
Okay. And I may have missed this, but I don't recall seeing that existing district lines are something that should be taken into account as far as creating a community of interest or creating or being of a priority at all. Are those included in any of this?
The state didn't list existing supervisorial districts. They've listed other boundaries such as city boundary lines or other district boundary lines and other community designated places. So it does not list the existing supervisorial boundaries as being one of the ranked criteria outlined in the state. However, it is a recognized traditional redistricting principle. So once we've met the other ranked criteria, then we can look to that.
I see. Okay. Just as a comment here, the mapping tools that exist for this are really amazing, and I'd encourage everybody to play with them when they go live on June 28th. And even if you're not drawing the maps, if you're making a decision about the maps, it helps to know how they were created. And so I'd encourage my colleagues and the public to try these out, take them out for a test drive. It's amazing what the technology can do. If there aren't any other questions, Ms. Hsu, could you remind us of where we got to in our previous meeting on this? I'm trying to recall if we had basically cemented our original 2 picks per supervisor, and we were only dealing with the at-large positions, or well, remind me where we are and what you would suggest how you would suggest we proceed.
Okay, so since that April 20th meeting, there was a supplemental application period for the Advisory Redistricting Commission. And from that, I believe we received an additional 5 applications. Of the original district appointees, only one of them changed between now and then and now. That was for District 5. And so those are listed, I believe, in attachment 1 of this board item. And the discussion on the at-large members was not concluded on April 20th. And so that's what we need to get to today, is to get those 5 at-large members appointed to the Advisory Redistricting Commission.
So would you suggest that we take those separately, the original, or the 2 per supervisor first, and then take up the at-large?
That would be fine if there's an additional conversation that needs to be had. Although ideally they would all get appointed today, all 15 members.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last part.
Ideally, all 15 members would be appointed today.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm just talking about as we go through this. So let me just ask the board, is everybody comfortable with their two originals right now? And we'll just kind of ratify that part and move on to the at-large.
Yes.
Supervisor Gorin, yes.
Yes.
Seeing nods. Okay. All right. So as I recall, when we began discussing at large last time, several supervisors mentioned one or two people from the list. Do you have a recommendation, Ms. Shu, on how we should go about making those final 5 picks?
Through the chair, if I might,
Ms.
Cheryl Bratton, County Administrator. You could ask each board member to put out one name. Then you have a group of 5 to work through originally. There's probably 25 different ways to get at this. So it's really up to your board.
Thank you. And I think the simplest way would be to ask for one name from each of the supervisors. Does anyone have an objection or a better suggestion than that? Yes, Chair Hopkins.
Yeah, just a little context. Last time we had planned for each supervisor to advance 2 names and then to whittle it down from the 10 to the 5. But it's totally at your discretion. That was just what we had discussed earlier.
Okay, thanks for the reminder. I should have looked back at that process before. So, Mr. Rabbit, yes.
I just have a quick question for Yvonne. What does it mean on the zip file where it says unverified next to a name?
I believe that means that the information was not able to be verified either from the supervisorial district boundary or from resume perspective.
They're still eligible to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So why don't we go ahead and do this by suggesting 2 each, and then we'll go from there. And if there's no objection, I'll go by district number 1.
And that's fine. And I'm ready to advance 2 names. And actually, one of the names, Veronica Vences, lives in District 3, but she works with Lelou Center in District 1. So I'm going to suggest that we advance her name. She's very, very helpful in working with our Latinx community and really knows the community. And secondly, Manny Baldenegro, who really has experience with GIS information and data analysis. Actually, sorry, changed my mind. There were 3 names I wanted to support. And the second one was Ray Willett from Sonoma. He's an architect, and he also serves as the vice chair of the Municipal Advisory Council.
So you're
the 2
putting
names,
in 3 or 2?
the 2, I would love to have 3, but the 2 names I'm advancing are Veronica Vences, who lives in D3, and Ray Willett. He lives and works in the MAC on D1.
Okay. So
Sorry for the confusion.
Not Manny.
He's great. I would love to have him there, but those are the 2 that I'm recommending.
Okay, great. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Donald Laird is from Cotati and is a computer science instructor at SRJC for the last 28 years. And I think that I'll admit to being a homer in terms of the district, but I think that background might also be very appropriate going forward. So that's 1. And, for the second, looking at countywide, I believe, you know, I do think someone like a Peter Rumble would be someone who knows the county as a whole, kind of understands governance as a whole, and would look at things from a very pragmatic point of view. So I would advance Peter.
Okay, I'll go next with Ana Horta. And Kirsten Lang.
Who's the other one?
Kirsten Lang.
Kirsten Lang, and is she?
She is a District 4 resident.
Got it.
But works countywide on diversity issues.
Good, thank you.
Supervisor Gore.
Thank you. I'm going to put two names up. I'm going to say Herman G. Hernandez, and I'm going to say Mike Martini.
Thank you. Chair Hopkins.
And I am going to say Stephanie Minieri and Lindsay Rose Bursina. And I'm glad that some of the other folks that I was thinking for countywide seats were already chosen by folks before me. So I've got a good list of people to choose from.
Very good.
What was the second one there?
Lindsay Rose Bursina. So we've got 10 names for 5 slots. We want to do a speed round now and just name one apiece. No one objects. Let's go in reverse on this one. Supervisor Hopkins.
Stephanie Minieri.
Supervisor Gore.
Herman G. Hernandez.
Mine will be Ana Horta. Supervisor Rabbit.
Peter Rumble.
And Supervisor Gordon.
And mine will be Ray Willett.
So at this point, the 5 at-large nominees are Ray Willett, Peter Rumble, Ana Horta, Herman G. Hernandez, and Stephanie Manieri. I think at this point, we are ready to hear public comment. Marcy, you want to start with Zoom?
Absolutely, Vice Chair Corsi and Board. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And this is for number 75 on today's agenda. And while we're waiting to see if any Zoom participants would like to comment, please can any members of the public who are on site, if you wish to comment, line up in queue to begin commenting there. Okay, we have none in Zoom, and it sounds as though you're not seeing any folks entering in through the chambers as well.
That's correct on this end.
Well, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you. So we do not need to make any confirmation on our first 2. Maybe we should just go through and say who our first 2 are, so all the names are in front of us again.
Through the Vice Chair, I believe there's an attachment to your packet that has those names, and they
Correct.
will be included in.
just
will be
doing it for
included
the-
in the
doing it for the
resolution.
public,
But-
putting it
Okay.
out there. Do you want to start?
Thank you. I've chosen, and first of all, I want to thank all of the candidates for submitting their applications and great biographical information. Incredibly skilled and gifted folks with great knowledge of the community. And I think all of them would have served well on the districting commission. But we have to make a choice. And so originally, and so I'm choosing Karen Weeks. She is a planning commissioner for the city of Santa Rosa, but also, and just as importantly, she is the voter service chair for the League of Women Voters of Sonoma County. And having served in that position, I'm so excited about the league being involved in this. And secondly, Socorro Shields, previous superintendent for Santa Rosa and Sonoma Valley, great Latina, understanding demographics and challenges with school enrollments, absolutely, in both Santa Rosa and Sonoma Valley. So I think those two, plus my choice of Ray Willett, will serve us well with an understanding of the Springs and Santa Rosa areas. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Rabbit?
Yeah, the two that I had put in previously were Judy James and Cynthia Murray, and then Peter Rumble in this round. And again, I want to also say difficult. There are dozens of qualified individuals, and just trying to find people that I'm quite frankly familiar with, know their background. I will admit I was a little prejudiced to those that I knew that were very active in the community, both now and previously. Obviously, I think we all know Judy James from just outside of Petaluma, Cotati, and then Cynthia Murray, who is a former elected official down in Marin, which I think helps to understand kind of who you're representing as well going forward. And then Peter Rumble, like I said earlier. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who stepped forward. A little awkward going through it in this particular fashion, but it's great to have lots of people step up, and I'm very appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I also want to thank all the folks who applied for this. It's great to see a lot of interest in the community in a process like this. I chose Ed Sheffield from Santa Rosa and Chris Bohr from Rohnert Park. Both of them have recent experience with redistricting. Ed with the Santa Rosa School Board process, and Chris Bohr as a citizen community activist with the Rohnert Park redistricting last year. And then Ana Orta, my at-large appointee today, is just very involved in the community, has been very much involved in the response to the Latinx community, in helping our county's response to the Latinx community with COVID on the healthcare side. So I appreciate those who applied and didn't make it, and look forward to getting the results and the recommendations from this commission. Supervisor Gordon.
Yeah, thank you. I have for the two district appointees, Elizabeth Acosta. Elizabeth used to be with our Register of Voters, clerk, recorder, assessor, not tax collector, on the other side of the Diva side. And is with Marin Elections now, and is a Windsor resident, and I think is going to provide a great perspective. On the other side, I also really happy to appoint Jeff Okrepke. I think all of you know, Coffee Strong, predominantly huge amount of outreach in an area that for me is very important, I think, to figure out how that works there. He's had a lot of interaction with the rebuild with Coffee Strong, with also the block captains over in Larkfield, Mark West, and in those lines that we all share Santa Rosa. So that kind of idea of the Guerneville Road, Stony Points, how we split up Indian Village, I think it's going to be very important to have that as well. And then I was really happy to put forward Herman G. Hernandez's name for the at-large. And obviously he knows all of our districts and is a great community leader, an advocate, And so I think this is a great lineup of folks. Thanks.
Chair Hopkins.
Thank you. And for my district-specific representatives, I chose Ana Lugo, who many know as an equity consultant and advocate in our community, amazing countywide leader, and really looking forward to the voice that she'll be bringing to the table. And also Steve Hertzberg, who is a passionate coastal advocate, and many of you know through his work with Bodega Bay Fire Protection District. He's very passionate about rural representation, and I think that he will raise some issues surrounding the coast that will bring some additional information to the conversation. And then, you know, countywide Stephanie Minieri, who works for Latino Service Providers and is also a countywide leader, and looking forward to, I think sounds like it's going to be an amazing committee, and I really look forward to hearing what they bring forward before the Board of Supervisors.
Excellent. Can we get a motion on appointing these 15 members and authorizing the use of $20,000 from?
I so move.
Second, from Hopkins.
Okay. Second from Hopkins. And Marcy, please call the roll.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you all. And thanks for the patience of the community and the staff as we've gone through this. Before we go into closed session, we have public comment on items 76 through 80A.
And through the vice chair, one announcement before we allow public comment. Item 77, which was a discussion regarding the sale of the Sinead campus, has been withdrawn and will be brought back to the board at a future date.
Thank you. Marcy, you want to check on Zoom?
Absolutely. If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on the closed session items before the board today, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And while we are waiting for Zoom commenters, if the members of the public in the hall or outside area would like to comment, if you can please line up to do so as well.
It's quiet in the hallway.
Thank you. And there are no commenters in Zoom. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you. Council Pittman, how long do you think we're looking at for closed session?
30 minutes max.
Okay. Got an item scheduled at 1:30. Let's make it 2:15.
Coming back at 2:15?
Come back here at 2:15. Sound all right? All right. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. I'll ask if we can please have our recess slide taken down. And before we formally begin, we'll need the BOS chamber view to unmute. Thank you. And Vice Chair Corsi, we are ready to resume.
Thank you, Marcy, and apologize for the delay. Our closed session went longer than expected. So we'll reconvene for our afternoon calendar and start with some report outs on closed sessions. Mr. Pittman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. So we're reporting out for 2 closed sessions from June 1st and today. On June 1st, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 1 through 3A on the agenda. On item 1, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel and the risk manager to consider a possible threat to security of public facilities and services. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Supervisors gave direction to legal counsel and the risk manager. On item 2, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with the county's real property negotiator, Caroline Judy, to discuss terms and price for the proposed acquisition of the former Sears Tire Battery and Auto site at the Santa Rosa Plaza. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Directors gave direction to the county's real property negotiator. On item 3, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with the county's real property negotiator to discuss terms and price for proposed acquisition of the Santa Rosa City Hall and Santa Rosa White House public parking lot sites. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Supervisors gave direction to the county's real property negotiator. On item 3A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel in their capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to discuss existing litigation in the matter of the County of Sonoma versus Pacific Gas and Electric. By a vote of 5-0, approval was given for the settlement of the claim against Pacific Gas and Electric brought by the County of Sonoma, the Sonoma County Water Agency, the Sonoma County Community Development Commission, and the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District. The settlement is a global settlement between the 4 Sonoma County entities, the City of Santa Rosa, the Town of Windsor, the City of Healdsburg, and the City of Cloverdale, collectively the public entities, and Pacific Gas and Electric Company for the payment of $31 million from Pacific Gas and Electric to the public entities in exchange for a full release of all claims related to the 2019 Kincaid fire. Direction was given to the chair of the Board of Supervisors and the Board of Directors and County Council to execute all documents necessary to effectuate the settlement. And that concludes the report out from June 1st. The report out from today's closed session. This afternoon, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to consider the matters listed as items 76 through 80A on today's agenda. On item 76, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session to confer with legal counsel on existing litigation in the matter of Cousteau French Bakery, Inc. versus the County of Sonoma. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Supervisors gave direction to legal counsel. Item 77, the sale of the former county campus on Shenate Road was withdrawn and was not considered by the Board of Supervisors at today's meeting. On item 78, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in their capacity as the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency to confer with legal counsel on anticipated litigation in the significant exposure of litigation on one matter. No reportable action was taken. The Board of Directors gave direction to legal counsel. On item 79, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel to discuss existing litigation in the matter of Randy Bradley individually and as guardian ad litem for her minor child versus the County of Sonoma. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. On item 80, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, the significant exposure to litigation on one matter. No reportable action was taken. Direction was given to legal counsel. On item 80A, the Board of Supervisors met in closed session in their capacity as the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Water Agency, the Board of Commissioners of the Sonoma County Community Development Commission, and the Board of Directors of the Sonoma County Agricultural Preservation and Open Space District to confer with labor negotiators. No reportable action was taken. The board gave direction to the agency's labor negotiators. That concludes a report out from the June 8th meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Pittman. All right, we are on item 81, our 1:30 item. It's almost 3, but that's pretty close. This is a informational item on an ordinance to prohibit use and sale of disposable food, serviceware, and other products containing polystyrene foam. Oh boy, why did I do this? Perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances, and a zero waste resolution. We have Trish with us.
Yes. Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi, Chair Hopkins, and board members. Trish Pacenti, Deputy Director, Transportation and Operations. Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity today to present to you an informational presentation for a proposed ordinance to prohibit the use and sale of disposable food serviceware containing polystyrene foam, and polyfluoroalkyl substances, and the ban of products containing polystyrene foam, and to receive an informational presentation for a proposed zero waste resolution. With me today is Leslie Lucas, Executive Director of Zero Waste Sonoma, also known as the Waste Management Agency. Leslie will be giving both presentations today. After the presentations, myself, Leslie, and Lisa Fiat from County Counsel's Office will be available to address any questions that the board may have. As this is intended to be an informational item, staff will take direction from the board and return on August 24th for action to approve. Now here to present is Leslie Lucas.
Great. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the polystyrene ordinance, and I will go ahead and share my screen with you. So with that, I just wanted to, well, good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors. I look forward to presenting the polystyrene foam and disposable foodware ordinance, as well as the zero waste resolution. Both items align with the county's climate resiliency priorities as they aim to reduce waste, promote best and highest use of materials, promote more sustainable consumption, and endorse conservation and preservation. Some members of the public may not know who Zero Waste Sonoma is, so we are a joint powers authority for the unincorporated area of the county and the 9 cities and town within Sonoma County. And we administer programs and assist jurisdictions to comply with household hazardous waste, organics, and recycling regulations, as well as provide education and planning for zero waste, recycling, and landfill material diversion programs. One of the roles of Zero Waste Sonoma is to provide model ordinances. And the one we have up today is the disposable or polystyrene foam and disposable foodware ordinance, as well as a zero waste resolution. So I'm going to start with the polystyrene foam ordinance first. So why is an ordinance needed? The state and the county both support zero waste and have climate action goals. There are numerous alternative products that exist on the market instead of polystyrene foam products, and these products are reusable, compostable, and recyclable. And further, there is a concern with the breakdown of polystyrene foam products into our environment, our waterways, and our wildlife, as when these products escape into the environment, they break down into smaller and smaller pieces, creating microplastics that are eventually ingested by aquatic life and animals, and eventually into humans. So in preparation of creating the model ordinance, we did do our research, and we conducted surveys and received over 3,000 respondents. And there was an overwhelming support for the model ordinance. In fact, 91% of those who responded supported the ban of polystyrene foam food containers. 89% supported the ban on the sale of polystyrene foam products at retail stores, and 87% supported straws being provided upon request. 120 jurisdictions throughout California have already passed similar ordinances, as well as the city of Sebastopol, Cloverdale, Healdsburg, Windsor, and Sonoma. And Petaluma has passed a version of the polystyrene ordinance ban. So this ban focuses on food and beverage providers, and it prohibits polystyrene foam food serviceware. This includes bowls, cups, plates, clamshells. And also this ordinance requires that products used in its place are locally compostable and recyclable in adherence to the franchise hauler agreements. So we really want to make sure that providers know what are the right products to use. And we see a lot of confusion around compostable single-use products, like that cup you see with the green circle around it. You know, many people think that those are compostable within our system because it says they are, but they in fact are actually not. The next part that we added to our ordinance was the PFAS provision. So that was passed in February 2021, and it prohibits the use of fluorinated chemicals known as PFAS in food serviceware items. PFAS is used as a lining in some paper foodware items, but is environmentally pollutant that has become a serious concern locally, statewide, and nationally. In fact, many national corporations have already taken the lead and banned PFAS in their food serviceware items. This includes McDonald's, Wendy's, Whole Foods, Chipotle, and Trader Joe's. Washington State and New York State have already passed a PFAS ban, as well as 11 more states are considering similar bans in the current legislative cycle, including California under AB 1200. The ordinance also requires that food service providers provide single-use straws, beverage lids, utensils, and to-go condiments upon request by the customer, so that these establishments just don't assume everybody wants these things off the bat. And there's also an option for either a 25-cent fee or credit, depending on how that establishment wants to use the ordinance to their benefit. The ordinance also addresses polystyrene foam sold at the retail establishments, as well as special events. So the ordinance states that certain items cannot be sold made out of polystyrene foam. That includes coolers, ice, and ice chests, pool and beach toys, but this does exclude life jackets, packaging peanuts, and other packaging material. And again, it prohibits the sale of cups, bowls, plates, and clamshells. The ordinance also prohibits the use of polystyrene foam products at county facilities, as well as anybody who rents a county facility, use within the county department, as well as use by county contractors. We do have exemptions within the ordinance. An exemption may include if an establishment lets us know there's an undue hardship because of this ordinance. Also, it does not focus on packaging and food prepared outside of the county, and that is sold within the jurisdiction. It excludes packaging for meat and fish and other polystyrene products coming out of the county into our system. So the ordinance has 3 phases in it. Currently with the county, we are in the education phase, and today that's why we are doing this presentation to you. And after a review of this ordinance by the Board of Supervisors, we will be working closely with the Economic Development Department to do outreach and education to businesses within the county. But just to give you an example of some of the outreach we've already created, this is our website that focuses on the ordinance. We're also doing messaging where we want to promote reusable is best. We know not even creating recyclables and compostables is ideal. So moving away from single use to reusables is best. Recycling is great, and using fiber compostables is great, and we further describe what those are. And then polystyrene foam is going away. As I mentioned, there's a lot of confusion about what compostable single-use products can be used within Sonoma County. So this is where we go into more detail about what products are in compliance with all the franchise haulers, as well as all the compost facilities where our organic material is taken to. We also have an information page about recyclable is great. And we do try to promote that these items are clean and free of food when they go into the recycling bin. And then lastly, we created a supplier list, which shows where establishments can purchase the correct single-use products and their alternatives. The next phase of the ordinance is to develop a complaint-driven system for identifying non-compliant food establishments and providers, and then establish a compliance warning and enforcement protocol, and we will do that with the county, and provide technical assistance as needed with businesses. We already have the non-compliant establishment form up on our website, so this is an easy tool that patrons can use to help us identify which establishments are still using polystyrene foam. And then we will develop and execute an enforcement plan. And we know we'll be issuing 3 letters, as well as do some outreach and technical assistance and possibly site visits to help an establishment purchase the right types of single-use products. We really want to come at this as more education and outreach and less enforcement. So that's really our goal, is not to get to the penalty phase. But if we do get to the penalty phase, that will be on the county to enforce. Next, I'd like to cover the Model Zero Waste Resolution. And this sets the goal of reducing waste generated in landfill disposal by 2030. And it's reducing the total pounds per person per day by 10% per year. So this was a really neat resolution that was created by many community stakeholders, from the business sector to nonprofits, the labor sector, all came together to create this initial zero waste resolution. And within the resolution, there's 36 initiatives a city or the county can consider. So we hopefully had done the legwork for you for targeting what types of programs to implement. And there's 6 target areas within the resolution. The target areas are reduce first, and recover and reuse, education and outreach, green purchasing, and what we call environmentally preferred procurement, EPP, as well as extended producer responsibility. We also have support for service providers and the workforce, and how to implement this in a fiscal sustainable way. So with that, I open up to any questions and comments you may have.
Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Abbott.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the presentation. Curious about the optional 25-cent fee or credit. Can you tell me why that was included? Why don't you go ahead with that one first? I have a couple follow-ups.
Sure, that was included if a business saw that it was going to be a hardship for them to switch from single-use polystyrene foam to another product, that there would be some way to recoup that cost. And that's pretty consistent with other systems and ordinances throughout the state.
It had nothing to do with the reason that we did it for paper bags, which was the threat of a lawsuit by the oil industry and plastic bag manufacturers.
At this point, there's over 120 ordinances that have been passed to focus on polystyrene foam that we really aren't seeing any more lawsuits.
Okay, but it wasn't included as a way to a precursor to soften the blow or any kind of legal analysis that was done?
No.
And have you done, what is the financial difference in obtaining these materials? I'm just curious about the implementation, how quickly that rolls out. I would imagine you'd want to filter it in so that establishments can work through their existing inventory of whatever they have before they go forward. And what is the difference in cost that we have an extra fee on a bill going forward?
Yes, if this is to pass, it would go into effect January 1st of 2022. So that would give an establishment time to use their single-use products that they're currently using if they are using polystyrene foam. With encouraging reuse first, we actually see a cost savings over the long run. We are currently doing a pilot with 5 establishments, and we provided 5 mini grants to help an establishment purchase a reusable cups and utensils. And what we have found is actually a cost savings over the long run. So we want to promote reuse first. And then I don't know specifically, material type or product type by product type, but that's why we provided that supplier list so that an establishment can understand, if there is a big cost. Because we've already passed this ordinance to multiple jurisdictions, we have not received feedback that their establishment has encountered a hardship yet at this point by making the transition from polystyrene foam to another product. I believe there is some adjustment, but I don't know the specifics on each product.
Yeah, I think after this particular year, that would be an important thing to track and to have some information on, quite frankly. I'm in favor of going forward. I just worry about adding another burden on a business that's had a very difficult year, and then wondering how it gets metered out equitably across the board, especially on our smaller establishments, and making sure that they're not burdened outright. I know that it's great that it goes into effect on the first of the year, but I'm wondering if that's the appropriate date, depending on the materials that each individual establishment might have, which might be a little different. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Gorin.
Leslie and Trish, thank you so much for all that you do. And Trish fills in for me when I can't make the Zero Waste Sonoma meetings, which seem to occur with some frequency. So thank you, Trish. And this has been a long time coming. We've been talking about this on the Zero Waste Board for over a year. And in fact, we were scheduled to bring this forward at the beginning of last year, but oh, wait, we had a COVID pandemic and a few things going on. So thank you to the CAO and our executive director for scheduling this and moving it forward. But I know that the county had some questions that they needed to work through before you brought it over. And I'm wondering, Trish or Mr. Pittman, is there, what can you tell the board about this particular ordinance that the county might have had some challenges with?
I'm going to look to Trish, or unless Lisa Fiat from my office is trying to work with them.
Maybe I'm misinformed, but I thought that the county was navigating through a couple of the issues, and I'm curious about what they were.
Lisa, I'm not sure if you might know what Supervisor Gorin is referring to, because it's not coming to me as to. We've pretty much just been delayed due to, other responsibilities with COVID and, fires. But other than that, there wasn't an issue keeping us from moving forward with the proposed ordinance.
And Lisa, was there anything with the original ordinance or moving forward that was troubling to the county?
Not that I'm aware of. My understanding is there was some concern at one point about the burden this would place on folks during the pandemic, and that's what I understood to be the reason for pausing.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that we've resolved any issues, if there were some issues. What are what communities have passed this ordinance? I know the city of Sonoma, I think Sebastopol was the first, but what other cities have passed it already?
As well as Windsor, Cloverdale, and Healdsburg. And
Okay.
Petaluma passed a portion of it, and they're working on passing all of it.
Okay. I know that we had a spokesperson from Amy's Organics coming forward and really advocating for an ordinance, but also really looking at how we can accept a lot of the utensils and food containers that they produce. And could you explain whether or not Amy's is going to be happy with this? And if so, or if not, why?
Yes, from my understanding, Amy's wants to go zero waste and not even have a trash container. But some of the products they use are made out of PLA, and PLA is a polylactic acid, and it's used maybe out of like a cornstarch or some type of sugar starch. But unfortunately, there's synthetic binding materials within those plastic products, looking straws or plastic looking utensils. So compost facilities who are designated organic and sell organic compost cannot receive PLA products because it's designated as a pollutant because of these synthetic binding materials. So it's really important to the organic composter to have a clean organic compost because it's important to them to have that CDFA regulation. So this is a system thing. It's not just Sonoma County, it's across the board. I think there's just a handful of compost facilities in the state that even accept those types of products, but they don't make organic compost. They make compost or amendments for the roadways or Caltrans. So it's a very different market than when you want to try and sell to the agriculture community. So unfortunately, those products are not accepted at the compost facilities that we use and the majority of compost facilities throughout the state.
Right. For the board's understanding, I serve on the Energy, Environment, Land Use Committee with NACO, and we've had extensive conversations about PFAS and PFAS and trying to keep them out of the landfills and trying to reduce those chemicals that are incorporated in products. So it's not just Sonoma County that's trying to navigate this. It is occurring nationwide. I think those are all the questions that I have, but except for the fact that you talked about the 3 phases and the second phase really is far more aggressive in education and reaching out to the retailers. And at some point, hopefully by the end of the year, all of the cities will have agreed with this, and then we move on to the second phase.
That's correct.
Okay, great. I look forward to that. Let's make that happen. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Supervisor Gore, where'd you go?
There he is.
Question, Supervisor Gore?
Questions have been answered. I appreciate Supervisor Gore leaning in. My main question was where we were at with the cities and kind of some of the other stuff. So I'll wait for public comment and come back for deliberation.
Thanks. Supervisor Hopkins?
I don't have any questions, just comments, so I'll save those for later.
Great, thank you. Just a quick question from me. It seems like the education and the enforcement is aimed primarily at food purveyors and other retailers. What about wholesalers and the suppliers of these products? Will they be included in your outreach?
Yes, we actually have already conducted outreach to suppliers, those that are located within Sonoma County. And so they've actually helped work with us to identify the products that are in compliance with the ordinance.
And the suppliers feel like the supply chain will adequately handle the need when certain products are no longer able to be used here?
Yes, there are some challenges finding fiber products not containing PFAS, but there's actually a couple that have come on the market. So, yes, so we do have options here.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll go to public comment now.
Through the chair, if I may.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I noticed that you mentioned Petaluma passed a portion And I'm wondering if you can give me a little background information on that.
Sure. The portion that they did not pass is the mandatory recyclable and compostable single-use products. And that was something they actually wanted to address pretty soon after they passed the initial ordinance, but they also got tied up with COVID and other items. So we are going to be bringing that one back. And I do expect them to pass this ordinance in its full.
So they did not pass the mandatory compostable and what else?
And recyclable.
And so what does that do to the ordinance itself that they did pass?
They did pass the polystyrene foam component of the ordinance.
So just tell me, because as a layperson, every week I receive food from a food truck that has a white foam container. Is that, are there white foam containers that don't have the horrible, chemicals that you're talking about?
That's where we would want that establishment to switch to a recyclable container or a fiber-based container. So you could use a thicker plastic container like a clamshell. There's also fiber clamshell that are in compliance. So it's really switching to single-use products that are accepted in our recycling and composting system. And that's the education outreach that we would need to do to those types of establishments.
That wasn't because of what Petaluma excluded in their ordinance that they passed.
No.
And it wasn't because it's a food truck as opposed to a brick and mortar restaurant?
Both would need to comply with the ordinance.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we'll go to public comment, starting with Zoom and Marcy.
Thank you. If there are any members of the public that would like to comment on this item and you're in Zoom, please raise your hand in the app or press *9 on your phone keypad. While we are working on public comment in Zoom, if there are any commenters in the board chambers or on site who would like to comment on item number 81 on today's agenda, please begin to line up through the queue. And we do have a couple commenters. If we can please have the slide up. Right, for our first commenter, this will be Michael, followed by Guy. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, good afternoon to the board and attendees. This is Michael Simonitis. And as a member of the Sebastopol Zero Waste Committee, I'm proud of our city's actions to ban these environmentally harmful class of products that frequently contaminate our organics recycling streams, contribute to waste and white pollution or litter, as well as our landfill input. Not all alternatives are superior to styrofoam, as some bio-based food service products contain PFAS or forever chemicals, like was mentioned. And these chemicals persist in the environment, food chain, and human bodies forever, not just a few generations. The need to prohibit this pollution to prevent irreparable harm to our environment is abundantly clear and based on solid science. My company, Wastebusters, has worked statewide performing waste characterization. We see a lot of polystyrene service products, especially in Southern California, where zero waste programs are less mature than up north, and communities are more committed to the path of zero waste. Personally, I hate seeing these products in takeout restaurants in Sonoma County, as I can't compost or recycle them, impeding my own efforts to reach zero waste as well as those of our county at large. Knowing they will be with us far into the future is quite disturbing. So, I and the City of Sebastopol Zero Waste Committee urge the county to take a stand against this unnecessary form of waste and pollution that harms our health, environment, and impedes our progress toward reaching zero waste by passing this ban. There are better, safer, and saner alternatives for our community and planet that we need to use now. Thank you.
Please unmute and state your name.
My name is Guy Tillotson. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for the support for this initiative. My role at Santa Rosa Junior College is waste reduction and waste diversion. And because we spend over $100,000 on waste and hundreds of dumpsters of waste leave our campuses, we are ready and willing to divert all the materials into our compost bins and our recycling bins. But 38% of our waste is undivertible materials from local takeout restaurants and such. So we strongly encourage the moving forward of this ordinance at this time, because this is never going to be a perfect system, and there's never going to be a perfect time for this. But we want to be bold, we want to be leaders, and I appreciate everyone's leadership in this busy time. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
All right, and before we close public comment, I will see if there are any additional hands or folks in our board chambers wishing to comment.
None here, Marcy.
Thank you. That will conclude public comment.
Thank you. And that's an informational item. We'll move on to item 82, SB 1383 implementation.
Great. Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi, Chair Hopkins, and board members. Trish Pisani, Deputy Director, Transportation and Operations. Our next informational presentation will provide an overview of SB 1383 implementation. Again, Leslie Lucas, Executive Director of Zero Waste Sonoma, will be giving the presentation. At the end of Leslie's presentation, I will present staff's vision as we understand it today as to the impacts to the county and the property owners in the unincorporated areas of Sonoma County. With us today as panelists to address board questions, I have Director Huberitz, Director of Transportation and Public Works, Lisa Fiat, County Counsel's Office, Kara Morgan from Cal Recycle, and Fred Stemler from Recology Sonoma Marin. Again, as this is intended to be an informational item, staff will take direction from the board and return on October 5th for action to approve. So go ahead, Leslie.
Great, thank you very much. SB 1383 is a game changer in the industry. For those of you who are around when AB 939 was enacted, this is similar to that gravity in terms of its change to the industry. So the presentation I'm going to give you is high level, but I do welcome any questions, and we have Cal Recycle here in the audience who can also address any of the items. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. All right, so SB 1383 was passed in 2016 as a climate action and food insecurity law. SB 1383 is part of California's larger strategy to combat climate change. The law was designed to reduce global warming superpollutants like methane, which is up to 84 times more potent than even carbon dioxide. Landfills are one of the largest producers of methane in the state. When organic material breaks down in the landfill, methane is generated. So we need to move away from landfilling this organic waste, like food waste, food soil paper, and yard waste. The 2014 Sonoma County Waste Characterization Study revealed 30% of waste going into the landfill was organic material. In addition, 19% was compostable paper, and wood waste was 5%. So in 2014, over 55% of the material going to the landfill was organic in nature. In addition, California throws away more than 6 million tons of edible food waste every year. This is when the state has 1 in 8 Californians being food insecure, as well as 1 in every 5 children. SB 1383 regulations take effect January 1st, 2022, and it requires that 75% reduction of landfill organic waste is met by 2025, and also 20% increase in food recovery in 2025. Now, these are statewide goals, not county or jurisdiction goals. So it's a collective approach to this requirement, but the law actually is very prescribed in saying what a jurisdiction must do to be in compliant with the regulations. So I'll just quickly take you through how we got to where we are. The law was adopted in September 2016. After that, there was an informal rulemaking process. There was a requirement that there needed to be a 50% reduction in organic disposal waste by January 1st of 2020, but the regulations weren't fully adopted until late of last year. So as of now, the regulations take effect in January 1st, 2022. And what that means is the county must enact required ordinances like the enforcement compliance ordinance. The county must provide, monitor, and enforce organics collected from all generators. The county must conduct annual education and outreach, adopt environmental purchasing procurement policies, and procure a targeted amount of compost or mulch annually based on population, and then also establish and support edible food recovery programs. Then lastly, January 1st, 2025, we must have a 75% reduction of organics disposed and a 20% increase in edible food recovery statewide. There are many responsibilities that I mentioned. So first is the county is required to provide organic waste collection services to all residents and businesses. There will be some amendment to the county's agreement with Recology so that there is compliance with SB 1383 measures. The county must also conduct annual education and outreach to all generators. This includes information on methods for the prevention of organic waste generation, recycling organic waste on site, and sending organic waste to community composting programs. The agency will actually support the county in many of these measures. There also must be a plan for adequate capacity for recycling organic waste. We will be conducting that plan and hiring a consultant to let us know about the capacity for edible food waste. And lastly, there must be a food recovery program, and we know we need to expand this countywide. There is also monitoring and compliance and enforcement of SB 1383. So we'll be working with the county on what that enforcement looks like. There is also possibly some funding through CalRecycle to help with the compliance of SB 1383. So we will continue to monitor what type of funding opportunities there are. SB 1383 affects all roles and responsibilities within a jurisdiction. So for the county, that means every department will need to understand how SB 1383 impacts their work. The Board of Supervisors will need to pass local enforcement ordinances. County staff and CAO will be involved in capacity planning, procurement, and edible food recovery programs. There's also responsibility for finance and legal staff to review the local enforcement ordinances, as well as any franchise agreement modifications. Purchasing staff will be central in procuring recycled organic products, including paper. And public parks may be involved with assessing the need for local compost application in county parks in landscape areas. Environmental health staff may be involved with enforcement opportunities, as well as there's a possibility that the public transportation and fleet departments could be involved in procuring renewable natural gas if that's an option. So the current status of implementation, we do meet monthly with all the jurisdictions. We're in the process of developing a memorandum of understanding, which delegates the responsibilities of Zero Waste Sonoma and our responsibilities for compliance of 1383. We are completing a waste characterization study that has started this spring, and we'll be starting the sorting in August. We have already done outreach to commercial and multifamily establishments. Letters were sent out in June and July, and we're also working with the haulers to send out information in their Q2 or Q3 information newsletters to their clients. So there is a procurement target for compost for the county. That's 6,809 tons of compost, or 11,700 tons of mulch per year is required under the regulations. There is a component regarding a direct service provider option to purchase the compost on behalf of the county. We are working with CalRecycle to really identify what that means, as this will help the process. We did apply for a food recovery grant, and we found out that we were awarded that food recovery grant, which is great news because that will help offset some of the costs to implementing food recovery programs. There are some funding impacts to SB 1383. I mentioned that compost procurement, and that could range from anywhere to $390,000 annually to $510,000 annually. So we really want to focus on that direct procurement option because we think that that's where we can find a cap of savings. There's also funding going to be needed for food recovery capacity expansion. That's going to require staff time, meetings, reporting, ordinances. We work closely with the county on that right now. The county will likely see an increased rate from their franchise hauler. And then lastly, enforcement and regulations. And I did want to mention that there is a state bill called SB 619 that has just passed the Senate, and it sits in the Assembly right now. And what that possible new law states is that the state can enforce regulations on the jurisdiction, and that was to begin January 1st, 2022. But if this law passes, state's enforcement does not start till January 1st, 2023. And with that, I'll hand over the last slide to Trish.
Great, thank you, Leslie. So to summarize a lot of what Leslie had covered previously in this presentation is that basically what this means to the county effective January 1, 2022 is organic, collection services will be required for all residential and commercial generators. We will need to amend our franchise agreements to reflect this requirement. Mandatory service ordinance will need to be, as required by Cal Recycle, will be an ordinance the county will need to pass. At this point in time, we've been working with Recology and studying data, and we're looking at it's probably now more like 9,000 customers may be required to subscribe to collection service if going forward with a mandatory service ordinance. A decision the board will need to make is, do we want to look at requiring organic only service, which is what 1383 requires, or do we at the same time also require garbage service? The county will need to pass an enforcement ordinance. All generators will need to be notified about 1383 requirements, and that process has already started. And again, the county will be working with the JPA to take care of a lot of the education and outreach. And the county will be signing an MOU between Zero Waste Sonoma, our JPA, and the 10 other jurisdictions, all the cities. This MOA will pretty much outline the responsibilities that the JPA will be taking on behalf of all the jurisdictions. In this MOU, we're looking at the JPA to take care of, like I said, most of our outreach and education. They will assist with compliance requirements. There's a lot of tracking that the state is requiring, tracking and reporting to the state, and the JPA will also be performing that function for us. So a lot of help will come through our MOU with the JPA. This pretty much ends our presentation. I do have, as I mentioned earlier, several panelists available to answer board questions. So I turn it back over to the chair now.
Thank you. We're going to get back to the board for questions. Questions? Supervisors? Chair Hopkins.
Thank you very much. So my question is really surrounding the fact that there are more than 4,500 parcels in the 5th district to whom this ordinance would newly apply, and which is more than double sort of the next biggest, which I think is the 1st district. We have a lot of really difficult to access, extraordinarily rural properties up in West County, particularly along the North Coast. Could I get a little more information about the possible exemptions? I know that there are, if the owner occupant composts all yard trimmings and food waste on site and otherwise agrees to deliver solid waste to a permanent facility. I mean, what is the real scope of the exemption world for some of these extraordinarily rural properties that could potentially be very expensive otherwise to serve? And I guess my follow-up is, I do see that Fred Stemler from Recology is on, and I'd be really curious to hear about cost and feasibility of serving some of these extraordinarily difficult to access sites.
Well, I guess to start with, to answer your question, I mean, the exemptions or waivers are fairly limited. There is one that has to do with population. So in a I think within a 1 mile square radius, if their population is less than 75, then they will receive a waiver and we will not be required to service that area. There will also be a waiver for what is considered extremely difficult or unsafe. So if a garbage truck can't turn around safely, or if the road is not considered safe enough for a commercial vehicle to go down, then that would also be an exception for requiring the service. I mean, those are kind of the two big waivers that right now that the state has presented to us through the current regulations.
Thank you. And I'm wondering if there's any comment from Recology on sort of the scope of rate increases that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's a great question, Supervisor Hopkins. So we have been doing some preliminary analysis. It is still early, so these are far from final, but the hard to service routes that we operate are largely, as you said, in West County, the terraces above Monte Rio, Jenner, Summerhome Park. And so if they are excluded from this, the rate impact is significantly reduced on the models that we've created thus far. We're talking like 1 to 2%, including the 1383 kind of range. If we're going mandatory service across 3 commodity types, and including the entirety of the county and all the service, we're projecting around 9% rate adjustments right now. Again, this is far from final, but we are running these numbers and trying to figure out what are waiver eligible as Trish was just laying out as well. So that's the rough math that we're getting through right now.
Thank you very much. And can I ask, is there any difference between sort of the 3 service types versus the single service on compost?
So yeah, the services that the customers have the opportunity to access recycling and waste services at their home. So what we're trying to contemplate and looking at the customers that are using recycle only subscription levels right now that exist in the rate structure is what is the level of contamination when a household only has 1 commodity stream. We do know that it is higher, and we do see instances in which that single commodity household is stuffing it full of trash. In some cases, over half of it is waste. In that case, we tag, we coach, or they essentially become ineligible to use that service. And so if we were to go to an organics only stream, that's the first concern that comes up from my end is, households don't generally just create 1 commodity. So they need to essentially self-haul to a recycle processing and a landfill if they don't have those 2 streams. It is possible, but it's the largest concern I have. Now that's offset by, the rate impact. I'm very cognizant and don't want to create a burden on households since, times are tough as is. So we're modeling out an organics only option and a 3 stream, and we're doing it with hard to service included and excluded. So those are the options that we're mapping out right now.
I really appreciate that information and feedback. Thank you. And I sort of find it ironic that we would potentially, mandate the green waste, which, there are weeks when we don't have anything in our green waste because we compost, on our home, whereas we always have recyclables and trash. And so in many cases, you would potentially be going up to the far reaches of West County and there's nothing actually there, right, to collect.
Yeah. And it's a lot of gas. It's a lot of time. 1383's intent is climate action and carbon emissions. So it comes to the forefront from our perspective as well as we're mapping this out.
Yeah. Can I just ask, in terms of 1383, does it mandate weekly service, or is there any possibility of hard to reach areas receiving less frequent service?
I'll take a stab at that, but Leslie, you can jump in. I know there is a provision that we can offer every other week service in certain areas. So that's an option we can look at in the very rural areas.
That just might be something to consider in terms of cost savings and to Fred's point, the greenhouse gas emission savings too. Because I mean, it just to me, God bless you, Fred, for sending folks up to, Starrett Hill and Monterey. I can't imagine driving a truck that size. I can barely get my own, passenger vehicle up some of those roads. So it's some of these areas are very, very difficult to access. And it's even more challenging up on the North Coast and so far away.
Yeah, historically, I've been cautioned against moving off of weekly service for any pre-chessable products, so any organics or MSW streams, just for vector control. I defer to legal department as well as far as state requirements there.
Great, thank you. Well, those are my questions, and it sounds like this is going to be a tough one for everyone to figure out exactly where we land. Back to the chair, vice chair, acting chair.
I'd like to follow up on Chair Hopkins' questions about rates. Fred, I'm not sure I heard you correctly. I think you used 1% and 9%, but I'm not sure exactly percent of what that you're talking about. You're talking about increases across the board. Could you explain that a little further, please?
Yeah, we're modeling essentially a rate increase to cover the costs of adding these additional routes, and depending on how many accounts are adding services and the scope of services that are added, the range is anywhere right now. And again, this is preliminary. Please don't hold my feet to the fire on this one. But as low as 1.8% and up to 9.4% across the rate structures.
And this would be increases for everyone, not just the new customers that are getting their organic waste picked up.
Correct. It would be a weighted average adjustment across, as I understand it.
So this isn't just affecting 4,500 people in West County or 10,000 countywide. It's affecting everyone that has garbage, which is basically everyone.
That's correct.
And if I can just add, the reason for that is that SB 1383, let's assume everybody had organic service right now. 1383 is still requiring that Recology perform route audits. And so there's a lot of compliance and reporting and education requirements that currently are not required of our franchised hauler. So if we were going to implement 1383 right now and not go to mandatory service, we still would be looking at about a 2% rate increase across the board, just due to the new responsibilities that we have to meet the requirements of 1383. So there's that aspect of the increase, and now we have this additional cost of moving to mandatory service.
Great. I appreciate that, Trish. I just want to make sure that for people who are watching this and for people who will be hearing about this, that it's not just folks who don't have commercial garbage service now who will be affected by this. It's everyone.
Correct.
Other questions from the board? Supervisor Gorn.
When we were discussing this,
Supervisor Gorin, we can't hear you on Zoom.
Thank
There we
you.
go.
I need to punch the button that turns on my microphone. How clever. Thank you, Trish. When we were discussing this several months ago, about implementing SB 1383, we know that the focus is really on organics, keeping organics out of the landfill. And at the time, we were speculating that mandatory hauling might just ask commercial entities and multifamily entities to subscribe to mandatory hauling. Now we're talking about mandatory hauling for everyone, And I know that there always is a challenge with contamination and mixed streams in the various bins. But I also know that 3 bins require a lot of space to store, either on the side of the road, which happens way too frequently, or in a space next to a house. And let me tell you, from losing a home, they melt really well. They burn really well. There's not much left of a trash bin after a fire. But my real question is the difference between mandatory hauling for commercial multifamily versus mandatory hauling for everyone. Why?
Okay, I'll take a stab and then I'll let Lisa chime in. But well, first of all, there is actually another waiver I forgot to mention about space constraints. So there could be some, in particular multifamilies and even commercials where if there's just no way that a green bin or cart can fit on the property, that is another reason for a waiver. So there is that there. And then initially when we started studying this, we were not under the understanding that there was a mandatory service requirement. And as we were looking at options, we potentially thought maybe we would have a mandatory requirement for commercial, multifamily, and not on residential. But as we studied the regulations more and more, and we had several conversations with Cal Recycle, and that's why we have Cal Recycle as a panelist today, we understood that the mandatory that self-haul is not an option except in a very few and limited circumstances. So we just understood that recently over the last few weeks, after we had already met with the board to share with what we knew so far. So it was new information to us over the last couple of weeks that it's a mandatory requirement for both residential, commercial, multifamily.
Thank you, Trish, for the explanation, and I can appreciate the complexity of what we're dealing with at the moment. Here's a question for Mr. Stemler. I remember when I was on the Santa Rosa City Council, and we had a new hauler, and they were requiring residential folks to roll their bins out to the nearest major road, major meaning a navigable road versus a flag lot. And because of the challenges with the size of a truck being able to access a narrow flag lot or private driveway, if we move forward with mandatory hauling, are you going to require, especially residential folks, to roll their bins out some distance away so that your trucks can pick them up? Or how do you anticipate actually physically accommodating this?
While I believe there is, the odd hard to service anomaly that we have to work through, we generally try and go the extra distance for our customer here to not create a huge burden there. So I can't say with 100% certainty, but what we're forecasting and knowing the areas, these hard to service routes that exist right now, we are currently going out and collecting commodities out there, and I don't believe that burden that you're describing is widely prevalent there. So I don't foresee that being a major issue.
And I know that this is informational for us to process. We've discussed mandatory hauling for a number of years because of the roadside trash that is just dumped along the roadsides and proving to be burdensome to everyone. If we have mandatory hauling, then will you offer the same kind of 4 times a year pickup for small trash dumpsters and large items? Is that part of the service that we anticipate?
Yes. So if we went with the 3 commodity service, it would follow the same structure. I think where there would be an anomaly, and it's a good opportunity to clarify Supervisor Corsi's previous question, is if we went with the organics only route where only one commodity was ascribed to, we may be looking for exceptions where that that additional service isn't priced into the structure. And in that hypothetical sense, or in that avenue where it was organics only, those new organics customers on an organics only rep, they would actually be the ones paying for the new services itself. It would not be distributed across all of the rate structures. So that's one way where it wouldn't impact all of the customers, and I would not foresee them being entitled to that 4 times a year additional disposal on an organics only structure. So that is an alternate too. I'm sorry I didn't bring that up before.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I have had folks asking for that service, and then we had to clarify that no, they did not subscribe to the service. I think, and this is information for the county staff, I think we need to go into this with our eyes wide open and really look at the various options that we have in front of us, and working with Recology to understand the constraints of the truck size. So are we going to use GIS to go out there looking at the width of the roads and determine, well, this truck is not going to work on this route, and therefore we need to think about exceptions for those properties that are at the end of a 2-mile, very narrow driveway or something like that. So we have a lot of challenging properties, as Supervisor Hopkins mentioned, and I have the same challenges up and down the hills of Sonoma Valley and into the fire zones. And I think we better have the answers before we really determine a course of action, because we're going to be challenged by some of the folks, not only for the mandatory service and the expense of that, but perhaps the physical imposition on their ability to roll their bins to a place where they can be picked up. So thank you.
Supervisor Abbott.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the work. It's good to see you, Fred. Thanks for all your work on all the disasters. Hopefully we won't have that for quite a while to come. A lot of my, and I appreciate Supervisor Hopkins asked a few of my questions regarding, because down my way, self-haul is still a way of life because of the proximity to central landfill. And there are a lot of people who would, quite frankly, not be tethered to yet another monthly charge and have the flexibility of taking their debris up to the landfill when they so desire. I did also look up, this was a Senator Laura bill, and he only had less than 10% of unincorporated area in his county down in LA. So that it makes you wonder. Of course, they all passed it. So, but I think any bill that's passed that's going to go into effect years down the line, a little less scrutiny about the details. And here we are going forward. What happens with multiple properties? Right now, we have multiple properties. Again, with self-haul, they can collect from one of the others themselves and bring it in to landfill. How will that be perceived? And again, I share some of the other concerns and question if it's truly about greenhouse gas emission goals. Are we sending trucks out along roads to pick up what, as opposed to either self-composting a lot of those properties now, or bringing it up to the landfill? Or no, they won't be able to bring it to landfill, but going forward. So really asking about multiple property situations. Does anyone have any idea of how the ordinance will have to read on that?
Well, I know currently we're actually looking at that. We've been working with Recology. We have information from our assessor's office that identifies all parcels in Sonoma County. And we've been doing a comparison of all county parcels to the maps and routes that Recology currently services. We are working on identifying, parcels that may have, the same owner with multiple parcels. So that possibly we could look at having, a waiver that will say, if you have service, on one property, that, that could suffice for all the properties, especially if they're located right next to each other. So we're definitely trying to pull that data together now so that we can come up with some policies around that.
Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you. The one follow-up I wanted to have is, Trish, on some of the emails. I know, I don't think this is really litigation. It's more of an implementation of with Cal Recycle and with others from the intent of the law versus the implementation on that self-haul issue. As I'd flagged it for some of the CSAC folks, and I think suggested that you guys reach out to Jennifer Henning, who runs that. In terms of, I mean, it sounded like from what you were talking about, we were kind of the point of the spear in hearing about this change in course from the state. So I just wanted to know if you, if there was any follow-up there, or if you need any assistance in kind of making sure that we don't just take this line down and we figure out what really it is.
Yeah, no, we are and if, you know, Lisa wants to chime in, but Lisa has already reached out to attorneys from other counties who are in current discussions with Cal Recycle and their attorneys about, you know, the regulations, how they were written and what the true intention is. So we are definitely still looking at all options going forward and trying to resolve this, what we see as an inconsistency right now.
Do you feel like it was, I mean, me not reading every aspect of the law and then the initial findings and then the rulemakings and other things like that, was it pretty clear that this was a change in course at some point, as opposed to just I mean, if that's what it seemed like from some of the emails that were going around?
Yeah, I can let Lisa chime in, but from what I've seen, I don't know if it was so much a change of course or staff's interpretation, you know, just assuming that the self-haul would be very limited, and yet, you know, that's really not what the language is saying. So I don't know if so much of it was a change of course all along, or just not a clear understanding with everybody that was trying to roll this new regulation out.
I'd love to hear from Lisa if there's any more.
Yeah, Lisa, what are your thoughts?
Sure. If I may, I think there's a disconnect between what the regulations say and what staff intended them to say. And I think this might be a great opportunity for Kara to chime in. We have Kara Morgan from Cal Recycle with us today. And I think she is probably better able, frankly, than I to explain kind of what the goal was and what the spirit of the regulations is versus what the regulations actually say.
Sure. Thanks, Lisa. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Thank you, Supervisor, and thank you, Lisa. You know, I do really appreciate the questions. I've appreciated working with the county staff and the Waste Authority staff. You know, again, as Lisa stated and as Trish stated, throughout the rulemaking from the very beginning, we have been communicating that these regulations do require mandatory collection service. The regulations do provide self-haul options, so jurisdiction can implement a self-haul ordinance, but the intention of that was to allow self-haul in limited circumstances, with jurisdictions enforcing, you know, the self-haul requirements. So the foundational requirement of the regulations has always been this aspect of providing mandatory service both to residents and commercial businesses, with various opt-out provisions, some of the waivers, low population. As Trish noted, the space waiver and de minimis for commercial businesses. I also appreciate, however, in reading these regulations, I mean, this is a rulemaking that's 127 pages. It's a very complex rulemaking. You know, I can appreciate in reading the regulations how one might read it in a certain way and not come across with what the regulations are intended to do with respect to providing mandatory collection service. With that said, Cal Recycle will be assessing jurisdictions' compliance, understanding that there will be a need for implementation of some of the self-haul requirements as laid out in the regulation. So I hope that's helpful. You know, I do think our continued collaboration, we understand, you know, particularly with the county and, you know, the county's understanding and our clarification since then that, you know, this has created some challenges. And we're happy to continue the dialogue and work with you on implementation of this very important regulation. Let me know if you have any additional questions for me.
Well, I think I just want to thank you for that and ask that you work with us to figure out what the on the ground scenario is, because all of us want to divert as much of this as possible and to get it into beneficial use as much as possible. What we don't want to do is in a place that has, as my colleague said, just in one district, 4,500 parcels up in the hinterlands, is be sending, I mean, we're trying to hit other goals too, with not just roads, but climate and other things like that, and how to make that practical. Not just send a bunch of, I mean, I'm sure there could be another one that says, well, then you have to get electric fleet, but we are moving on that, but that's not there yet. So a way to phase this in an implementation and not just have vehicle miles traveled, irregardless of that, but get to a solution would be a request as you go through further rulemaking. Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions from board? Right. We will move on to public comment on this item number 82. And we'll start with Zoom. Marcy.
If there are any members of the public who would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad if you're a phone-in attendee. And while we're looking to see if there are any Zoom commenters, please can anyone in the building, if you're wanting to make a comment, line up for the queue to go in chambers.
Looks like we have no live commenters here.
Thanks, Vice Chair Corsi. We have none in Zoom either.
All right. Thank you very much. This is an informational item. Appreciate.
Through the chair, if I just one last comment.
Of course.
Can't help but, especially when Johannes was sitting on there, just talk about roads. Obviously, heavy, wet, food waste, recyclable, green waste. And Fred, you just need to work with us on some anti-gravity trucks that can work on these roadways. Especially as they pick up the cans next to an unconstrained piece of asphalt that will crack off and head down a hill or away from the center line of the road. It's a huge concern, especially if we're putting that many more truck trips on all these rural roads as we try to get ahead of the curve on pavement preservation. So I know that it's a tough one to overcome, but it's out there. So thanks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's going to have impacts on that. All right, we're moving on to number 83 with the amendment by addendum of some of the numbers in this. The annual contract approval for homeless programs and continuum of care programs. Ms. Rivera, nice to see you again.
Good afternoon. Interim Director for the Department of Health and Support for the Community Development Commission. And joining me this afternoon is Michael Gauss, our Ending Homelessness Unit Manager for the Community Development Commission. We are happy to present the annual contract approval for homelessness programs and the continuum of care programs. Thank you, Michael. We'll start at the beginning. Okay. So we'll provide you with some background on the continuum of care itself. A continuum of care, of course, is a regional or local planning body that coordinates housing and services funding for homeless families and individuals. The purpose of a continuum of care is the development of a community plan in order to organize and deliver housing and services to meet the specific needs of people who are homeless as they move to stable housing, and maximize self-sufficiency and operationalize action steps to end homelessness and prevent a return to homelessness. In 1995, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, began to require communities to submit a single application for McKinney-Vento homeless assistance grants. And this was in order to streamline the funding application process to encourage coordination of housing and service providers on a more local level, and to promote the development of continuums of care. By requiring communities to do this, to submit a single application, HUD's thought was that this would encourage a more strategic approach to both housing and as well as providing services to individuals and families who were homeless. A continuum of care was to provide this more strategic system of providing those who were experiencing homelessness with housing and services that would be appropriate to their range of needs. Next slide. You can just hit your enter key. Thank you. Sonoma County Continuum of Care is designed to function as the HUD designated continuum of care. This is the local body that implements policies and plans to end homelessness. Sonoma County's Continuum of Care is governed by a 15-member board that's responsible for the oversight of funds that are designated to the Continuum of Care. The board consists of local elected officials, nonprofit representatives, subject matter experts, and individuals with lived experience. The CDC serves as the COC, or the Continuum of Care's lead agency, and has acted in this role since the inception of the COC's planning activities, which began back in 1997. Next slide. One of the most important activities that's entrusted to the COC, or the Continuum of Care, is the PIT count, or point in time count. It's the biannual count of the homeless population and an annual enumeration of emergency systems, transitional housing units, and beds that make up the homeless assistance systems. This activity is performed through the lead agency, and these counts provide an overview of the state of homelessness in a COC. They also offer the information that's necessary in order to redirect services or funding and resources as necessary. The Continuum of Care awards that we will get to momentarily serve as the annual system of care seeking to provide services, offering whether it be prevention service strategies, housing and homeless assistance programs, in order to assist those who are at risk of or who are experiencing homelessness. Next slide. There are factors, there are impacts, and there are interventions. And that's what we really want to get to, is the interventions of homelessness. California has the largest homeless population in the nation. It's representing almost 21% of our country's total homeless population. Thank you. There's over 150,000 people who are asleep on our streets here in California, or in a shelter on any given night. Over 390,000 Californians will experience homelessness at least once during the course of a year. Some of the factors, impacts, and interventions with respect to homelessness include the factors of homelessness are poverty, lack of affordable housing, domestic violence and trauma, substance abuse, mental illness, evictions, foreclosures. The factors of mental illness, in addition to adverse childhood experiences and substance use, are risk factors for homelessness. And although estimates of the prevalence of mental illness vary, there are studies that look at mental illness in the homeless population, and they've generally found a high prevalence of mental disorders. And the most common disorders at times are alcohol and drug dependence. Now, according to our PIT count, or point in time count, the main drivers of Sonoma County's local homelessness, as reported by surveys that were done, were a loss of jobs. That was 22% of those that were surveyed reported this. Alcohol or drug abuse, 16% reported this. Domestic disputes reported 15% reported this. And then the wildfires, 10% reported this. Homeless residents with a disabling condition. And when we talk about disabling conditions, we mean developmental disabilities or individuals who have a long-term physical or mental impairment. 40% of homeless individuals fall into this particular category. There are many misconceptions that fall around or that surround homelessness and with respect to the factors around homelessness. But one of the factors that we see here in California is a lack of housing affordability. Individuals within our state experience short episodes of homelessness. In fact, studies have shown that 73% to 77% of those who have experienced homelessness are not necessarily homeless for long. HUD data indicates that the average length of stay in a shelter is around 17 days for individuals and 36 days for families. HUD also asserts that California's high housing costs correlate directly to our high rate of homelessness. Some of the impacts of homelessness that we see are family separation, mental and physical health, academic and social emotional well-being. These are impacts that we see in our homeless population. Employment impacts, safety impacts, impacts in fundamental basic needs for this particular population, access to adequate nutrition, water, shelter, and protection from the elements are the reality that homeless individuals encounter every single day. So what are some of the interventions that we can fund, some of the interventions that we can pour our resources into? Well, supportive housing, transitional housing, rapid rehousing, affordable housing solutions, supportive services. Next slide. So the goal of the continuum of care is to achieve functional zero homelessness in Sonoma County. The System of Care program, which makes up these annual awards, is designed to accomplish the following: to promote a community-wide commitment to the goal of ending homelessness, to provide funding for efforts to quickly rehouse individuals and families who are homeless, which minimizes the trauma and the dislocation that's caused by homelessness, to promote access to and effective use of mainstream programs such as Medicaid, medical housing, medical services, housing vouchers, income supports, healthcare, etc. And then fourthly, to optimize self-sufficiency among individuals and families who are experiencing homelessness. A continuum of care, a high-functioning continuum of care, refers to solutions to homelessness. It is, in essence, bundled care options that follow an individual through time, adapting to their changing needs because they don't stay the same. This coordinated effort means better outcomes for the individual or the family that's experiencing homelessness. The continuum of care concept, which we see has been proven successful throughout our nation, involves an integrated system of care that guides and tracks individuals over time through a comprehensive array of services that span various levels and intensity of care. Next slide. So, functional zero, homelessness at a level of functional zero is where a system can be adequately served by its resources, so that homelessness is rare or it's episodic, or it's brief, or it's a one-time experience. That's where we want to get to. Functional zero can be achieved if we can get to the point where we are efficiently operating a homeless services system that has the appropriate mixture of those bundled care options that I mentioned. There have to be options along the continuum. The homeless population is asking, where do we go? When we outreach to homeless populations, when we are clearing encampments, when we are bearing down on enforcement of encampments, individuals within these encampments are asking, where do we go? What are our options? What are we going to do? For people who face severe barriers to housing stability, an affordable home is the only one piece of that puzzle to solving that homelessness. There's another piece of that puzzle, which are those wraparound services and supports to keep them stable in that housing. So they not only need a place to live in that's affordable without a time limit for the length of their stay. They need more permanent supportive housing options, but they also need services that are going to foster that housing stability. These services can include case management, medication monitoring, life skills training, access to health and behavioral health care, transportation, vocational services, life skills training, etc. Study after study have found supportive housing services to be cost effective, showing supportive housing costs to be almost the same or less than the costs of maintaining homelessness. A recent report by HUD found that moving homeless people into supportive housing avoids the costs from public systems. We had a report not too long ago from the California Public Health Lab, which reported those high utilizers. So the costs can be avoided from the public systems like hospitals, jails, ambulance services, general relief, and other programs. Some when the system works, even by 79% can be reduced. Other studies around the nation specifically show that by affording case management and access to health and mental health treatment, along with affordable housing options, tenants are able to decrease their days spent in jail by 76% and their days in prison by 57%. So though one level of government, be it city, county, state, or federal, we don't all just reap the benefit, but we all together can reap those benefits, the benefits of costs that are avoided with supportive housing. And these studies demonstrate over and over and over the significantly reduced public expenditures per homeless individual across all levels of government. Several of these studies have indicated that each level of government's public costs avoided equaled or exceeded the costs of supportive housing, reflecting a shared responsibility for the benefit in ending chronic homelessness. So where do they go? Well, we've got to have adequate availability of housing resources, including services that are affordable and sustainable. Next slide. Next slide, please, Michael. Thank you. So there must be a recognition that the funds that are administered by the continuum of care, they only comprise a portion of the homeless services system. So in order for us to achieve the optimal results, these funds must be coupled with an approach that brings additional investments as demonstrated in this board item, along with greater collaboration. I'm really excited about the collaborations that we've begun with cities and towns here in Sonoma County, and creative interventions in order to move homeless persons along this housing continuum, from homelessness to emergency shelter, to transitional housing, to supportive housing, to affordable rentals. We know that the ultimate goal for all of us is home ownership. This movement through the system and into housing is what we call the proper system flow. It's how the system flows, or it's really how it's supposed to flow. This is what we call the housing continuum. This system flow is achievable when the homeless services system has that right balance of emergency shelter, of transitional housing, of supportive housing, of affordable rentals. And it's able to scale with the appropriate level with respect to our population. That's why these PIT counts or these point in time counts are important. That's why data is important. Needs analysis is really crucial in order for us to get the right mix of our housing solutions and the appropriate wraparound services. So yes, we need more housing solutions along this housing continuum. We need more emergency and transitional housing. We need more indoor-outdoor shelter options, safe parking, more LG Village style situations. We need more supportive housing such as Project Home Key. We need more RV parking sites. We need more tiny home villages. We need to create partnerships and collaborative opportunities, leveraging our available resources and funding. But our solutions have to include finding and implementing innovative models, whether it be our more multidisciplinary teams. You know, people ask, why is LG Village so successful? It may not necessarily be about the emergency shelter or the transitional housing. There have to be those wraparound services, those case managers, those social workers who are wrapping those necessary services around those clients, those families, in order to keep them stably housed in the solutions that we're providing. So for people who are chronically homeless or who have other significant barriers to housing stability, creating more permanent supportive housing is the only means of ending homelessness. And finding the supportive housing requires three components: capital funding to build, rehabilitate, and acquire housing. We see this coming out of the state and on a national level with funding opportunities. We need to leverage those opportunities. Operating funding to operate, maintain, and sustain the solutions that we come up with. And services funding to pay for the services that are offered to our tenants. So fostering the creation of these supportive homes for those who need the permanent supportive solutions, and providing these wraparound supports needed for individuals and families to remain stably housed is key. And another important part of addressing these needs for our homeless population and ensuring that we have this robust homeless system of care with respect to these annual awards and contracts that go out every single year. It's important that we continue to support our system of care. So Michael will now, over the next few slides, share and provide an overview of the annual awards and contracts with respect to those that provide outreach, prevention, housing supports, and services.
Thanks, Tina. Good afternoon, supervisors. So yeah, we'd be happy to go through the next few slides here. Noting that there's a difference in a couple buckets, which is why it's kind of divided up. So the 2020 HUD Continuum of Care Awards are a specific subset of awards, some of which come to the CDC, the commission, others of which go to local providers. And the CDC as lead agency submits an annual consolidated funding application to HUD. And we actually apply on behalf of all of the eligible projects, the renewal projects. HUD doesn't tell you when that the application is going to come out, but we do extensive months of prep work for it. And it's a national competition. And primarily the awards are for rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing, as well as core services for coordinated entry system and homeless management information system database. So some of the supervisors may be familiar with these. We bring these annually each year. These projects potentially provide permanent supportive housing and rapid rehousing for up to 237 people experiencing homelessness. And the total award for the continuum of care is just over 4.1 million for 18 projects. Now in 2020, for the first time, HUD did not hold a competition due to the COVID pandemic. They rolled over all projects and guaranteed everybody funding. That will not be the case in 2021, which is coming up. So that process is already about to start. But last year, they just gave a pass for the 2020 awards that are just now going into contract, or starting going into contract. Of that 4 million, 1.8 million is designated to go directly to 8 commission projects. I'll go through those in just a moment. I did want to note that when I started in 2015, what's called our annual renewal demand was around 2.6 million. And we have raised that all the way up to 4.1 million in the last 6 years. So we've almost at some point soon, we may actually double what it was when I first came on board. So we've been able to be competitive nationally due to some of our outcomes here and overall performance. Just a snapshot of all the COC project awards that from last year. And again, some of these are HUD titles for some of these projects, so it's a little tricky in terms of the HUD lingo here. But you can see the ones in blue are the ones that come directly to the CDC. And I should note these contracts are all directly with HUD. So for any ones in bold, in the black there, you see Catholic Charities Permanent Supportive Housing, Mill Street Supportive Housing, et cetera. Those contracts are directly with the provider, and HUD and the CDC as the lead agency monitors those contracts. And several of our continuum of care board members, which has oversight of these funds, are on an evaluation committee that rates and ranks those each year. And so all of these COC awards are under the purview of the continuum of care board. And then we need to bring obviously our local projects here for contract authority. But the COC board ultimately rates and ranks those each year. And in 2019, which the 2020 awards were rolled over, in 2019, for the first time ever, we actually received every project we applied for, which is very unusual in the HUD world due to the strength of our application. And if anybody has specific questions on some of these individual projects, I'm happy to answer. They really run the gamut from serving victims of domestic violence to serving transition age youth, 18 to 24, to people with HIV and AIDS who are homeless, people with serious mental health issues that are homeless. And they're also very geographically equitable, right? Mill Street Supportive Housing, for example, is a house in Guerneville that provides housing for 8 people. Reach for Home now is operating a rapid rehousing project in North County. COTS, obviously, there you see has several, has a project in Petaluma Roanoke Park area. The 8 CDC awards, 4 are for renewals for rental assistance. So this is scattered site housing with utilizing special vouchers from the Housing Authority. They match rental assistance with supportive services from partners like Face to Face for people with HIV and AIDS, Social Advocates for Youth, obviously we're for our TAY population, Department of Health Services, Behavioral Health, and other qualified health centers for people with chronic health conditions. There's 2 awards that for what's called our HMIS system, and that's the HUD mandated database system, which gives a lot of our qualitative data, or quantitative data, I should say, statistical information regarding the extent and nature of homelessness to HUD. And we did receive a new award in 2019 that was rolled over in 2020, and that is upwards of $327,000. That will bring in a new staff member on to provide support. And then finally, we have the coordinated entry project that addresses HUD's mandate for communities accessing federal continuum of care and ESGBUs for a single front door. And that is the backbone for coordinated entry, and it's an annually renewable award. And finally, there's a planning grant, which is about, it doesn't come close to obviously covering the staffing and backboning of the agency, but it does partially cover the cost of staffing the COC board effort. And finally, the last couple slides here, in addition to the contacts directly from HUD, the overall 2021 homeless program contracts provide for system support for rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, street outreach, homeless prevention, fair housing, and emergency shelter. And we have designated some, traditionally we have some local funds from your board in combination with funds that the COC board approved for contracts in March 21, 2021 that was level funding for up to 36 projects. So it's just over 5 million. I think we're all excited that working with the COC board, with your board, and all of our providers and partners, we were able to come up with flat funding for all of the local projects after a 30% reduction in 2020. So I think it's exciting that we were able to keep that funding level as we anticipate the next challenges coming, after COVID and the after effects of COVID. Tina, I think I'm turning it back to you here.
Guess I need to take myself off mute and turn my camera back on. Our recommended actions are to approve the commission's acceptance of the $1,875,253.08 HUD Continuum of Care Awards listed here below. And in addition, authorize the interim executive director or designee of the CDC to execute initial and renewal contracts with HUD for the above services, each for a one-year period beginning in calendar 2020 and ending in calendar 2021. This was the year that HUD awarded those particular contracts. So if it's a little unusual why these dates look like this on this particular recommended action, that's why. And then next is to approve the CDC's fiscal year 2021-22 local homeless program contracts for a total of $5,158,067.65 in 2021 through 2022 funding listed out here. Authorize the interim executive director or designee of the commission to execute initial contracts with homeless service providers for a one-year period beginning in calendar year 2021 and ending in calendar year 2022. And with that, we'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair Corsi, for questions, comments, feedback. Thank you.
Thank you both for the presentation. Supervisors, questions? Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I'm not sure that I have a question, but wow, thank you so much for all of the information. I've been a consistent advocate for more information, more transparency, more information to the community about all of our efforts to end homelessness. And you two are at the forefront of this, as well as a whole lot of other folks at the CDC and health services. So I'm not sure that I have a question as much as thank you for this information. It was very helpful to have all of this in one place. And now I can refer this board item to members of our community that continue to have questions about what the heck we are doing to end homelessness. Well, we're doing a lot of things. So thank you so much. And I will be supportive of the actions moving forward.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Just want to ditto that and say a special thank you to both Tina and to Michael for all the work that you've done. We have our challenges, but we have our successes as well. And we should make sure that we understand that when good things happen, it's because of a lot of hard work by people like you and by the people that are out in the field. And I very much appreciate that. There's no shortage of work in front of us, I know. This is a great thing. And Michael, to your point about the doubling of the funds, I mean, it's always been the issue, right? The resources are just not as large as they should be to address this huge problem within our community, all of our communities, really, not just here in Sonoma County, but beyond. But at least it is moving up. And I look forward to continuing in that vein and excited about the things to come and the things that we can do working together to challenge these, to hit these challenges head on and to make better outcomes for even more people. So thank you for that.
Supervisor Gore.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. I appreciate it, and everybody. So this is a great start, and I'm going to be super supportive of what we have before us, but I also want to remind everybody that the work ahead is, we got a lot of work to do, but we do have resources on the table. We just don't know how they're all going to line up right now. So if I want to, I'm looking here, I'm viewing you guys like a perch, like a bird up here. And I see Supervisor Gorin, first of all, and I think about, Los Gillicos Village and the drama and other things and the commitment we all made to have solutions in our own districts. We now have, we moved, obviously, the Alliance, non-congregate care site shelter over into Windsor. A lot of drama blew up there, but we have a pretty dynamic regional group that's working. And our goal this year in our region in North County is to be able to have, whether it's a mixture of county, state, regional, federal, others, is to have proposals on the table for our board to be able to look at maybe a replica of Los Gillicos, but definitely also safe parking programs and permanent supportive housing projects under Home Key. So I know that that's a lot of this is kind of a preview of a lot more work to come, but I really look forward to us with these contracts, then going after the HEAP HAP programmatic funding, then going after the Home Key funding, then coming back and looking out Measure O with the ad hoc with Corsi and I, bringing it back to you all as the board, how we can line this stuff up, because obviously the time is now. So once again, I don't really have a lot of questions. I just want to thank staff for bringing this forward, and I'm hoping we have a lot more updates with additional funding and leverage funding and impact that our constituents can see on the ground. Thank you.
Chair Hopkins.
Thank you. And I would like to just echo the gratitude of my colleagues for the hard work. And so I want everyone to know how much I respect their work and how much I believe you really truly are making progress. But I also want to ask the question that I think I hear a lot of times from constituents, which is, we're spending so much money, why do we still have homeless folks on the street? And I'm just kind of wondering how we can communicate better with the broader public. I really love that slide that had the continuum of care that sort of talked about people graduating from step to step, about how we are truly trying to create an entire system and not just sort of little, isolated pieces that don't connect. So, I guess my question is sort of, how would you answer that question? And then also, how can we as a county do a better job of getting this information out so that there is, to Supervisor Gorin's point, more transparency and more information readily available? So any thoughts on that? And also I would, say that we can also take that back to the CAO's team to work with our PIOs on communications, if you think that would be helpful.
Great question. Why do we have homeless? I think we're making great strides with our PIT count, of course, indicates we did have a 7% decrease in homelessness. I'm, really anxious to see, what our next PIT count will determine. I believe we're going to see continual decreases. Again, we have homeless because we need more options. Because, the options that we currently have are temporary options. So we need more permanent options. And we, of course, need additional sustaining resources and wraparound services to ensure that once people are housed, they don't pop out of housing. So we can, I say this all the time, we can house people all day long, but until they are stable in their housing with the right mix of supports, it's not going to be lasting. So I think it's really key and important that we are wrapping those supports around individuals and families so that they maintain their housing. So that's what I would say to that. Michael, I don't know if you had anything that you'd like to add there.
I think one thing I've kind of thought on this and mentioned this in other venues before. One thing that struck me the most in the last year we all went through, I think, was really the number of people we got into, non-congregate shelter sites. I think was, in the hundreds that we, were able to support, when collaborating with health and the CDC and all of our health partners and service providers. But what really struck me is the vulnerability of those folks. I mean, so many are over 60 years old, 65 years old, who had been on the streets and kind of, in some ways, almost invisible, I think, in a lot of ways that you didn't see every day. And it really revealed to me the urgency of the work and supporting some of these incredibly vulnerable individuals who are, at risk of dying from COVID in the last year. So that's just one kind of additional reflection, but I would support, everything that Tina said. We were seeing a decrease prior to the pandemic, and it'll be interesting to see what happens in 2022 when we conduct the PID count again. But I think the trend lines are positive from what I'm seeing.
And then I also wanted to add, our system of care has changed. COVID has taught us that, our traditional sheltering system has been congregate. And so our homeless population do not do well in congregate settings. So if COVID has taught us anything, it's that, and with the opportunity for room key and for now home key type settings, which are non-congregate, we've seen our homeless population do so much better in non-congregate settings. So we've seen a trend and a shift from those congregate settings, the congregate sheltering, into a more non-congregate sheltering system. So I think as we move along the continuum, we're seeing individuals, we're seeing more success because our settings, our options have changed, and there's been a shift there. And with respect to the messaging, I would say this. I'm up for a road show. I think Michael is too. I think we're due for a road show of getting the messaging out. But I think collaborating with our partners, collaborating with our community-based organizations and our FQHCs to get the word out, and not only that, but with our cities and towns, and doing more communicating and collaborating and an inventorying of what we already have, but what we need in order to, share with the public how the continuum works. So I think that's part of it. But I think it would be great if we had a kind of an information repository. I think Access, would be a great tool as we look to continuing to roll that our Access database system out, and how that will work and be a tool not only for the county, but also for other cities and towns and other community-based organizations, and how to use that tool more effectively and allow it to work for us.
Thank you.
If through the vice chair, if I may, I have one more question, which is regarding, I've heard some promising programs about peer support, particularly as it pertains to permanent supportive housing. So the idea being that you're actually, providing an income, a job for someone who was formerly homeless, and then they are serving in a peer support role to those who are newly sort of shifting from, either, just living on the streets into more of a, sanctioned encampment type of scenario, or a tiny house village, or permanent supportive housing. And I'm wondering if we have any programs like that active in Sonoma County, and if so, just would love to learn more, because I think what I'm getting at is sort of cost effectiveness of programs, and then also, providing job opportunities for those who were formerly homeless, which then also helps to, get them on the pathway to independence, while also creating a sense of community.
I could say certainly that some of our programs definitely employ formerly homeless folks, whether as their, sometimes as case managers or front desk staff, or in a variety of venues. And I know that a lot of programs like the Department of Health, behavioral health supports, has peer support workers embedded. Like West County Community Services has a great peer support program, as well as Buckaloo. And as someone who worked in peer mental health myself in the past, it's incredibly valuable and amazing to have that kind of support for folks. And so, yeah, absolutely. The more, the better.
And then any comment on sort of the cost effectiveness of the different programs? Are we at that level of analysis of saying, hey, this program is really cost effective in terms of dollars, for people who actually do, transition, away from homelessness? Do we have that kind of analysis for our contractors?
For some of when you look at the continuum of care, those smaller number of projects, we actually evaluate some of the programs on that. And I could certainly provide some that we're doing that right now annually. On some of the larger homeless projects, it's a little we'd have to do a little bit more work on some of those. When I mentioned the 36 overall projects, we'd have to do a little more work on that, but it can definitely be done. There's ways to measure that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And I want to echo all of my colleagues' thanks to the two of you and your staff for the good work that this all represents. I do want to point out that this $4 or $5 million is not near what is being spent yearly on this problem in Sonoma County. It's only a fraction of the homeless services system. The continuum of care is a little bit of a misnomer. It is not comprehensive across the whole system of care. We get money from the state in addition to getting money from the feds and HUD and through mental health programs like the peer support that Supervisor Hopkins was talking about. Local government contributes more money every year to this issue. Philanthropy is involved. And just like in 1995, when HUD started this streamlined funding application process, because they wanted to encourage a more strategic approach, 25 years later, we still need a more strategic approach. This may be more strategic than it was in 1995, but it's not strategic enough. And, we need better collaboration, more partnerships. The KPMG report that we just talked about at the Continuum of Care last week emphasizes that this is a countywide problem and it needs a countywide solution. We need a countywide strategy that includes all of the jurisdictions working on this together. And that doesn't mean we can't have different types of projects going on in different areas of the county in the different 9 cities, but we need to work on it together. And we can't be we can't have a fractured system that creates a comprehensive solution. The problem does not obey any district lines, any city limit lines. It is throughout the county. It doesn't even involve county lines, but that's what we can control. So I urge all of us to think across those lines within the county to work toward that countywide solution, that countywide strategy, which we're working on now within the continuum of care with folks from other jurisdictions in the county, local governments, service providers, people with lived experience, trying to come up with a strategic plan that includes all of us. So again, this is the HUD part of this is hugely important, and we're doing good work with that. But it's only a part. Let's remember that, and that we have to keep our eye on the whole. So unless there are other questions or comments, I will ask for public comment, starting with Zoom and Marcy.
For any members of the public, if you'd like to comment on this item, it is number 83 on today's agenda. In Zoom, you would raise your hand or press *9 if you're phone in attendee. And again, this is for number 83. And while we are going to the Zoom participants, if anyone on site would like to comment on number 83, we'd ask that you line up in the queue to enter the chambers. And presently, there's one hand in Zoom. And so if we can please have the timer slide up. All right, and for this individual, if you can please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Nick Goyhanech with Sonoma County Acts of Kindness. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, yeah. Thanks for the presentation, Michael and Tina. I think it was. That was great. So the idea of what's working, non-congregate housing solutions seem to really be effective. More options. We've seen, we do a lot of outreach on the streets, and we see that Los Guilicos style works really well. We'd like to see more of that. We'd like to see we'd like to see some simple things like just parking spaces. So we're talking about cost effectiveness and really just some lots and 24/7 parking. The overnight really isn't feasible. Lots of these RVs don't run or break down regularly. So that just turns into another way that people lose their homes. So 24/7 parking lot, keeping people in one place where they can be reached with wraparound services, a place where they can shower so that they can show up for that job. Something as simple as using the bathroom or pumping out their RV. So let's get those lots. Let's do that. And even if I know it can be a tough sell because no matter where you put it, someone is complaining that's their backyard. But it seems like in the case of Los Gilicos, there was a lot of pushback and a lot of complaints. And then now we see that, oh, you know what? This is actually great. People are in this place. They're being helped. They're not on the streets. It's a much better solution. So think temporary. I think let's do something. 3 months, see how it goes. 6 months, parking lot, see how it works. Provide these services, and I think people will be impressed by how well these things can be run simply and cheaply. So thank you.
Okay, I'm told that we don't have anyone in chambers, but briefly, I'll just ask once again. This is item number 83. There's one additional hand. If you can please unmute and state your name.
Hello, my name is Alice Lynn. I was a lived experience representative on the former Sonoma County Technical Advisory Committee on Homelessness. Thank you very much to Ms. Rivera and Mr. Gauss for your presentations. First, thank you so much to Ms. Rivera. Your words today are music to my ears. Thank you for bringing up the sweeps and people asking, where can we go? And thank you for talking about alternatives to congregate shelters, including safe parking, safe camping, tiny home villages, and so forth. This is what we really need, because as much as you so rightfully say we need more housing and wraparound services, we desperately need a greater capacity for emergency shelter, non-congregate emergency shelter. And there's so many inexpensive options, such as the previous caller stated, and you stated, Ms. Rivera. It doesn't have to be as expensive anywhere near as the Los Gilicos, but I'm very glad that Supervisor Hopkins and the other supervisors have supported that work. So let's see. Thank you for including county general fund support. Thank you. I would like to ask that staff, if you could please be more timely and transparent regarding the contracts and the budgets and actual personnel costs. We need the details on these programs in advance to make comments on. And please, to the board, please end the sweeps and redirect the sweeps funding.
And thank you for your comment. That concludes the time. All right, and Vice Chair Corsi and board, that concludes comment.
Thank you, Marcy. We have a two-part action recommended by staff today. Can I get a motion on that? Moved by Supervisor Abbott.
I'll make that motion, but if I could just say one last thing. I very much appreciate your points. I do think obviously a countywide approach, a strategic approach is obviously very important. I think an inventory of assets, an inventory of resources, of funding across all 10 jurisdictions within the county is something I think is also very important to understand as we move forward. I mean, so that we aren't acting individually, that we can build trust amongst ourselves, which I think there's that issue is out there. And I think that if putting a metrics together to really identify where those things are, not everything needs to be in every city. But together as a whole, it needs to work uniformly. And I think that might really move us in that direction on a strategic piece. And with that, I will move for approval of this item.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Marcy, please call the roll.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to number 84, acts and determinations. And I think we just go straight to a roll call vote here.
Supervisor Gorin,
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit,
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi,
Yes.
Supervisor Gore,
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Yes.
Thank you for that. And now board member reports. Who's ready? Supervisor Gorin.
I'm sort of ready. We've been so busy working on little things here and there, big things. Our budget hearings are coming up next week. Want to thank the budget team in advance. You just delivered a whole binder of information. So I want to alert the community that I believe that information is online. And so pay attention to that. That's going to we are going to be, or is it remote or are we going to be in the chamber?
We're going to be in the chambers.
Okay, so I look forward to hearing from folks on budgeting coming forward. And secondly, I'm being hammered by our constituents on drought-related issues and the amount of vegetation that we have on our roadsides. And I know that other supervisors are as well. And I will reach out to Johannes, but we have a number of state highways that need responsive vegetation management along it. So I will be reaching out to Caltrans, and hopefully we can work through the county to really have them address and take care of some of the vegetation along the state highways. And also to let you all know and the community know that we're having drought. What is it? Drop-offs?
Drive by.
Drought drive-by. I kept getting that confused. Pay attention for the locations. Some of us will be there. I will be attending the Sonoma Plaza drive by this Saturday, so I can get my bucket and all of my low flow shower heads, etc. And I ask you to join me. And sort of the humorous story for your all amusement is during one of our droughts, I was the mayor of Santa Rosa, and I was collecting water in a bucket, and I was moving the bucket of water outside my home. I tripped over something and broke my arm. So don't do that, but do collect the water and dispose of it safely. Thank you.
Did you have any board report out?
No, I've been, as you know, I've been enjoying my family for the first time in a year and a half. And so do you want to report out on how adorable my grandchildren are? Probably not.
We can imagine. Supervisor Gore, do you want to chime in here on?
Yeah, I'll start by saying I'd rather do a drive up than a drive by, but
it might be a drive up. I could have that wrong.
No, I think it's a drive up. Anyway, I wish I was there with you guys right now. So a couple things is just, I think you guys know, I've talked about it in fits and starts, but I've been doing a lot more work than usual on CSAC with budget deliberations. We posted a lot of panels. I know Supervisor Rabbit's the head of our Housing Land Use Transportation Committee. There's all of this money. And so I think it's just, I take every opportunity to open up that, working very collaboratively with Marissa Montenegro in the CAO's office, super appreciative of that. and really trying to make sure that everything is linked up for all of our departments to look at how to actualize and leverage that funding. A generational one-time funding opportunity. So I don't want to leave stuff on the table. And if any of you in your offices want to connect up with any of these, Marissa is doing, just a wonderful job of coalescing departments around and making sure that they have their priorities and that they know what's going on as it's developing. So that's most of my time. At the same time, executive committee, I'm the co-chair of the North Coast Resource Partnership. We are putting in for extensive planning and funding dollars for regional forest and fire resilience, but we've identified 1,200 projects from Sonoma County all the way up to Del Norte. A lot of that's going through. I'm also, I think I've told some of you this, but I got appointed to the governor's task force on wildfire and forest resilience. It's like they have 99 action items, and this is something that follows that 500 million that initially went in, and they want to take it up to $1 billion this year. So I sit on it with Cal Fire Chief Tom Porter and Resources Secretary Wade Crowfoot, and Stacy Corliss is the other supervisor. I represent CSAC, and she does RCRC. So we're really going to be trying to push towards the prioritization of the priorities. Once you have 99 priorities, who wonders what's a priority anymore? So just an update on that. I've been remiss in missing 2 LAFCO meetings in a row. I want to thank Supervisor Corsi for backing up and stepping in there. And best to you all. Thank you.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Thank you very much. Over the past couple of weeks, I have had a Bay Area Air Quality Management District meeting, the sort of general board meeting, as well as legislative affairs, excuse me, and also the mobile source committee. In addition to that, I did have a Sonoma Clean Power meeting, and and also a Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District meeting. And I believe that is it. Thank you. Although actually we might have had an SCTA meeting before the last report. I can't quite remember, maybe.
Okay, thanks. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Since we last reported out, I guess, attended more than a few MTC meetings, and the big action there is doling out $1.7 billion out of the Programming Allocation Committee, of which I chair. And as you can imagine, when there's big dollar amounts, there's lots of ideas of how that should be allocated. That's the end of the $3.9 billion overall that's been allocated to the 27 transit agencies around the Bay Area. SMART, we did one item at SMART we talked about was kind of wrapping up the listening session items. And I think it was a good meeting in terms of addressing all that we heard as we went through, I think 9 or 10 of those listening sessions around both counties, listening to our customers and what they really wanted to see in the future of SMART. ABAG meeting as well in there. I think I made mention before that I did vote against the RENA allocation methodology, as did Susan Adams from Roanoke Park. Appreciate Jane Riley's continuing work on that and Tennis Wick and really trying to figure out a way forward. We really do have the methodology I believe was flawed in terms of the amount of housing that it turned into the unincorporated area. That even if the appeal is successful, and I sit on the appeal board, I'll have to recuse myself from that one, but the numbers don't change. They just get shifted around in county. So thought I'd mention that. Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation District continues to kind of move along in that same vein, appreciative of the dollars from MTC, trying to stay afloat and make sure we build back ridership, of which is coming slowly but surely there. Had a couple of meetings with our colleague Dennis Redoni, and appreciate staff from Sonoma, meeting with staff from Marin, talking about drought issues, especially as we share the west of Petaluma, and that section with Marin is kind of interchangeable. And also one last thing to make mention of is that very appreciative of Congressman Huffman for an earmark of about $13 million that came in for the Healdsburg River Bridge for SMART. Helps push that project forward. And also, we did have a State Route 37 Policy Committee. There is about 10 different projects moving in there. They're all at, in a lot of work being done, but they're all at different paces, and a lot of the environmental review, things that take a while, but are important to do to move projects forward. And I believe that Congressman Thompson, I believe, maybe both, put forward an earmark there to kind of keep pushing those projects forward too. So very appreciative of that work going forward. So that's it for me. Thanks.
And can I just add on to that, as chair of SCTA, it's been interesting to follow the discussion on Highway 37, and want to thank our director, Suzanne Smith. Caltrans is responding to the imperative of climate change, and they are not necessarily supportive of highway projects. And she had to really work with our legislators to do some job owning to convince them to support Highway 37 efforts so that it could be included as a federal earmark. And want to thank both of our congressmen and senators for that, especially Congressman Thompson. But it is a conundrum moving forward. How do we reconcile the imperative of climate change with desperately needed, really good projects that have environmental benefits? So stay tuned on that one. We may encounter that again.
And if I may, just on that, because I thought it was really interesting, and I'm not sure, have you saw that, was when they did do the analysis of the vehicle miles traveled, because this is all new and we're trying to figure out how we do this. And now that, granted, they took into account the average in the Bay Area, but on 37, because it's an expansion on the 2-lane section to a 4-lane section, it would mean additional cars and therefore additional vehicle miles traveled. But when you impose the toll on it, the toll actually brought it down to have it be at a negative. I think we're still a long ways from kind of getting to the end of that, but I thought that was a really interesting piece going forward. Not that we all want to put tolls on everything, but in that particular case, it moved in the right direction because that was going to be a difficult piece to overcome. Otherwise, I think the other piece on the Highway 37 is in the interim project, which is trying to address the congestion piece that really affects the people who live in Solano County, who sit in traffic for an additional 80 minutes each evening trying to get eastbound. The Caltrans is having a hard time letting go the interim bike lane, which the geometry on the existing causeway doesn't work, and then it becomes not an interim project but a much bigger project, and so on and so forth. So there's still some work to do, but there's a lot of jawing about how to make these things happen and how to actually achieve something sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for that report on 37. And Supervisor Gore, I only backed you up on one of those LAFCO meetings, so we're probably both in trouble for the other one. So I had the Continuum of Care Board on May 26th, Renewal Enterprise District Board on the 28th, ad hoc for our new administration site, June 2nd. Seems like we have more than one of those. Continuum of Care Board again on June 2nd, and I think that was the conflict with LAFCO. Aging Together Leadership Committee on the 3rd, CSAC Broadband Work Group on the 4th, and also on the 4th, the Health Action Racial Equity Event, which was a kind of a training centering to center community and cultural wealth in Sonoma County to eradicate racial inequality. Interesting presentation, real robust participation by the community on that one. With that, we will move on to public comment on matters not listed on today's agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and board member reports. Marcy, you want to take over?
I'd be happy to. If there are any members of the public in our meeting who would like to comment on this section of the agenda, which is matters not listed on the agenda, please raise your hand in the Zoom app or press *9 on your phone keypad. And for the members of the public waiting on site, if you can please line up at this point to go through the queue in chambers. This is for matters not on the agenda. And Vice Chair Corsi will just confirm the time. I think we have about 5 to 10 people outside the chambers right now.
Okay, we're going to make this 90 seconds. We've been here a long time today.
Thank you. All right, and beginning with our first commenters in Zoom, please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Hi there, this is Jana Blunt, president of SEIU 10-1 Sonoma County chapter. I'll be reading a passage from the recent telework inequity resolution our board has passed on behalf of our bargaining unit, about half of your workers. The resolution, petition, and list of signers will arrive in your inboxes as soon as I'm done here. Since March of 2020, we've offered to collaborate with county HR to establish baseline pandemic-specific policy to ensure our kids have supervision during COVID-19 daycare shortages. Unfortunately, HR rejected this offer, stating there was insufficient time to collaborate, they had no obligation to collaborate, that the goal was unfeasible, and claimed we didn't show a negative impact of their current temporary policy. But the negative impact has been clearly demonstrated over the course of this pandemic. We received hundreds of personal accounts from workers demonstrating widespread inconsistency on the part of directors for parents whose remote work is available, is reasonable, and would have no negative impact on public services. Based on this department head level determination, it's reinforced already existing inequity between departments, as some directors are more accommodating than others, genders, as mothers are more frequently placed in unaccommodating situations, single and dual parent households, as single parents have fewer options, upper management and line staff, as managers are more likely to be accommodated due to their authority, between white employees and employees of color. What I have to say last 2 minutes.
Thank you so much for your comment. That concludes the time. Okay, our next.
Marcy,
Yes.
we have folks here in the chamber as well. Would it mess you up if we alternate between live folks and Zoom folks?
No, I think we can do that, and it's at your discretion. If you all can just tell me kind of when we're ready for the next Zoom person, we can operate that way.
Okay, we'll go to, sir, you can identify yourself and speak to us, and please keep your mask on like we all do in here. Thank you. Hang on, the microphone is a little wonky.
Well, I can enunciate if necessary.
Nope, we need to have it recorded. So. Go ahead.
Okay. Andre Burkett. I'm a 20+ year county employee. I'm here to support Jana and the proposed resolution. I would like to urge the board to again meet with SEIU. I think that the board has stated goals that work well with the teleworking model. You have stated you want to have the healthiest workforce, the healthiest county. The instance of regular flu this year was almost non-existent. Telecommuting will help with that issue. There's the issue of wanting to be the green, lowering the impact of smog. If more people are working from home, it's been demonstrated. You can look to Italy, the canal's cleared up, the sky's cleared up. These are all things you've talked about, having a smaller campus, getting rid of this campus and using it for housing. This would allow you to shrink your workforce down to what you stated that you want to do. Please consider the telework and how to make it work for everybody, because this seems to fit the goals that you as a board have put forward. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments.
All right, I'll go to our next Zoom commenter. You can please unmute and state your name before beginning your comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
This is Julia Rabkin from SEIU 10-1. I want to speak also in favor of allowing maximum telework and encouraging HR to work with SEIU to develop a permanent telework policy that is equitable. So I've been fortunate and I'm extremely grateful to have been able to my department for supporting our continued telework throughout the year. It takes me half an hour to get to the county campus from home, at least during a busy time. And so I've actually saved an hour a day by working from home. And it means actually has a real effect on mental health and physical health. I can use that time to sleep more, getting that extra hour of sleep. I can get or more exercise, or get to spend more time with my husband. There's less anxiety in terms of like the constant noise and conversations going on in the office. There's no I have no daylight in my office, but I have windows at home. So those are just a few quick examples of why I think it's so effective, but it doesn't work for everybody. But I think we should encourage maximum availability and make it equitable across departments. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next live speaker. Go ahead and state your name and you'll have 90 seconds.
Thank you. Hello, Michelle Miller. Nice to be here.
Stay close to that microphone, please.
Hello, Michelle Miller. Nice to be here. Constitutionalist Sheriff Mark Essick, not yet circulated. The quote, wildfires, end quote, in Sonoma County on October 8th, 2017, were forewarned directed energy laser beam attacks by Communist China's satellites. A, please provide due process of law for me and the 9/11 Truth Campaign in Grayton by convincing County of Sonoma presiding judicial officer Bradford J. DeMayo that it is his duty under oath and contract to provide due process of law for our petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibiting Communist China's foreign agent, Joe Biden, from holding any office under the USA based on 5 counts of treason cited on pages 22 through 29, and 3 more acts of treason described herein. We have uncovered them since we tried to petition our Superior Court on December 11, 2020, for our redress of grievances about Communist China's Joe bought-off basement Biden. B, we, John Jankel and Does 1 through 15, inclusive petitioners, end quote, submit that Basement Joe's first crime after his inauguration was his martial law 107243 allowed executive order that opened our southern border as he determines to be necessary, quoting Authority 12, and the accompanying 27 authorities and 30 exhibits, all in violation.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time has
Thank you.
expired.
The 3 of you are here.
We'll
Very
go.
glad.
Thank you. We'll go to Zoom again, Marcy.
Okay, please unmute and state your name.
Hi, my name is Daniela Regan, and I'm a county employee. I wanted to show my support for Jana and say that teleworking has been crucial for me over this pandemic to meet the needs of my department and also meet my childcare needs. And I'm really hoping the county can come up with a permanent and fair policy. And I'll end my comment period there. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another commenter here in the chambers. Sir, you can go ahead and get close to that microphone, identify yourself, and you'll have 90 seconds.
My name is Daniel, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Surely a president's first executive order is a reflection of their personal priority. Our new president revealed his first priority by his executive order that opened our southern border to allow cheap labor and traffickers selling 20,000 illegal immigrant children, apparently for the benefit of the pedophiles in government, which includes Chinese time bomb basement pedophile President Joe Biden. C, our presiding judge, Bradford J. DeMayo, is blocking our democracy-saving petition for redress of grievance by denying us due process of law based on an 11-year-old fraudulent issued inferior order by a signed Honorable Dean A. Dupre that states, John was a vexatious litigant without a trial by jury or cross-examination in the County of Sonoma courtroom. The vexatious litigant order is based on 7 fraudulent evidence past court cases, 4 of which should have been excluded as irrelevant, being 3 unlawful detainers I issued against the same non-paying tenant. John issued against a non-paying tenant and a temporary restraining order against John being on his own property filed by his neighbor, Paul Hobbs Winery LP.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your time. Marcy, you want to try Zoom again?
Okay, for our next person, if you can please unmute and state your name.
My name is Rebecca Vivas. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I'm here. I'm a county employee as well, and I'm here to support Jana. Luckily, our department has allowed us to be able to telework for the time being. I did unfortunately lose a family member to COVID, and so for me, it hits a little more home, and it's a little more traumatizing to think about having, all of our office be back, with full staff and having to worry about these variants, and no one really knows quite about how these vaccines work. So there's still a lot of unknown, and there's a lot of safety that is truly concerning for me. I do also think it's helpful for mental health and well-being. It's a better quality of life, even if we can just telework a couple days a week. Just being able to save an extra hour to an hour and a half a day of not having to commute back and forth to work, not having to meal prep as much, enjoying my full hour of lunch, just being home already, I can actually do so. So just that, I feel like it promotes less burnout and just better quality of life as well. And just keep in mind that there is a concern for safety with these variants, and there is a lot of unknowns. So it would be really concerning to rush everybody back to work altogether. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next in-chambers commenter. Please get close to the mic. Identify yourself and you'll have 90 seconds.
Rob McGilly, 9/11 Truth Campaign. It wants to destroy John for Wizard of Deception Willie Brown, our shadow president and Communist China's top foreign agent. D, the true purpose of the vexatious litigant nonsense in 2009 was to create probable cause for the court to evade processing John's 2008 notice of petition and petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of mandamus, Authority 12-2, that prevents Senator Hillary Clinton, a documented traitor, by her authorizing one man to use the armed forces of the United States, which includes using our County of Sonoma Sheriff's Department deputies, as he determines to be necessary, by voting in Authority 12-2 in favor of Martial Law 107-243, Authority 12, the Iraq AUMF. His dishonor is using an 11-year-old vexatious litigant order that was based on John's filing in court 3 petitions for redress of his grievances against government lies that our public servants in government continue this day to hide the true facts about 9/11, as just cause to deny due process of law and refusal to assign a superior court case number for John's petition for extraordinary relief. This unlawfully abridges John Jenkel and Doe's 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners' First Amendment rights and petition government for redress of grievance, and abridges
Thank you, sir. That
our right to
concludes
due
your
process.
time. Back to you, Marcy.
Thank you, Vice Chair Corsi. I don't see any additional hands in Zoom, but before we end that portion, I'll just confirm one last time. All right, we have one more. Just one moment, please.
Okay.
Please unmute and state your name.
Hi, this is Nick again. One more thing briefly. I would love to see a commitment to stop sweeping and stop pushing the RVs around until we have an adequate solution. I think that would create a really good incentive to solve this problem. So yeah, let's stop these sweeps. Let's stop chasing the RVs around, and absolutely no RV ban, at least until there's really a serious effort to address these problems and provide 24/7 safe parking. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Get close to the microphone there and identify yourself and you'll have 90 seconds. Yes.
Krista Slater, 9/11 Truth Campaign. This unlawfully abridges John Jenkel and Doe's 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners' First Amendment rights to petition government for redress of grievances, and abridges our right to due process and equal protection of constitutional law, which is our supreme law, no matter how one uses this right, and which clearly supersedes an 11-year fraudulent vexatious litigant order. According to the website Interactive Constitution, the Supremacy Clause unquestionably describes the Constitution as law of the sort that courts apply. That point is a pillar of the argument for judicial review. In addition, the Supremacy Clause explicitly specifies that the Constitution binds the judges in every state, notwithstanding any state or federal laws to the contrary, but not his dishonor. Judge DeMaio is preventing us from holding traitor Joe Biden accountable for committing 5 documented acts of treason that prevent him from holding any office in the United States under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, Authority 5-1, and U.S. Code Title 18, Section 2381, Authority 16, especially the office of president for Wiz Willie's protection racket client, Communist China. E, Lieutenant Andy Cash is not providing John Jankel and Does 1 through 15 inclusive petitioners due process of law for their treason complaint, SD 203-57011, against presiding judge Bradford J. DeMaio. Both officials.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes your time. Marcy, do you have anyone left on Zoom?
No, we have no Zoom hands at this time.
All right, sir. Go ahead and identify yourself.
Richard Hannon, 9/11 Truth Campaign. Petition for extraordinary relief in the nature of prohibition prohibiting Joe Biden from holding any office in the USA. The violations give aid and comfort to Chinese basement President Joe Biden, Time Bomb Biden. His sponsor, Communist China, that wants we the people, COVID, dead. China's top foreign agent, Willie Brown, the Grand Intimidator, and Phantom President Wiz Willie's top operative, VP Kamala Harris. F, all aid Communist China in its effort to destroy our $28.1 trillion bankrupted land of blood debt by 1, using Communist China satellites directed energy laser beams attack on October 8, 2017 that demolished 4,658 county homes, murdering only 24 county citizens in less than 2 hours. 2, October 23rd, 2019, Communist China satellites directed energy laser beams demolished Calpine's power plants 9 and 10 and are employing 5,001 firefighters from as far away as Seattle and often over 450 fire trucks and tractors for a week. Nobody even guesses what it costs taxpayers in more unconstitutional public debt. New Authority 13, pay the damn debt. 3, Communist China's coronavirus created plague that has murdered over 597,000 Americans since February 2020, including 323 in our county alone. And 4, Communist China's number 2 foreign agent, Joe Biden, committed more treason than.
Thank you, sir. That concludes your time.
Okay, thank you.
Come on in, get close to the microphone, and you have 90 seconds.
Thank you. I'm continuing with John Jankel's document. 4, Communist China's number 2 foreign agent, Joe Biden, committed more treason the day after he was inaugurated with his first executive order, opening our southern border to cheap labor and all levels of organized crime. And worst of all, importing 1,600 children for pedophiles in government, as he determines to be necessary under Martial Law 107-243, Authority 12, all without firing a shot. Is that okay with you, our elected County of Sonoma Sheriff, Mark Essick? Please help we the betrayed people. Table of contents. No due process of law conceals President Biden's treason. Our southern border is open to organized crime and cheap labor. Criminals are released due to Communist China's bat plague. Communist China's boss, Xi Jinping, wants our democracy dead. Communist China's dictator controls basement Biden by blackmailing him and other politicians who are pedophiles. 5 treasonous acts by Biden concealed by a judge. 3 more acts of treason by basement Biden. Court order.
Thank you, ma'am. That concludes your time.
Mary Morrison. For 5 years since 2016, I have allowed my guilty conscience to be assuaged by dismissing as fake news the 2016 Pizzagate scandal, where top officials, including President Biden and Joe Biden and Barack Obama, were named on Hillary Clinton emails that the FBI has been sitting on. Also, the FBI is sitting on Hunter Biden's emails. There are 20,000 children at the border who are being detained by the United States in facilities that are 700% over capacity for no good reason. The burning question is, why would a new president open up our southern border? For what good reason? And detain 20,000 children. The United States, Americans are not about separating children from their parents. And these are facilities that are close to journalists and the public, and we pay the bill. Something has to be done about this. I don't see how anybody can tolerate it any longer and lie to themselves.
John, you got to keep your mask on. Get close to that microphone so we can hear you. Identify yourself. You got 90 seconds.
John Jenkel. And I'm here to say this chamber belongs to we the people. And there's only 5 people in it. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous. We are here to try to inform you with the fact that this country, and especially this county, is under attack by Communist China. On October 8, 2017, there were 5,000 houses demolished in a 2-hour period. Only 24 people were killed because your sheriff's department were out telling people to get out. In fact, ahead of they knew it was coming. Yeah. And then here we are talking about up to 600,000 people who have been killed by coronavirus. And yet nobody holds China accountable. And China has made an absolute issue of trying to take over the United States, take over the world. And that means starting with the United States. You can help us stop that. We're trying to get a sheriff, try to get a judge.
Thank you, John. That concludes your time.
It's ridiculous.
Marcy, do you have anybody left on Zoom or who has come in late?
There are no additional Zoom commenters.
I think we're done with folks from the hallway. Is that right? Thank you. All right. We've got a few adjournments for today. From the 1st District, Stan Pollack. From the 2nd District, Doug Dolcini. From the 4th District, Dustin Cox, Andrew Coleman, and Mike Moranti. We'll take a minute to
through the chair, if I may, can we add Therese Abelli Amon? Bruce's wife died
sorry to hear that.
of ALS on May 28th, I think. And if we could adjourn in her memory as well. I thought we had it in there, but I just want to make sure it's
all right. We'll just take a few moments to remember them. All right. Thank you, everyone. We'll see you beginning on June 15th for budget hearings.